right, got the junk student here.
That's right.
Big junks.
Yo.
All right, so
The man who doesn't know how to play Sunday.
That's not true. I know how now.
Now.
I just had to learn on Jaeger.
No one came out of the womb knowing how to deploy a bus.
It's on B. What a weird key.
Yeah, it's B for deploy.
B for deploy.
B for bus.
That's true.
Dude, you saw my physio. I had like 30 seconds of sunder time, and that was probably because I pulled it on accident. Got out of it.
Junks logging in for a Hossin Classic.
The first time
That's
I
what
drove
he
a
said.
Lightning was Outfit Wars.
Yeah, and it worked.
Oh my god.
Kind of.
I think
All right.
we won that match.
So let me get this set up real quick. I've downloaded the Amish image, so that is saved. All right. And now I set up the folder for Hossin. And I
Oh,
am...
do you have your own block accounts for the scrims?
No, I don't. He's using.
I'm using one that Gylo
Let's
gave
get
to me.
accounts
It's
from Gylo.
the hot
I
account.
didn't recognize the TX.
Oh.
I see.
He is a
That'd be
host
cool,
member.
yeah, your
That'll
own
work.
block. Wait, are you just
I am-
using VCAS block accounts for scrims still then?
No, we use PSB accounts every week.
I see. That's a little miserable.
We're supposed to get our own sometime.
All right. Well, Mr. Chaperone, whenever you are ready, I think what we'll do is we'll just same sort of sweeping pattern that we did before. Follow the lattice lines. Sharps run. Oh boy.
What is
And
this
we're-
base?
We're not starting out strong.
All right, we need to do the proper run through here for junks because I don't know if you ever played this base or
Guys,
not.
I love Hostin for the record. What
This is a
though?
rare one.
You don't
Yeah,
fight here
I
very
think
often for
I might
sure.
have seen this one time in my life.
Yeah, it is a off-continent and or very late night special is what it is. So you have...
Better heaven.
Yeah, this is the off-continent special. You have a very useless teleporter that does pretty much nothing. So you spawn over here, teleporters on the other side, and it's just a really strange base. It's all high ground defense from the defender's perspective. And all of the action, pretty much exclusively, either takes place... if the attackers are competent, then they'll push up to the spawn and kind of fight here where I'm at now. Otherwise, they will almost exclusively be sitting on the point.
I can already run the simulation in my head that it's 9 a.m. You know, I woke up early. I'm like, all right, let's check out a little Planetside. I show up to this base. It's like a 12 to 24 running down the lattice line because there's 3 other players on at
Yep.
9 a.m. in this game, and then I get bolted walking
Yep.
into this base.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that plays
That
about all
happens.
right.
It does have its moments. In the
What is
smaller
the
B
point?
fights.
Is it a Z building?
Yeah. So
Sorry.
you have kind of a bunch of control over here. You have these bridges from the side that you can use to sort of flank up on. And then you'll have a lot of fighting that'll happen down here by the 2 L shapes too, because the only place a bus is ever placed is in that garage down there.
Well, yeah, that is. I mean, it's kind of neat,
Yeah. That's.
but what a slog to have to run up.
It is. It's fucking atrocious because
Oh,
the
dude,
way
yeah,
that
if I
you
was
do it,
attacking and I was walking up in this ravine here, I'd be hitting the redeploy key.
this is what you have to do too. Like, this is how you attack the base. You come over here for the
That's really
lifts.
bad.
You have to take the lifts up, or you have to run all the way around through over here too.
Yeah.
So
Now,
it's just,
this garage is also kind of ass.
it's really bad. It is very heavily defender sided.
This one's looking a little gross.
Yeah, it's a D.
Bro, Grill Games just now followed me after all this time. What the hell, bro? Yeah, no, I think this is a D2 base for sure. It's too lopsided. Thank you, Junks. All right, take the screenshot, slap it in there real quick. We move onward.
Better base.
folder. Sharps. Go ahead and add in a FT real quick. Okay. Genudyne holographics.
This is a much better base.
This one's cool. That's
Is
for
this
sure.
the one that has like the simulation rooms, right?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, the little
Man, there's the
holographic room.
one where I just can't see shit. I don't know.
Probably C would be my guess. That one has a lot of
One of them's
coverage.
snowy.
That's B.
Take a quick look in here. Oh yeah.
You also find yourself with a lot of vehicles around this one too, don't you?
Sometimes.
Sometimes
Depends.
they're
usually
Obviously
it's-
depends on the fight.
Usually the impact of ground vehicles isn't too significant here.
They actually are very, yeah. If you do see them, it's going to be maybe around the A point or the Sunder garage that's off to the north. That's about it. Not so much
That building
around
right
these
there.
buildings here. Yeah, this is a fucking shit
This is
show.
the eye checker right here. Like, go get your glasses, fellas.
Yeah.
This is
Mandatory
really good.
infravision room.
Why they made a holographic like simulation room of Hossin on Hossin is beyond me.
If
They
you're
couldn't have
walking
made this like
towards
the
this,
Indars biome. I don't know.
if you're
Right.
walking towards this building and you hear a cloak, do not enter it. You will not win. You will
Yeah.
not win.
And then, of course, the A point, which is very strangely
It's got a
just all the way back here.
powerhouse, but it's got this bridge over the stairs over the skinny door.
Yeah.
All three doors are open.
So, I don't know. I mean, I'd really never get to fight at the A point. It's always B and C. I do think from time to time in the smaller fights, you'll get people... Because what happens is the bus is typically placed down
Underneath A.
here. Yeah.
Either here or the garage by the
Right.
north side.
You'll have it placed like around here.
Imagine attacking at this base. It's like 30 seconds minimum just to get to anywhere.
Well,
Yeah.
you can also take
This
this
elevator.
route.
Wait. Oh, well, you learn something new every day.
Well, yeah. You don't need to worry on that though, because there will be 10 guys staring at you when you come up.
Yeah.
That's true.
You can't go back down.
I will say though, this is definitely one of the few bases that it plays better in the larger pops. Like I know we've only had a few of those so far, but it really sucks at 1 to 12s. It is okay at the 12 to 24, 24 to 48 ranges, but it doesn't really play all that badly if you're playing in the 48 to 96 plus range.
Yeah, oddly enough, I feel like I get spawn camped more in the 1 to 12s at this base. I don't know how
Yeah.
that happens, but
Right.
it just does. I don't know. It's
So
alright.
overall,
I'm
I
leaning towards
mean,
B.
don't really have to deal with air to ground all that much too,
Yeah.
unless you're like just coming out of the spawn.
That spawn could use more cover for sure. So
Yeah.
And the teleporter is kind of pointless.
They put a whole big teleporter spawn room, and it's 10 feet away.
They could have just put it here where this rock is and moved 2 rocks. on either side
Right.
of
Big
the
fan of
cover.
that.
Right. They love doing that.
But
Um,
I'm leaning towards B personally. I like this base overall.
It's hard for me to give it B just because of that eye checking room, man. It's bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
It can be rough.
Well,
For
that's why infravision
playability-
exists.
I don't know, dude. Playability, I kind of want to say it's a C, but I think the base is cool.
It is a cool base, but if
I
we're
would agree
going
with that.
consistently off of our parameters,
it is definitely unique.
it checks the box of minimal air to ground, minimal vehicle interference. It is slightly more infantry focused, even though there's a lot of cover, there's a lot of visual clutter.
Yeah.
I just don't think it. I don't think it's a bad base by any means to fight out. Like, I'll come here if there's a fight. It's also not super
Not the end of the
spectacular.
world.
Yeah, it's not in the world if you miss it. It's not, you know, if you do manage to come here and you have a good fight, then so be it. I think it leans more towards like the low B side.
Low B, high C, I can take that.
Either is fine.
If we start with this as our B, then we can at least adjust it if we need to and have kind of a shift of it if we find something that we feel like is a lot better.
Two things I'm trying to do. One of them is I'm trying not to rate things higher artificially because it's Hossin, but I'm
Right.
also not
Sure.
trying to rate things lower artificially because I'm trying to overcompensate.
Right.
So it's like I'm trying to do. I don't want to.
That's why I wanted to have some type of. That's why I wanted to have some type of metric on
Simple.
which to
Do
measure
I like
things.
the base?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there could be a lot of subjectiveness to it, but if you at least give the criteria of like how does it pair in the small, medium, large fights, then that's a good baseline. Like, it
it's a
doesn't
guided
take too
decision.
much. We've played enough of these bases to know how they play out. OMR terraforming.
This one's a goofy one, but I kind of like it.
It is goofy, but I do like it.
Not a bad base.
Oh, we got another person. Jonks
Fell swoop,
and
alright.
fell swoop. Let's go.
The guy who shot me
Arrival.
yesterday and then died. It was funny.
Damn.
Mayor
I think this
Oh, did you?
teleporter. This is a net negative teleporter.
Yeah.
It's definitely a pointless
Oh.
teleporter.
It can be an okay flank if it's a small enough fight, but usually once it gets pretty big, there are people coming from that
There,
direction.
like-
there's
they like to hold
people
the,
sitting here.
they like to
There's
hold the
people sitting
power out,
here. But
If you can get out of spawn, you're in the powerhouse. You're in this double
White Sox
stack.
very strong here.
yeah,
This is a very good LA base for sure.
bonus. There's not one, but two infantry
They put a
terminals.
little roof on that one. That's cute.
Yeah, that is the most out of place weapon terminal in the whole game, I think.
I've
Maybe.
never seen one like that outside of a building before.
Yeah, I've never seen one with a pavilion.
They
Just
wanted
for
to
it.
put it outside so bad that they put a wall upside down next to it.
Wow, you're right.
They didn't just throw it there. They're like, I want it here. This is a purposeful decision.
Oh man. The point
Dude,
itself
really
is
nice. I
awful.
got air to grounded.
Yeah.
Point is definitely not ideal. It has flaws. Very, very low cover overall. You got the one little smokestack here to work with. That's it.
This
Dude, that
base
is
does
so
get
random.
Mhm.
it does get used in its entirety though.
It does.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that. You
whole
see
base is
people over here, you see people here on the roof, along this, over here in the corner. Like, yeah, it very much is. And I think maybe that's attributed to the fact that there is the Sunder garage, I think, over there and the one over here. So you kind of
Yeah.
have two easy angles of approach to work with.
Which means both of them get infantry terminals.
Right.
This is a nice spot to fight over here.
It is.
like
It is.
I like this base. This might be
And-
a B.
As a defender,
I'd put it B.
like
Yeah, if-
DJ
if
was
you wanna put a
saying,
point, I could go for A, but point.
like as DJ was saying though, I think the teleporter's not actually that bad. It's mostly just when it gets to the larger population of fights, what are you consistently seeing? 50 people over here looking at the teleporter side of things. It's really difficult to make anything happen. I don't know, like there's no reason whatsoever to put windows fully blocked off here.
But I was thinking, rotate that
I
building.
didn't even notice.
Yeah.
That,
Put a door on both sides. That and
Make
the
it so that you can shoot out of here and prevent people from just sitting at these trees and camping you as you come out.
Also, like 9 times out of 10, it's like a crossfire stalemate right here in this area.
Yeah.
Between
Yeah.
that Sunday garage and
Right.
the double doors.
Right. Yep.
Which is nice because we have this building right here to connect with it.
I think this deserves a B. I think that's totally
Yeah.
fine.
It's definitely a B for me. Totally hit that on purpose. Let's not talk about what's happened to these other bases, though. In terms of flying Valkyries.
Wow, that's crazy. First 3 bases on Amrish were definitely not 2 Bs and a D.
Our average is already
Already
Oh,
higher.
Oh,
gone in research. This one's a little silly.
Almost Baltimore. I fought here once and it was like 2 days after the Scorpion was released. That was a shit show. I
Oh,
can
like
only
Omar.
imagine how bad that was at Omar. Yeah,
Yeah, that's true. That is
Yeah.
like that's probably what keeps it at a B.
that's rough.
Where's the spawn in this base?
A little tiny
All the way
building.
in the corner, over here.
Teleporter takes you 15
Surely
feet
I've
closer.
played
Though.
in this base before.
Gonna, yeah. Sometimes flying around the Valk doesn't give you the right perspective here. Got in research, like you have. Okay, so the teleporter brings you. This is the main spawn, I think, and then the teleporter brings you over there.
The
But-
cover from ground vehicles, decent for mid and small fights.
Yeah, you do
Galaxy
have
Bulldog.
Ah, yes, I do know.
a lot of light assault.
Typically,
Play will
they'll
happen
be
here.
overpopped and they're pushed up all around this rock where you are.
Yeah, yeah, all around here. The bridge, of course. And don't forget, up there,
Oh yeah.
That's actually really common at this base. Like I think the last
Very
few
common.
fights, it's been a vehicle
Yeah.
or something, or a Galaxy Bulldog or a Sunday up there.
Makes it pretty much impossible to do the pixel jump there.
yeah.
This is probably a C for that reason.
This is a hard C for me. I cannot give it anything higher than that.
Yeah. If it wasn't for
we
this,
should
hit
build
this
an
build,
underground
probably-
tunnel straight to it. From spawn.
Yeah, or at least a teleporter. Put a teleporter on the hilltop. I don't know. There's something
Yeah,
else.
teleport is pretty sad.
And then this side of the base doesn't get played either. The east side.
Yeah, doesn't really. I think you can get spawns over here. Well, maybe not. For allies,
Has these weird brambles everywhere that you get stuck on.
Yeah, usually where you see the spawns are, I think we're at right now, somewhere along this road, are typically where we would see them.
see one over here.
Yeah, or
all the
across
And
the
one
time.
over here where I'm at now. Yeah, where we're at
This is-
now.
This is probably the best overall location in terms of defensibility.
Right.
So not great for attackers. Unless
No.
You have the spawn, unless you have the spawn up here. And then you're like right on top of the point.
Right. Obviously, we will bypass the tech plant. Don't need to cover that.
I was a little late. What's the rule with tech plants? Are we just D-tiering
D tier
them?
across the board.
Yeah,
Good
so
luck.
across the board, all tech plants are getting D tier. Biolabs are all getting B tier, like the normal biolabs. And then I think we decided C tier for all of the amp stations.
With the amp stations, at least I want to differentiate between the 3-point and 1-point amp stations. 1 point,
Yeah.
I think
1 points
garbage.
should get a D.
Yeah,
of how easily
absolutely.
they can be
Absolutely. It's
abused and
so fucking
exploited.
bad. Yeah.
You know?
And then the others should get a B, and so they even out to C.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, you're right with that. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So, gun on Southern Crossing, scrim base, spam the scrim base in chat.
It's
base,
the
I
goat.
love this base.
Yeah.
It's the goat.
Heavy base,
So-
gun roof base, S tier
Yeah.
base.
And
If we're
Bias.
ignoring the nuanced engagements that happen in Jaeger
Oh,
scrims,
live? Yeah, D tier.
Yeah.
Easy.
but
I'm not gonna-
live, this is
Dog
actual
base.
D tier.
yep.
Yeah,
You can
this
get
is actual
spawns
D
right over-
tier.
Attacker spawns
I
right
like
up
fighting the
point.
generator for what it's worth, though.
The generator
yeah.
is, yeah.
Because, you know, that's what all players do. They're like, they literally, hive mine, must get vehicle on bridge,
Right,
kill generator, and
Right.
you can just get such a good spree going in that room.
absolutely. Absolutely.
But otherwise, yeah, if they have vehicles on the bridge, I mean, it's like a redeploy angle. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, both the
Yeah.
spawn rooms are in a pit, by the way.
Yeah.
They are.
I do get quirky and I like pixel jump on top to the roof, you know, to try to, but then you just get spotted by an infill and it's over anyway.
Yeah, and of course
Something like that.
the cover that's nice against the air to ground is you're still dealing with infills, light assaults, anybody who's on the roof over here. The vehicles
Yeah.
still have an angle if you're trying to pixel jump up on top of this.
Yeah,
Pretty obnoxious.
it's not ideal for sure.
That's
I
just the
have-
nature of putting it on a bridge.
I have literally
Yeah.
typed in Yell Chat, can you guys at least push up to the powerhouse so I can play the game at this base? When it's seriously.
Like
Sure,
over
yeah.
here, the spawn one, you mean?
At
Yeah.
least I can try to
Yeah,
attack them.
right.
They need to add like another underground route to get to the point from this side, and not just on the east side, or well, south side rather. Although, like the only way to avoid vehicles is to take the generator route. That's it. That's your only option. Not ideal.
Have you guys
So-
done Amber yet?
We've
Not
not
yet.
done
No,
only
we've not.
Good
no,
average, so you
no.
didn't miss it.
Just full send all of them fucking D's.
Yeah.
How funny would it be? I do like
D for
we do
desert.
this like multi-hour long, video for each of the continents, and then we get the Indar, and just the entire
oh,
thing's
wait.
D tier.
I'm like 80% through this video, and we've only been through all the continents. What's the rest? There's not that much time left. Oh, it's Indar.
Yes, sir. That's the plan.
Alright, so Game Southern C
That's
or D?
D. That is D tier.
Yeah.
D
Like, I
tier.
have a lot of experience.
1 to 12, it's playable. The rest, I'm good.
As
True.
impossible.
This is a bit better.
Jahari Cove is actually not a terrible
yeah.
base to fight at.
Yo.
Maybe
It
one of
holds-
the better teleporters, although it's not
Yeah.
that far away.
But it's an indoor.
It is an
It's a
indoor
regular
cover.
Indoors.
Yes.
2 KD point holds in a chevron is kind of cringe to deal with.
Yeah.
That's true. That's
The
true.
network hub effect on
Plus,
this one.
like, there's so many times like I'm doing my little slow peek, and then someone's up on the powerhouse sniping. As they
Right.
kill.
Yeah.
Always
Yeah.
annoying.
Or
Well,
these
definitely a really annoying
towers.
simple base.
Teleporter is the goat on this base.
It is good.
You know.
You get a lot
It
of
scales
mileage
well.
out of Lattice Hall here on this base, though. If you're playing Lattice Hall yourself as the defender, a lot of mileage.
It's so strong being on the powerhouse roof on this base.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but there are
Absolutely.
enough angles that you expose yourself to that it's not like overly safe.
I think the
Mhm.
biggest issue I have with this base is up here.
Oh,
Ah.
Yeah, Galaxy Bulldog or Mag Rider.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Real fun to deal with.
The Galaxy Bulldog is just my favorite because it's just like, wow, I could shoot it and waste my, all of my time trying to not kill it.
So I'd like to just iterate again, because obviously I plan on trimming up each continent that we do with this. I doubt we're going to do more than Hossin tonight. It's already midnight right now, so we'll see. But the criteria that we're essentially having as the parameters to base this stuff off of, first and foremost, it is by default, we're imagining it to be a 50-50 fight. We have small fights, which are 1 to 12s and 12 to 24s. We have medium fights, which are 24 to 48s, and we have large fights, which are 48 to 96 plus. So imagine that you have a perfect 50-50 fight within those different ranges, and we also think about how balanced it is on the attacker versus defender side of things. If it's going to be A tier or B tier, or excuse me, if it's A tier, it has to be good quality fights at all sizes and all scales, and it has to be relatively balanced for attackers and defenders. If it's B tier, it has to at least meet 2 of the fight size qualities. If it's C tier, same thing, 2 fight size qualities, but the difference with that is it's going to suffer more from vehicles and or air to ground. So B tier is kind of like you have a bit more safety against air to ground vehicles because this is more of an infantry focused tier list. And then if it's below C tier, so D tier and F tier, it kind of only matches one category, or it's just outright an awful base against all 3 categories. So hopefully that helps give some preface.
For Johari, I wouldn't go below C, but I wouldn't go above B.
I think this is the quintessential C tier base, honestly. Air to ground is a huge threat. Vehicles, maybe not as much.
There's
so
only
those-
the only angle that's like really annoying for vehicles is this side over here where you can get up on this hill.
S tier is
It's
good
kind
for
of-
underpop defense, yeah, true.
It's kind of hard to underpop defend this space if you're not ready.
Right.
Like if I see this
Gonna be-
space ticking and I show up and
Yeah, it's
underpopped,
almost already
probably gonna
over.
be pretty hard because there are going to be set up on point and there's only so many things I can do.
Right.
You pretty much get condemned to the powerhouse at
Yes.
one
Yes.
Yeah.
point. Yeah.
Attacker
exactly right.
spawns, so you got this spot over here, which is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got on the south side, which is not as good. So you gotta
Pretty
find
much the bus that's like somewhere around this range.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Just
a solid
it-
C.
It's,
I'd
yeah.
agree.
I go C, yeah.
Okay. Jahari Cove.
Next up.
Root House Distillery.
Ooh.
A tier. No, B tier because of vehicles.
Yeah, I definitely would not go A tier. If this fucking road didn't exist that gives you cash angles right into the point, maybe I could go for A.
It's a lot of sneaky stuff you can do at Root House.
That's true.
Small fights, it's really good.
Yeah, this is a really good small fight.
Really good small fight base. Really good medium-sized base too. I'll say it.
Yeah,
Once-
no, I think it's fine.
Once we hit the critical pop, which is universally defined as once the Hesh player finds an angle, then it's not playable. Once that guy discovers that there's a road he can put his tank on, we can't play here anymore. But until then, it's pretty good. So I like that.
Like if you're trying to Arax your Hash and there's point holders on point here, that's
Dude, this
great.
is an instant 100 kill fight. Like you sit
Oh
here
my
for 2 seconds.
God,
Look,
this
imagine
angel,
baby gates, revive grenades, turrets. You click once and they're all gone.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really like the idea of having, you know, perfect sight line into the point like that. That's not very good, but when it comes to pure infantry,
Kind of wall here for
mhm,
that.
that would actually, that'd be great. If there's a wall, literally these 3 right here, that's all you need. Just make a wall straight up as high as the powerhouse building itself. That's it.
I would agree. You use the
Spawn
whole
room's
base
terrible.
for this one as well.
Yes,
You
Junks is
use the
exactly
whole
right.
base,
You
yeah.
use the
Yeah.
entire base. The entire
You
base.
will
Even
see
these
pretty much
outside
each
areas,
three
you
of
see a lot of
these.
action.
Yeah,
Yeah,
here,
Fun
Like, this
attack
is-
routes.
these
Prime power right
catwalks
here.
are so sick.
Yeah.
The bottom part is also playable.
Yes, yes, that's true.
There's a lot of cover to work with down there, so you
Yeah.
can do some cat and mouse nonsense.
I think this is a B, only held back by the road that
I agree.
destroys the entire flow of the fight. And
I agree.
the massive overpop kind of
Yep.
makes it a bit rough.
And
Was there a
even
beacon
with,
too?
you have an amazing tree, amazing Treekin spots.
Yeah.
The Hossin buff.
The Hossin buff, it's true. I'm totally down with putting that for a B tier. I think it does drop off a little bit. I mean, naturally, because you're going to find more air to ground and more vehicles as the fight gets larger. So that's where it kind of stems into not being good for A tier.
Anyway, on the other end of the
Oh.
spectrum,
Oh, I already know where we're going.
Oh.
I already know where we're
dude,
going.
is this an F tier?
I wouldn't know. I don't know about F tier, but definitely at least D tier.
I think I do know about
Um,
F tier. I think this is dog.
If I had to
Middle
play an F tier card,
stockpile.
it probably would be this.
There's an infantry terminal, so it's, you know, that's kind of cool, I guess. But
The only reason why I wouldn't give it F tier, this is a D tier for me, but the only reason why I wouldn't get F tier is because you're never fighting air to ground and you're never really fighting vehicles. That's
because
it.
I'm never fighting. I'm always in spawn.
You can, yep.
Actually, no,
Bulldog
no, no, no,
here.
no. The last 2 times I fought here, I remember distinctly. There was a Mag 3 guy and a Mag Rider on this 85.5 degree hilltop, and there was another guy. The next time was a guy in a Scythe.
I guess you can be up there too.
and a spur.
Yeah.
So this is an
I-
F tier base. I'm lying on that.
I once ran along the hill, you know, going to the base, right?
Right,
Yeah,
right,
the
right.
And I
Right.
got beamed by an NC Max at the top.
Oh,
And I thought to myself,
Yeah.
Never
if it
again.
wasn't- Man, if it's just infantry, this is fun. But
If
never
it's just infantry, yes, exactly. That's the problem. We have to have the constant reminder, the constant variable that vehicles and aircraft need to be considered. So,
Yeah.
all right, I'm okay with giving it
I'll go with
that.
F tier. Yeah.
I'm
I'll go
okay
F
with
tier.
that. God,
The
that's
launch
it. Just
pad's cool, I
feels
guess.
kind of bad giving it F tier because I know there are worse bases, but considering that this is Hossin, it's hard to find F tier bases. So if we have to give it to anything, this would probably be the one, at
Here's
least.
how I see it. If they cap Root House, I'm gonna wait until they hit the biolab.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've
True.
rarely come to this
Biolab
base.
entrance out of 10. Facts. Literally. Go make a
Yeah.
snack. BRB, 5 minutes.
It's the perfect break moment.
This one is okay. It's better than the last one.
Middle
It is
Eastern
best for the
Depot.
last
Get
one,
gro- this
but-
one can get gross.
It can. I've had some good fights here though.
Me too.
Small fights are good.
Yes, early morning fights here all the time. All the time you have
Yeah.
early morning fights here.
Really, really hate that you can put a bus like right here with the deploy shield.
Yeah.
One way
Oh.
AI bus. But if you can get
I like
past
it when.
that,
What's up, or Junks?
Oh, I was gonna say is I like it when they have their bus parked outside the triple stack, you know, on the other side.
Oh yeah.
And then
Yeah, that's better.
Man, the I
They-
mean, I know it's kind of cheating just a triple stack fight, but it's just so good.
It is.
Yeah.
That's fine. There's no problem with that.
yeah, if they could do something to stop buses from being deployed inside on top of the point, I would
Yeah.
more possible space.
Because I think there's typically. Can you do it like right here where the tree's at? You can
No, I
deploy
think
one
A
here.
little further away.
You have to do it like next to the tower. You can actually get inside the tower too, but these days,
Oh.
Because the
Mhm.
deploy shields, I always see them like right here.
Yeah.
On underground on the point also, I feel like I've seen the most SMG infills in my life on this base. Like
Pretty
I-
extensive here for
I
sure.
just have a lot of memories of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's always
like
one
it
guy
though.
with the lightning on the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dude, the shitters love the lightning.
They do. Cheap.
It's pretty much impossible to play if they're 2 KD holding in this L building.
Like as the defender, yeah, it can be pretty rough because you don't have a good
I just
teleporter
played
route.
live the other day and it's just like, oh well, I can't unless I want to suicide pocket flash towards it. Like there's just no reason I can't get near this building.
Right. I mean, those rocks right up there that are looking at the spawn, you can just sit out and play the entire time.
It's oof.
I think that this probably falls under C.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll give it a C.
Yeah. It just doesn't scale very well.
It does not scale at all.
And if they're set up, you pretty much can't get in. It's one of those things, like once you lose the point and base control,
Yeah,
it's kind of over.
it's
There's
true.
no regaining it.
Mm-hmm.
But until then, it can be alright.
Let's stop back at Middle Northern.
Oh, also they normally have a max on each entrance.
That too.
To the point.
That's true, yeah. I haven't really thought about that, but that adds up.
Yeah, if the attackers ever get control of the L shape, it's really difficult to do anything. Middle Northern. I'm gonna
actually
jump
like
out
this
here
base.
because I want to see
I
this
like
base.
I like this base.
Oh
Out of the
yeah,
most
this
I
is
love
where
this build.
Effect and I fought the other one of my streams.
Yeah. I made them all switch to LA and it still didn't work.
Yeah, that was good.
Ah yes, this one.
So the fucking
Yeah.
amazing teleporter spawn.
Illusion of choice.
It really is. It's exactly what it is. Okay, I will give them credit. It's nice to be able to have cover like this, and you do have some cover from air to ground, at least on the point itself. It's not insanely good, but it is something.
But those
Yeah,
wall
you have
things
to work
are
a
good
lot. You have to work a lot harder to air.
Right, right. And vehicles are like non-existent fighting against this. There's pretty much nothing you could do except for be up there, and that's kind of stretching it. So
It's a little bit small for really big fights, but for medium and small, it's great.
yeah, for medium and small, this is great. This is like a B tier base for me.
Yeah, his easy B tier.
Yeah, I think the way the space works is at a certain pop, they'll stop going upstairs and they'll start just going downstairs and doing whatever. I don't care. So it kind of keeps it from getting too congested up top.
Right, right.
They just funnel into the road, or they don't leave the vehicles and bystander effect the fight into a decent spot.
All right. We are quite literally majority in B tier right now. It's crazy. Whispering Pass. Wow, when's the last time I fought at this base? Holy shit.
Whispering ass.
I gotta take a look at this one.
This is actually not that bad.
Oh, yes.
Then there's this wall here.
The
the
fucking Wall
biggest-
of Doom.
Oh, you wanted to go short? Too bad. Yeah, I don't know.
I
Card
mostly
hates
like
this
this base. I think attackers have a rougher time here. There's not like really good spawn locations.
Farming R18 base.
Dude, yeah. I was farming out of my gourd at this base, like, it was probably 4 months ago by now, but it was a while ago.
Very interesting, this whole like bridge section just kind of covering half the base.
Oh yeah, this is where that one guy lost a 1v1 versus Dead Man Reborn. I forget what his name was. But he got banned.
It's the
no.
guy who swapped faction to TK me 4 times and got banned the next morning.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I think at least from the defender's perspective, I mean, it's not even that far of a run, but if we come out here, air to ground, maybe a little bit of a threat. I don't
It's
care
kind
about
of
the vehicles at
sitting on, like,
all.
They're pretty pushed up.
Right.
Yeah, but if it's
Um,
50-50, the spawn room
yeah,
looks a
that's
lot
true.
worse than it really is.
There is a lot
For
of
some
cover
reason.
here too. Like a surprising, like even this section, you can peek, you can get information, you can see where they're at and then move up. Got a little bit of
You
cover to
know, it was
work
48
with.
If it was 48 v 48, do you think this base is playable?
Oh no, 0%
Playable?
chance.
I don't
No,
know.
no,
I
no,
think
no.
it's actually okay.
If this is 48 v 48 or any like the high type fights, you're just gonna have the attackers sitting where I'm at right now, camping the spawn.
Yeah.
That's the
annoying.
problem.
Sometimes.
That's
they
the
don't always
problem.
make it that far. I think the fight actually ends up being over the powerhouse more often than not.
Yeah, I think you did right.
It probably
Because you can
averages out to
Get in
that.
the powerhouse.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is from the attacker's perspective, you don't have a flank, or excuse me, from the defender's perspective, you don't have a flank from the spawn room. You come out from the spawn and you have to come straight this way. So the attackers were just going to sit here, and then yeah, they might trickle backwards a little bit if they get pushed out, but
Yeah, the only real
this is-
flank here is like impulsing up to the bridge and aiming down.
I've never. Can you
Right.
jump over the left side wall to short? Is that possible?
over here,
Does that take 10 years off your lifespan?
It takes
trying
10
to?
years, but you can.
like this one.
If you go over
Yeah,
like the
okay,
mountain.
so it just takes 10. I mean, my biggest
Yeah,
gripe's always been like you just can't go short. I mean, I guess if you can do this, odds are someone's on the roof and will probably shoot you. But
right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can get away with going short, it's very powerful in this game. 'Cause no one watches short.
You know what we need? We need a instead of an umbrella, we need a hollow light ramp that you could use, and you can shoot through it, but you can't. You can walk on them,
You want
so
a
it can't be
deployable
acted as
jump pad.
covered. Yeah, that too.
They had those at one point. For like one of the missions or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be so
Yeah,
funny.
the LA is a class that didn't need it.
But no, this base is a lot less spawn campy than it seems, as long as the pop is even.
Sure,
That's true.
sure.
That's
So if we're falling in that category, then yeah, I guess we could say that all three sizes would play fine then, if it's even.
Yeah.
So do
Yeah,
we
once
want to
it's
give
not
this a
even,
B?
It's pretty bad.
It's redeploy if it's not even.
Yeah.
I've had B tier fights here, but I can see I would be okay with it going lower if that's.
I
the
think this is
consensus.
closer to a C than a B.
I
Well,
would.
we-
I could be
Now
convinced
that I
to
saw
B.
the jump to short,
Oh,
I would
one
be
other
okay with a B.
consideration.
What's that?
Go straight up. There is a beacon. Oh no, not that. straight up.
Not again.
We're fine. We're fine. Don't worry.
We are halfway under the bridge.
You may want to get out.
Okay.
Bro, how do you do this?
Very, very carefully.
There are magnets in the top. Anyway, that tree, you can just look from the ground. You can, in fact, place a spawn beacon in that tree and land on the powerhouse.
Oh, yeah.
Freaking.
That's
So-
love that.
It's wedged. I don't think I can get it out.
That's fine. You just redeploy and reset. Master
Okay.
Bob video base. I
That
think it
Master
is.
Bob video goes hard.
Yeah.
Is it recent? Did I miss that?
Nah, it's probably almost a year old now.
I forgot.
In the small fights, this base does go kind of hard.
I got it. I'm the best. Number
Oh my
one.
goodness, that's crazy. All right.
No one's better at getting their boundary unstuck than I am.
Final conclusion: B or C with that one.
I'm okay with B.
Have any votes? I'm voting B for that.
Judging even, 50-50 even, yeah, it's true.
I'm
Okay.
With B. I think that's fair.
Three Bs.
Let's-
DJ,
I like B.
good for you. All right. And that was Whispering Pass.
Yep.
Oh well, it's another fucking warp gate base that we never get to play at.
Yeah,
I
I don't
play
think
it.
I've ever been here in my life.
I've played all these Hossin bases a good bit at the warp gate because
Yeah. Same.
I log on to hold it down against 96
Yeah,
plus
yeah, that's what you got to do.
Australian players. and,
True.
You know, they love the warp gate.
Do.
Love the warp gate.
SRP Nanite Relay Station. Oh, is this the
Shift is no joke.
This is the cave one.
the cave one? Yeah.
This is like kind
Um,
of cool and stuff, but it does not play as well
Yeah,
as
yeah,
it.
my bad.
Yeah.
Gonna have to take a look at this one.
Simulator, what is infravision needed?
Oh
Yes.
yeah. What the hell's going on over here?
Like, look at these
Immersion.
corners.
It's leaky,
Just
bro.
look at
Fix
these
it.
bushes, man.
Yeah.
If you're sitting like
Dude,
back
find the bush
here,
you can crawl through.
nobody can ever see you.
No, find the little hidey hole you can crouch. Here it is. Yeah, you're just looking at it.
Right here?
You can run through this little.
Yeah, this.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, interesting.
Yeah, that one's a
Goofy
real
little
fun
flank
one
spot.
to push through.
Always
Full
vehicles
flank
here?
Yeah, you can drive Sundays and lightnings in here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No
Also,
way
look
you're
straight
stopping
up,
that.
There's a peephole at the top you can get shot by light assaults from.
Yeah.
I see
Just like that
stalkers up there
Ocean
all the
base.
time. There's also
Mhm.
like lots of little like places in the walls for light assault to be tucked away in.
This is just a goofy ass base.
It is.
Like this is a infravision required base.
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
absolutely. Every time I fight here, it tends to be like you're holding off on this triple stack and you're fighting people coming from the teleporter side or the spawn side, I guess, and then the teleporter side.
Yeah, this base is not good, but I've made a lot of people mad at this base, so I like it.
Okay, so vehicles, we know that that's somewhat problematic, at least on the point. And air to ground.
Air to ground is really obnoxious if you're out here.
If you're out
If
here,
they're, like,
yeah.
lots
In the
of
point
places
itself,
very
it's not a
close to
problem.
annoying. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. I think this is a C.
I'd give this a C tops. Wouldn't go
C
higher.
with infra.
C with infra.
See with them for
Put an asterisk next to it. Next to it. Where does the attackers go from? Where do the attackers typically have their buses at?
So if you're pushing from the warp gate, it's always
Over here. Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes they'll like try to get some buses over in the hills to the west here. You'll see them like up in these rocks here.
I feel like usually this base is getting attacked from the warp gate.
Oh.
Bro, do I need to log in?
Get your face.
What's going on here?
Annihilated by the tree. That's okay. We can pull from.
Sorry, it's not a dervish.
Nervous might be worse.
I am not covering the construction sites. Those
We
are
can just cover
all
of them at
across the
once.
board.
They're all just
D.
D.
They're
Yeah.
all-
Construction site?
yes,
Yeah.
they're all
They're
D.
They're all the same.
I know,
Yeah.
but I don't
Generous.
care. I
There's a little
don't
bit of
care.
variation here or there, but overall, yeah, D for construction sites.
They are just bad. I know. Some people will say that.
I've talked to DJ about it. I remember, like they need like elevators on the side to go up on top, and then they need like
Yes.
little shutters to look down at the catwalk
Yes.
to keep them in check.
Yes.
They
You
do.
need to have something from the top. You
If
cannot
you can
have
keep the
this
catwalks
free
in
base.
check, instantly 2 tiers up. I
Right.
guarantee it.
Yep.
The vehicles.
Well, then if you get rid of the vehicles, then it's like 2 tiers
True.
up again, and you have a good
Now
base.
you put a biolab over it, S tier.
We just talked about that earlier. Just slap down the fucking entire base. Just cover it with a dome.
And FFN sites, that's true.
Go to Four Fingers. We're gonna go through the warp gate bases first. In fact, we're just gonna go through the
Walk
perimeter of the map.
Construction site, DJ. You hear the NC Max walking. What do you do?
Oh no, I don't know.
SRP.
I guess fight him and die, cause ego.
True.
4 fingers. Great little
Scrim
4v4
base.
skin base. But beyond
Do you
that,
guys know it's called 4 fingers because there's 4 bridges?
Oh,
That's
it used to
some-
be called the finger because I don't know. And they're like, wait, that's weird, and they made it 4.
The finger, huh?
Yep.
DJ, is
Uh,
it Dude in FedEx?
I think.
With first TR character, he is, but he does have B54A character. Did we put SRP at D or C? C, I think, right?
see, yeah.
All right, Four Fingers. I've only gotten to fight at this base a few times.
It's fun.
It can be fun, yeah.
The
The
spawn room
problem
is really
is-
weird.
The problem is that the triple stack has this like looks over most of the bridge except for this one over here.
Yeah, I'll jump out here real quick and take a look.
Has
Because I
a,
think the
terminal.
point... It does have a terminal. That's true. Interesting. Wow, they put cover over the point. Look how hard that was to do.
That would not
That's,
happen on Endor.
Impressive.
Providing cover against air to ground, that should be a crime.
Yeah.
It was when they made Endor. This base is good. The biggest downside is the southeast side, like the defender side. It's
What,
kind
the
of
bridge
chaotic.
and
It's a bit of a
everything?
mess. Past the bridge, like getting around back there is archaic. There are a bunch of rocks and cliffs and stuff between the spawn room and the bridges. This
sure.
never gets fought over ever. I've
Yeah.
never been here before.
Yeah, I can see
It's
that.
definitely
Yeah, I didn't
very
even know
rare.
there's a generator.
Yep.
The
I just noticed
generator,
the garage
this
thing, too.
random section. What the fuck is going on here? This is super weird. The prefab vehicle gate with the
There
two
should be a teleport
towers.
effect over here, but it isn't.
Absolutely. Well, it should, like, I don't know what it is about the developer. What is
That's
this?
where people put garages.
Wait.
Sundays.
They Frankenstein this.
This is
Yeah, that's
wild.
That's a Sunday spot, basically.
That's
Wow.
wild.
They actually
Okay.
mix and match that one pretty hard.
It's a warp gate base. No one's ever gonna fight it anyway.
I'll actually give them credit for that. Instead of just
Ship to
slapping
main.
down a prefab and calling it a day, they wanted to make that garage work.
Right. Yeah.
At least it's a
You can-
garage.
Over this area, it can be pretty good. This is maybe B tier.
This is probably
I
like
think
a. No, I think this is C tier just because
I gotta
it's.
go to see.
It can't be good for large fights. It can't be good for large fights at all.
If it had more mobility on the defender side, like if the teleporter and the spawn room were not so like stuck in the weeds, it feels like
It
be
is
much better.
really
Yeah,
weird.
that's a good way
The
to put it.
teleporter takes you way the fuck over here.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, you come out of the spawn room, you're like, I mean, imagine you're a new player. You get lost in this base, dude.
I still
Mhm.
get lost. I run from the spawn
Yeah.
room or the teleporter to the nearest like route to the point, and I get stuck on like bramble bushes. I get stuck on the tree roots. I get stuck on like rocks.
Imagine
Mhm.
not playing
It's
Light
just
Assault.
weird.
It
True.
shows the worst of Hossin pretty much in that regard.
Yeah.
That's a good thing it's a warp gate base. Yeah, I'm okay with C tier for this.
Yeah, give it C.
Because vehicles and air to ground, well, air to ground is probably a bit of a problem from time to time if the fight gets a little bit larger, but vehicles I can't imagine are doing anything in this particular base. Okay. South Gate checkpoint.
This is an interesting one.
Yeah, it is.
Wouldn't go any higher than C, but it does have positives.
I like this base.
I gotta take a
Yeah.
look at this from the ground. This is too big of a fucking
Oh
base.
yeah, this is the 3-point. Okay.
This
It
is the
is one of those
3.1,
bases
yeah.
Where if you lose the main, I guess, A point, it's really hard to take it back. You pretty much have to distract them off by taking the other points, which
Right.
is viable. You can do
Yeah.
that here.
So,
For what it's worth, who plays on
teleporter,
B point in this base even?
Yeah.
This is a
I
great
never see B
teleporter.
point.
yeah. You actually have opposite side of the map
Yep.
base teleporter.
What the fuck? Teleporters do something?
I know.
Yeah, this gives you access to a terminal.
Yeah.
It gives you
Look at
access
that.
To C. It gives you an actual opposite direction flank on A. The spawn
Yeah.
room gives you access to B
Yep.
and one direction toward A, and then that kind of makes up for A having the high ground.
The
I
block
think this base
killer.
is actually pretty well balanced.
It is. This is
Except C point is like out here in another.
this is a
building, so
blob
that's why-
stopper base.
It is.
This is absolutely a blob stopper
True.
base.
Can't put everyone on 1 point. That's
Yeah.
for goddamn sure.
They will
Just-
inevitably stack on A, and you just cap the other base in the back, and it takes them so long to move off your spawn.
Right. And if you do manage, if it's small enough where you are fighting over A, there's a lot of cover up here. Like, not maybe against the air to ground as much, but infantry wise, like, look at this. The pathing to get to
Fighting
this.
that weapon terminal building is so good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now,
You have
small
little
fights,
lifts.
A
Small
little
fights
bit big for small.
50-50 or it's a little big for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make it work, but it's definitely a bit on the small, on the big side.
Most
for
of the
that.
time, you're pretty much just scrimming around A if it's a small fight.
Right.
B,
Yeah.
they'll own C.
Right.
To
It's
cover
really
up
good if it's a
blast
small
off.
fight and you have no pop, because then you're not going to save the base. You might as well just fight everybody blobbed up, and that's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Man,
Yep.
yeah, I don't even think I've ever seen B point. Look at it. It's so sad.
Yeah, it's so weird. So weird out here.
The most common thing I see over here is just a max inside that little room.
Yeah.
Go
That's
for it.
true.
But usually it's not defended too heavily, so go take
I
it
think
B.
this is a B.
Yeah, I'd give it a
Yeah.
B.
It fights well in the small fights because you can typically just fight over A.
Decently
And
thought out.
the medium-sized ones, you can have flexibility fighting the other points. Super large fights are pretty rare there.
That base
but-
does farm rage tells also. I don't know why,
Yeah.
but he's right.
It
It's
does.
true. That is suspiciously spot on.
We need to have a counter. You know, each base. Every time you get a rage tell, put a counter on the base and see if there's a base that historically has more
I
rage
think
tells than others.
I think it's because the Zerg players get worked up when they haven't capped the base after 4
Yeah,
minutes, and then you
that
kill them a bunch of times, and it's like, wait, this dude must be the reason why we haven't insta-capped this giant fortress base.
They're sitting there for the 15th minute in a row, wondering why they can't cap the base. It is the
Yep.
blob stopper, and also here's a big plus: you can pull aircraft from there. I think, or at least main
No.
MBTs. You can't.
There's
The
maybe
fuck
two
is this
different-
symbol
I don't
for?
know, but definitely not.
Isn't that
heavy
symbol
MBTs.
the like large tanks? I thought that was
Not
aircraft
anymore.
too, but
That just means it's a 3-point now. It
oh,
used to be the
okay,
case that towers had tank terminals, but now I don't even know if that's true.
okay. Well, I was wrong about that then. All right, I'm fine with putting that B tier. That is Southgate checkpoint.
I almost talked myself up to A tier on
Oh,
that one. That's a good
Here,
base.
we were talking about the light bridges.
Yeah, I knew there was another light bridge than on Ambush.
Yeah, Gijo mentioned it earlier.
You totally forgot about these. The reason I forgot about that, you can't turn these ones wise.
Yes.
You know, like whoever owns the base.
I've gotten a headache playing this base.
I do like the space overall, but it is quite a bit of visual clutter to try and sift through.
There are way
Lot-
too
lot of
many
angles.
angles.
Yeah,
There are a
lot of
lot of
When the fight
angles.
gets big, there's a lot of
Yes.
stuff going on. You
It's
cannot
true.
account for all of it.
Yeah.
On a smaller fight, it's nice because there's a lot of variety to choose from. Like jumping on this tree right here. This one that you see to your right.
Back over here?
that
Yeah,
shares
going
with the
around.
I think it's a chevron building, right?
Yeah.
What? It's so nice. Nice flank on the back of the chevron when they're holding there.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
You get a lot
This
of
is-
fighting over the chevron, and you get a lot of fighting, like, kind of in this underneath
Yeah.
area from time to time, if not actually around the L shape
The
itself.
elevator takes you straight to the balcony, if I believe, right?
It does.
Correct.
Yep.
That's
it does.
nice.
Yep.
It kind of incorporates the treehouse concept well. It doesn't just make it like jump pads up into Narnia. You actually like slowly transition into the base from the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The Sunday spots are okay. This is actually it's a good base. The biggest problem is just the angles as the fight gets bigger.
So many
Yep.
angles to deal
It's
with.
just, yeah.
And getting to point, the approach is not that good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's more
so I
attacker
feel
sided, I
if they're-
think.
Yes.
If the defenders are on the back foot, it's definitely a lot harder to get 2 point. But it is good for LAs.
Mm-hmm.
Close to the point pretty much right away.
Definitely an LA base.
Yeah. So it doesn't really fit well in the large size. It's fine in small, medium. I would probably say this is closer to like a 40-60 in terms of the balance for attackers versus defenders versus attackers.
Yeah, once you lose point and you get stuck on those stairs, it might as well be over.
Mhm.
It's true.
Ground
Yeah.
vehicles don't usually have too much impact. You can get over here on this left side. You can.
Air to ground's pretty bad.
Air to
Air
ground
ground is real
can
bad.
be
You're
rough
right, You're right.
because you don't have any cover up until the chevron, and if people are in the chevron, you're not going to push into them.
Yeah.
And there aren't many ways to get to the point. There's the staircase for defenders, the side
Yep.
staircase for either one, or the lift for attackers.
Right.
And the staircase is not defensible against aircraft.
There's always like a tank parked right there too. I don't know why.
Over here. By the
Yeah,
tree.
about right there.
Or like a Sunday pulled up.
Yeah, and then he like shoots you as you're going to the elevator, and you're just like, that's great.
Yeah.
This might
AJ
have
is
to be
exactly
C.
right. I think it's
Yeah.
C just
Yeah,
because,
for sure.
just like AJ said, it's a good farm base, but if you die as a defender, it's very hard to get back to the point, and that's exactly right.
Yeah, I think C is fair.
Right.
You can
Kestrel
get some
watch.
good elevator farming in though.
That's true. If you get to that point.
Playing duck hunt, as I dub it.
Let's see
You.
this.
Oh, they should purify this base and replace it with something else. Playing, actually, the last 2 times I was here, it was pretty fun. But
It's just like the same
If
thing.
you can get to the
point-
powerhouse.
if you get
Yeah.
to the powerhouse, you get to the main building, you're great. But
once they take
Mhm.
a point, it's cooked. You're done.
If
You have to jump down into the pit.
if they have a Sunder parked over by like the acid pools there, I'm just like, it's
Oh,
so
yeah.
much worse than if they park it by the powerhouse. It's just, who wants to play over here?
Yeah. This is
Who
really fucking
actually
bad.
enjoys this?
As
One of
long
the-
as you can get to the point before they get there, it's actually pretty okay.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's not good.
One of the times where height advantage just doesn't mean anything whatsoever.
like, hey,
Yeah.
we gave you height advantage, but there's also very low cover. You have to run down this open hill.
I will give this building props for the nice little staircase around catwalk.
It
to the right
does.
where
I'll
you're
go
looking.
showcase
I
that real
do like
quick.
that, yep.
Yeah.
Also,
that-
That
this
is
base-
very nice.
This is a very unique warehouse building. Look at the doors,
Yeah.
the big doors.
Right, you
There
got
are
the
no
big doors
warehouses with
here.
the big doors on the side. I don't think.
right. And
Yeah,
over
if you're ever,
here.
like solo fighting in this base or something, taking that stairs up catwalk while everyone's just kind of like AFK,
Oh, yeah.
alt tabbed or something on point.
Yep.
It's so strong being right here.
You can get some really good angles for farm here. You can deal with
Pretty right
people
angle
who
on
are
these
that.
guys, yep.
Yeah.
And no one ever bothers to come get you. So like you pretty much have to get ambushed.
Yep.
Oh, this is a staircase though, so that's a little annoying, but that's not that
Here.
bad.
I do think the one of the approaches that you'll
this
see.
right here,
Yeah, you don't see this get used ever, honestly.
Never. I never
Yes,
fight
this
down
is
here.
Extremely rare.
Yeah.
What even is that?
that is
It
the goop.
connects to the. Oh,
it's
yeah,
the
that.
goop. The goop containment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, this is rare.
Yeah,
Why?
They should encourage people to come down here, and then
I-
like you can.
They
That's
should
such
make a
ground
giant arrow pointing down, like that's where the point.
Maybe this base might just be so bad that I never even bothered with this, because that is like a good route.
Yeah.
These
If
stairs
you're
are
a
good for one thing, and it's head glitching them outside dumps.
That's true. That's very true. If you do, like, because this is just kind of a weird spot to fight over, nobody's gonna ever be down here. But at least if as you're the attacker, you can play this spot, watch there, watch over here, watch over here. This is a pretty solid spot to hold.
You know what I would love is go look downwards on the staircase there.
Yeah.
Is the teleporter, instead of taking you to Bufu fucking Egypt over there where you just get sniped, you
Take you, like, down
right
here
to
or
your
something?
Right there, they build a hallway teleporter, and
Oh.
the teleporter goes underground. You could take the stairs up into the point as well as a flank route.
Yeah.
That would might save the base.
It also
This
would
base
solve
definitely
issues
has
like
potential.
yeah. The one thing you see pretty often is to the east here, there's a big hill where vehicles like to sit. And to the north, there's also a hill where prowlers like to lock down and usually try to get down the hill. Not ideal.
Well, then it has the Gurney Dam effect, and it's just infiltrators on the sludge areas.
Yeah. Vehicles are problematic every once in a while. Air to ground, it's very problematic if you're a defender. It's really hard to get to the point from the spawn if there's any level of air there.
Yeah, once you're out of that base, you're out of it.
I think
C,
like,
maybe?
it can't be any higher than C.
Ooh.
It'd be low C.
Do we
but
give it to D?
It has potential enough for, like, as in not to change, but the fights there can be okay.
Yeah, I don't want to go any lower than C.
If we go off for the
Okay.
metrics, yeah, minimal vehicle gameplay except for the Sunders off to the side, I guess, and minimal air to ground, but it's still prevalent against the defenders. It's definitely more attacker favored, I think. But I'm fine with
It
C.
is.
I'm fine with
It
C for
scales
that.
miserably, but the small fights.
It
can be okay.
does. What was that? Mulak Foundry
Or
or Purification Site?
Purification's what it is.
Purification.
Foundry's where we're going next.
I kind of like Foundry.
I do.
Like Foundry, yeah.
The teleporter is actually pretty underrated.
It is
Foundry.
good.
If this is the base I am thinking, right? Yeah, it is.
It's a short distance, but it's a big enough change that it's useful.
Yeah.
It's a different set of angles. The spawns are also decent. Like attacker spawns.
Yeah, this
Gets a
an
little
annoying
stale
thing.
on the catwalks or whatever.
Just the
going towards
infos
the
and
base.
harassment on this
Yeah.
back hill.
Yeah.
The one big problem is ants can get inside
That's true.
Point.
Oh.
and just sit there.
Yep.
Oh, this is another side warehouse. I thought there was just one.
LA's like to sit up on top of those
Smokestacks.
pillar things inside.
Oh,
like
yeah,
the
up
weird-
there.
yep.
Yeah.
I think you tend to see buses on both the double stacks up to the north and the
Yep.
south, west. So two
Ammo
avenues
tower,
of
too.
approach. Ammo tower, yeah, over here.
So they're not the worst possible locations for spawns, but they don't have too much cover.
Yeah, there's like
Also
no cover for
underrated
them.
is the below downstairs.
Yeah,
There is
which you
a-
very rarely see people fight down there.
Nope, no one ever hangs out here.
Yeah.
Infil's
you
maybe the ones
even-
that go to hack the terminal?
You can't get to the point from there. You have to the left.
Okay.
Yep. But I mean, normally you can find a way to bait them to come down these stairs and fight, interact with
Oh.
you.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So you have to go from this way. Okay.
It's like a B tier base to me.
Kinda what
I
I'm
can see that. Because the points, there's a lot of cover on the point itself. So vehicles, except for the the random ant that gets in there, vehicles and air to ground doesn't really do too much against the point itself. And I guess when I fight at bases like this, it tends to be, sometimes even with even pop, it tends to be the attackers are licking the spawn.
It's
just
also
wish
another
that
case
there
of vehicles
was-
being parked up on the hill. They can't
Yeah,
do that in this
yeah,
base.
that's
That
true.
is
If
not
you
an
lose,
op-
if you lose the
yeah.
point, and it's convincing, it's pretty hard to get back on the point.
That
Right.
is true.
That being said, I will pre-fire this base. If I see pop coming, I'll come here and wait a
Yep.
second. Like I won't wait for the fight to start. I'll show up early.
Right.
Because that's
That
the
makes
best part of
sense.
the fight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
I do wish there was more cover out here as well for against air to ground. It's just
Right. If
sparse.
you there should be cover around this whole area. Because it's not like you're going to be, you know, head glitching on these railings and then shooting into the point. You might slow them down if they're pushing from the outside, but even with all these different doorways and entrances you can come from, which is nice, it still is a bit of a funnel. So as the fight scales up, more doors are being watched, it's harder to flank. And if you're coming out too, like people will be sitting on this bridge, shooting over into here. Lots of bolters, lots of battle rifles, lots of people on the rooftop as light assault bolters. That's very common. To me, this feels like it's closer to C tier just because it is way more attacker favored, I think.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards C because I forgot about look at the spawn room and then look up and left. That's the prowler.
Oh, yeah.
location.
The
Oh,
second
yeah.
you mentioned vehicles, it kind of does.
I
Yeah.
forgot about that. That
Right.
happens most of the time. I'd say
Yeah.
C.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think probably another C is fine. Shame. Okay, next up.
All right, Mulak
Yeah,
Foundry
Ghost
is
Chain
down.
Some guy.
I know who that is. I forgot though.
Who's who? Sorry.
It's Tyrex, I think, actually.
Shane Diesel.
I believe that is Tyrex, yeah.
Roger.
You.
All right,
Cool.
Nettlemeyer Gardens.
The
Another-
point, you, anything that's not the
Okay,
point,
I
it's
quote
alright.
unquote like that.
Another 50 on the teleporter tier list.
Yeah.
Exact
Honestly-
opposite.
Good though.
It's like
Yeah.
an S tier teleporter. It's
It's
just
not
the
an
base
illusion of choice, at least, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Illusion of difference, maybe.
Fights here. I part of me wants to agree with Hefty. I wouldn't put it A tier, but
I definitely would not go as high as A tier.
do you think that you deal with many vehicles or air to ground here?
Not as many
depends.
as some other bases. Sometimes you'll see like lightnings on this
Right.
over here.
Yeah.
Usually that's not the problem.
It's usually not the big problem. Yeah, it's like vehicles. Their impact is not that huge. Air to ground is obviously always going to be impactful.
I think the worst case with this space is infiltrators.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Because
Yeah.
there's
That's
too
for
many
sure.
long sight lines. Otherwise, I don't think I ever have like a big problem with these spaces. If it's a big even fight, it's okay. If it's a small even fight, I'm alright. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
It's
Two
like
biggest gripes is point, eye check simulator.
Yeah.
yeah, this is a. If you want to attack the point, you need information.
Yeah.
There's so
And then
many
if you were
rats on
to-
there.
Yeah, and then all these. Look at this. Like, look at this.
Yeah.
Look
What is this
at it.
angle?
Look at it.
Get over
Dude,
here, too.
imagine getting bolted from this spot right here.
Oh,
Dude, I log.
new 2KD tactics just dropped, boys. And then
Testing
if
point
you,
up there too.
if you run towards
Yeah.
the Sunder garage, the stalemating over here is kind of boring.
Oh,
in my opinion. I'm not
yeah.
a big fan over here.
It can be a little rough for
Playing
sure.
around the building, sure, but like right where you're walking, it's just like close my eyes and hope for the best.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I kind of like the stalemating fights because the way I play, I just like show up, peek the corner, and then I kill people, and like I either
Yeah.
win the fight or I lose the fight. There's not really a lot of flanking to be done, which sucks, kinda. But I don't know. I'm okay with that.
If you can make it to the Sunder garage, and it all's well. But
I like the space. I'd say it's a B.
I do like it, but I'm not going for A. I'm going for B.
I think the visibility on
There's
point
no
makes
way
it
it's A.
makes
Not
it
with
not.
the
I know
point.
it's not an A point.
Not with the
Or not an
point.
A. I think it's B. I think it's totally fine to put it at a B.
I'm sorry, Hefty.
Nettlemeyer Gardens.
We just aren't as good as you, Hefty. I'm sorry.
No, that's false.
Bonus points for Treekin though.
Yeah, huge Treekin capabilities. Nettlemeyer Gardens.
don't
I mean,
know,
for what it's
actually-
worth, B point in this game is not actually that bad.
B is pretty good, yeah.
I'd put
Or
the
B
last
in this
base
game.
as high B. Like
I could
Net-
go, I could
Nettlemeyer?
go for,
I'm thinking the criteria again, like small fights is 50-50, because not 50-50, it gets pretty skewed, but
Right.
it's infantry balance issues that make the base bad.
Right,
Small
right,
fight, It's
right.
good. Really big fights, it's pretty
It's
good
not
too.
even that bad, yeah, because typically they have two garage sunderers, one on each
Yeah.
side.
The
and you-
problems really only show up when it's like either skewed in one direction, or you're playing around the point, which is pretty rare. the visibility is not that good. So I'd
I
say
Yeah.
would say the garages are a little exposed. You get really
They
exposed on the
are.
sideline.
Yeah.
If the teleporter didn't exist, that base would fucking suck ass. But because it
Sure.
does have the teleporter, it makes it so much better.
Before
Speaking
we
of-
begin,
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say you're guaranteed to see a motion spotter when you come to this base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on point.
I despise this base.
So if you don't have what's that implant called?
Sensor shield.
Sensor shield.
Yeah.
Redeploy.
That is true.
Bases, get shot running across the open from your spawn, or get shot after you land in the little 2-foot wide cubby.
Yeah.
I would agree with the philosophy where it's you hold it until they take over the point.
Yeah.
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 Makes
If
or breaks
they-
a session
if
is
they're-
true.
If they're on point, your only option is to be playing light assault and then Icarus drifting into the top of the building here, but then there's no cover.
Also,
Yeah.
If they have a
name
light-
one time this was a 50-50 fight.
It's
can't.
never. It is never 50. It is the like, I don't know what it is about ghost cappers. I always run into them at this base
Yeah.
in particular. It's
Mhm.
always this base.
Mosquitoes.
Yep.
Mosquitoes on a light.
The only reason this base will ever be 50-50 is because you've been farming the 1 to 12 on the off-continent lattice for the last 30 minutes, and they gave up, and now it's 50-50. Like,
If it is 50-50, I swear to God, you're pushed up to their Sunder garage.
Yeah, every time. Every time.
Cause as an attacker, look at everything you gotta run to.
Well,
get
the
to this thing.
defenders are much closer. It is a bit more
Dude.
defender heavy as long as it's a 50-50.
It's like, all right, we gotta go up a staircase, and then another staircase.
Yep.
yeah, the point holders
it's
salivate
so
over this
open.
one.
Yeah.
Because it's
I
a
li-
square building, you can throw 100 resonates in
Look at
and
their
hide.
sad attempt to make it less open.
I don't know. This base kind of blows.
Yeah, no, I think we all agree with this. This is, to me, this is it cannot possibly be anything higher than C tier, but I would almost
C
lean
is
towards
pushing
D
it.
tier for this.
Yeah, C is
I'd say it's
pushing
D
it.
tier, and it's very fitting that it's shaped like a pyramid because it is the bottom of the pyramid holding up the other bases. It is a
True.
D tier.
If there was a Hossin base that deserves a D tier, fucking put the ziggurat there.
And you're right, Hefty. We are only rating on bases based on 50-50 pop, but you got to remember we're scaling it to small, medium, and large fights. And if it's 50-50, it's going to be more defender sided, which means that by default this drops down a tier since we are wanting bases that are closer to attacker and defender equilibrium.
Yeah, it's,
So that-
it's one of those bases extremely hard to push into if the defenders are they're already there.
Yeah,
Speaking of
I'm
extreme cringe,
D tier ziggurat.
This base
Wait,
makes me sad because I want it to be good.
I want it to be good too, but it's
oh,
just
I was
not.
thinking of a different one for what it's worth. But
You get pinned in the spawn of this base way too easy.
Yeah. Yes, I
if
get-
you can somehow find
Stupid.
yourself in the generator room and they want to push generator, it's a good time. But
Oh, the
otherwise,
awful spawn, by the way.
your
Yeah.
choice of getting shot by vehicles on the left side or getting sniped on the right side.
or,
Take-
or
Are
the,
you gonna
see.
take the blue pill or the red pill?
Check out this angle you got here. That's pretty good.
Our losers camping spawn in 70%. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Funny enough, I do see that a lot.
This reminds me. Okay, what was the base just a few bases ago? Mulak Purification? No, Murloc. One of the other ones we just did. Mulak Foundry. This is just a worse Mulak Foundry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
yeah, easily worse.
It's Mulak Foundry without a teleporter, with more ways to camp the spawn, and with less on the other side of it.
Yep.
I just don't
better
understand why they
better
have that
angles for
tower
ground
there.
vehicles. 'cause you
Yeah.
can
Oh,
get
holy
tanks
shit.
over
Yeah.
here.
Like, it's like, oh, you wanted to push the left side of the building? Oh, well, there's a bridge and a tower that 7 infills are all fucking
Yeah.
sitting on. Thanks, dude.
Yeah.
Get infos on these bridges. All three
Yeah.
of these bridges will have
Buses
ultimates.
get inside the space every fight without fail because
Yeah.
the opening does not stop you at all.
I think this is an. I am willing to put this at D tier
Easy.
for
Yeah.
sure.
Easy to do, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The only saving part of it is small fights where people don't know how to cheese it and make it awful. are
Right.
playable.
Right. That's the reason why I can't put it
It
in
is
F
playable
tier.
small fights.
I was watching
Zot's
Effect
ag.
stream like 3 weeks ago, and he showed up this fight, and the infantry seemed okay, but then he started getting bulldogged from some random passerby, and it's like, okay, well, this base is just awful, so that's what
It
you
was
get.
it was 3 liberators who were just
Oh, that's
like-
right.
like near like
It's
flight
your
selling,
turn to
shreddering
get
me and
bulldogged.
bulldogging me. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, you guys got nothing better to do. You can't go go to the middle of the map and fight the R18 vehicles there with your shredder liberators.
Yeah.
That's a D.
All right, D tier. We can skip the biolab. We have Zot's North Garden next.
One little side note about this biolab, it has this extra air pad
Oh,
for
that's
reasons.
interesting. Didn't know that was there. Huh.
It'd be kind of cool if it went inside and might shake things up a little bit, but yeah, I guess not.
Yeah. This is fucking awful base.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, this is
terrible base.
Yeah, I don't interact with this
Vehicles all along here. That's really cool. Air to ground, all in this area. No cover whatsoever.
And you don't like the head glitching deploy Sunday with Cobalt,
No,
like,
I
Oh, yeah.
don't.
That's the perfect height.
This is an
wall.
F tier.
yeah.
This is an F tier base.
And
No,
how
this
building
is
that doesn't
F.
even get
This is
used.
F.
It
Or
might
any
be
sort of
F,
powerhouse.
Yeah,
There are
this is
no
definitely
redeeming qualities about that
Yeah.
base
Yeah, you
whatsoever.
don't even make it to the powerhouse. You're right. If we used the powerhouse, it'd be at probably at least a D.
Dude. Switch the generator or switch the teleporter to the powerhouse.
Yeah, seriously,
Or at
do
least put it
something.
in the powerhouse, I should say. Yeah. How awful.
That is an
Or give us
F
a
tier base.
teleporter, or like give us another port.
Just do something to straight up block vehicles from driving into point.
That
look
too.
At those
Give more
buildings.
cover for air to ground.
Look at those small buildings that I don't know what to call. They
These
don't have,
ones?
You can't go into those. Those
Yeah.
could be like another way to get out of the
Yeah.
spawn, but no, you
Right.
have to go out in the open.
Yeah.
You
They're both closed.
You come around here and maybe you get a flank on the powerhouse a little bit, but then
Oh nope, they put
then
boxes
what?
there.
Yeah. No, you can jump up over this.
You can, but like
Umbrella to play below
the
stairs,
map
yo.
designer decided that they didn't want that to be the case.
And they didn't
Because I
think to
don't
put-
think jumping over these boxes was considered when they made the map. Because I don't know if you could actually jump over that.
Yeah, you
if
can.
they
Of
wall-
course,
You can,
can.
but I mean, I don't know if they considered wall jumping when they put those there. I
Oh,
think they're like, okay, let's stop flanks and put boxes here, is what I mean.
Do they ever consider wall jumping?
no.
Probably now they would if they had any
Okay.
clue what they're doing.
Yeah.
But I think this was designed before wall jumping was like widely known.
The second
then
vehicles could head glitch on
this,
the point, this
this.
base's fate was sealed.
It's so bad. Yeah, no, that's an
And then-
easy F tier.
Yep,
Holy
and
shit.
just the sheer number of bulldog locations.
Yeah, why not? Why not, right?
This
Oh,
entire
man.
mountain ridge. Can
This
be
is that
have-
one lattice from Amherst, except instead of all F tier, it's all D tier. Although, what is this one? This one's an F tier.
Oh yeah, instead
that's
of all
F
D
tier.
tiers, all F tier
Yeah.
here, yeah. All right. Do you want to go? I guess do you want to do the whole perimeter and then go inward after that, or how do you want to do
Yeah,
this
yep.
effect?
Yeah, let's do that. We'll do a full loop around.
Okay. Bridgewater Shipping Yard. Let me put that fucking stupid ass map.
Rim base, 10v10
Rim base.
base.
Oh god, this
I did
place.
not enjoy my Actually, you know what? Compared to other 10v10 maps, I'll take it. I'll take
This
it.
we play the 66 sometimes too. I kind of like it.
This is a-
I'm talking about live. I like it.
There's some
Horrendously
nasty spots
bad
You can sit.
1 to 12 base.
Yeah, a lot of spots. It
Lots of
scales up
info
better though.
locations.
Hmm.
It's more fun in the warehouse.
Ground vehicles can get over here. They won't have a ton of impact, but they can be annoying.
I just want to say, in 10v10, when they sat on that ledge with a hard light barrier,
Head
absolute
glitch.
cinema. Peak gameplay.
Logs behind the spawner
I
again.
enjoyed my
of
time
course.
playing.
Oh yeah,
10v10.
screw that, dude.
But as a live base, a lot of options, which is nice.
It does. It does have a lot of options. You tend to see what because the Sundoors come over here on this side, I think, right?
They use the lifts over here to get up.
Yeah.
Yep.
There are some rat spots, but it's not that bad.
Guaranteed infills normally.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely a huge info base. There's just
Yeah.
so many locations. There's 3 ways to get up mainly.
I don't know what to rate this.
It's like a low C, high D, honestly.
I'm going C.
I like C.
I'm fine with C.
I wouldn't call it a
Yeah.
D. I think
To
it's
say,
pretty
yeah,
playable.
Yeah, it wouldn't be right.
It's
just
1
not
point
ideal.
and it is pretty exposed, so like you're gonna struggle against the underground.
Absolutely. Infantry, it's pretty decent cover though,
Yeah.
but vehicles kind of ruin that, obviously.
It's surprisingly
Soccer.
on point. Like if this was an arena, like the walls were like an arena, and it was like a TDM 6v6, pretty sick map, honestly. I do like
Yeah,
the inner.
I can see that.
It's
Even
It's
just-
like your own
even
little
just
version of
this.
Shipyard in COD.
Right, like even just this sort of enclosed area, you know, you have the gates or the openings in the wall, but pretty much what you're saying. There's a lot of cover here. It feels like an arena shooter type map.
does. It's
Not
what
that
they
bad.
failed to do with the ziggurat,
Yeah.
pretty much. It actually feels like there's a lot of good cover to move around.
I think this
Warehouse
is
fun
fine.
too. I like the
Mhm.
open walls.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
the warehouse has a lot of actually has some variety in it.
Yeah. I'm okay with C. I think C is totally fine for this. It's hard to go lower, and it's definitely harder to go higher.
Yeah. I think
So C
probably
is totally
best.
fine. Bridgewater.
This incomplete bridge. I guess it collapsed.
Fall Bridge.
Which
Ah,
one is this again?
it's a
Fallbridge
bridge that falls.
Chemical.
Oh wow.
I like it. It's kind of like that one Mulak swamp base where your spawn room is way up high,
But it's better.
but it's better. There's actually a lot of this base was definitely constructed. Someone made this base.
Okay.
I feel like this area probably does not get used.
Yeah.
Not really, no.
You have to
Not
come
really,
this
no.
way. And
Oh yes. Fall Bridge, of course. It gets its name very, very well when you're coming from spawn.
And then of course we have the classic.
Because I'm chugging a
point
med
wall
kit
building.
on my way back every time.
Yeah.
'Cause
yeah,
I'm not waiting to go all the way down
Not-
those stairs.
Not a huge fan of the point itself.
I don't
but
like this.
It's the what is it? The construction.
It's
whatever
the
they're
construction
called,
beta
problem.
buildings. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is just
There
a
is the
weird
terminal over
staircase
here.
thing here.
Wait, there's an elevator.
Yeah.
Wait, mine
This one
has
goes
med kits
down.
For no reason. Oh no.
for the defenders to get down quickly without breaking their legs.
Just on the one side, though. By the way.
Just on one side. Yeah. It would make sense to have two. It's
It
expensive.
is pretty neat. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, it just becomes the construction site beta base.
Yeah.
It's definitely better with small fights. Big fights, this base is really not
This
great.
looks
I prefer
awful.
walking back from this than a construction beta site for what it's worth, because it's a lot easier to at least get to the building without
Yeah.
taking two med kits or dying.
Right.
Well, what's rough too is you can kind of tell the base was designed. It's like almost kind of like a siege gameplay is expected when they designed this base, because that
Yeah,
one spot that
yeah.
you went through that was completely useless, like
Mhm.
that was specifically made. Someone's like, oh, people are gonna go here and do this, but they don't.
They don't. No.
It's just not how the base flows.
You're not gonna get that sort of combat in this area pretty much at all. Like
You
there's
gotta
just no reason for this.
You gotta make it like a 2 or 3 point base if you want them to actually interact.
That would
Yeah.
be cool. If
And
a
look
little
at-
bit of work and a 3-point would be neat.
Like there's I think a Sunder garage over here.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
both sides.
How's the 2 point base concept never been done, honestly?
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier.
Plausible, yeah.
No
I
map
kinda would like
has
to
it
see
right
the
now.
assault.
Literally a tug of war.
Yeah,
Right.
I think they might do something like that with the assault style facilities, Copium.
If they
What
ever do it,
facilities?
who fucking knows at
What?
this point?
They
What
said
facilities?
like a year ago they were gonna make the assault game mode or something where it's like more of a progressive a fight like along. Yeah,
I
we'll see
remember
about
it.
that one.
Yeah, the timeline's been a little shattered.
Yeah,
I think.
fishing by the way.
Alright, Halcyon Watch.
What fishing?
So Fallbridge is
good.
what, a C?
Oh, Halcyon Watch, my queen.
Probably a C.
Yeah, I'm thinking C for Fallbridge myself.
Fallbridge is seed for sure.
Halcyon
Halcyon
is
Watch.
okay.
It's just a better beta base.
What's the other one? A Hunter's Blind. It's kind of
Hunter's
like
Blind.
this one.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of these. It's really cool. The treehouse aesthetic.
I like the tree houses.
Like-
So
Underground kind of ravages these.
you can get some insane
That's
farm
true, though.
here as the defenders if you're controlling the lifts, because they don't really have any other way of getting up here.
Yeah.
And at least as the defender, you can Icarus over from, so this is the spawn. You can Icarus over to the main upper area. So at least as a light assault, you have a lot of navigability. And I just don't think the attackers have a great time unless they're actually actively controlling this right here. If you are, because I think they launched from like over there somewhere.
There's a lift under you.
Oh, under me. Okay.
Oh, wait,
yeah.
you're talking about a jump pad.
Yeah. There's this one right here.
There is a jump pad because
So
I don't know where the jump pad comes from.
It's like all the way over there.
somewhere over the hill. I think he's got it right.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've never
Yeah,
gone there, but- I
I'm
mean,
pretty
it
sure.
looks like it. Yeah, I've never been there, but well, you're dead.
No, I have to say fallen.
Just kidding. Oh, true.
Oh, safe fall. Okay.
Yeah, I do like this base.
It sucks how open it is in spots where you have to like run from point to point, you know, because it's kind of like split up into 4 different parts essentially.
Right. Right.
And you're just asking to get sniped, which obviously that's an infill problem, but
Right here.
Oh,
yeah, look at
I've never
that.
been here.
So
At least not
typically,
that I
what you'll
remember.
see is the Sunder will be here, and then you'll have this little lift that'll take you all the way up. And so what ends
That's
up
a nice jump
happening
pad.
is it actually doesn't stop you, by the way. So it always sends you into the wall over here, which
Yeah,
is
tap
funny.
your jump jet, you'll make it to point.
Yeah. So
I like that there's a little bit of both. Defenders and attackers both get something out of this.
yeah,
The downside is having that much open sight over the railings makes it kind of weird.
hmm
yeah,
There's also
they
not that
could
much
use a little
cover.
bit more walls.
Like around the center part of the base where the two halves connect, there's not as much cover as I wish there was.
A tier because no land vehicle. Yeah, like you never have to deal with vehicles at this
Facts.
base. Air to ground, a
Fortunately,
little
we
bit of a
have this
different
other kind of
story.
vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah, the air to ground
Wings.
makes it not A tier for me. I'd say it's B for that.
Yeah.
And like just this massive staircase, like I feel like there should be more cover in this area. Like there's some here.
hmm
But up,
One
once you
point,
get
by
up
the
that
way.
staircase, it's a little weird.
1 point.
Yeah, 3 points would be cool here too.
This
Yeah,
would
this
be
is
a
a base that definitely
very
needs
cool
2 or 3.
2-point base.
I wish there was
Look
a
how
little
defender
more cover
advantage
for
it
sure.
is. Like, look how long you have to go as. Let's say you're not LA. You're playing like a normal human.
Oh yeah, you have to go so far if you're playing heavy.
Look how far.
Yeah, but you do
Yeah,
have
they
the,
could,
the high ground on the head glitch railings the whole time.
Yeah.
Look
That's
at
kind of
this.
balances
Sniped.
Yep.
Yeah. I definitely think they could add like another point over here in the southwest corner with a building, more
Yeah.
cover.
Yeah.
Point.
Point
Building
here
there and put a B
maybe.
point, and
Dude,
put one up there, put a C point.
When you're like stalemated right on this giant staircase, this is where boys become men right here at this base. This is crazy right here.
There's some insane farm that can happen
Yeah.
both sides, attacking and defending.
This I building, it's so nice.
Yeah.
Put C point in one of these eyes, put B point over on the corner, and then leave A point, and see what happens.
Yeah.
We don't have a 3-point treehouse.
No.
Who would have guessed so many bases could be so much better if you just added more points?
B. I'm
'Cause,
thinking
I
B.
mean, we think that they could
That's
play
true.
worse. You never know. But I feel like it is something. It's nice to guide players, and I think
Yeah.
points can softly guide players in the direction you want them to go.
They lead to interaction pretty much.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
Like,
Oh, it's wow, it's
they also
weird.
don't
You
let them put all 80 of their platoon members on 1 point.
you put a that's precisely right, but you put a point in the tower at a tower base and all of a sudden it's much more enjoyable to fight at. It's weird how that works.
Speaking of towers, points not in the tower.
So we're going with B for that last base.
Yeah, and they can
I'd
see.
say
Okay.
so.
If there's
What if
more
they
cover
made
against
a-
air ground, it could move up to an A, but there just isn't.
Yeah, Matsuda Genetics. This is a oddly
pretty neat.
fun base to fight at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Each
usually
point,
have a pretty
each
good
point
time
is
here.
pretty much an adventure in itself.
That's true. You have fucking
That
random
one-
SA point down below.
Yeah, sadly, A point is not in the tower, but it's pretty close, technically
Yeah.
speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun fact: you can deploy a Sunday scout radar module in the tower and cover the entire base.
Very nice. It's that big.
It's
Oh,
that
yeah,
big.
it's
It covers a
150 meters.
very large radius.
Oh, yeah.
120, but yeah, it's gigantic
Yeah,
for
there you go.
reasons.
Yes, pretty
Who
much.
needs to
Do
be
I
an
want to play
infiltrator
by
for
the tower?
recon
Do I
make
want to
it
play by the
do
triple
stuff?
stack? You know.
Yeah.
You got
And what
a
you
lot
tend to
of options
happen,
these
like if you're defending this base, you often will just bring light assault and just go directly over to C point
Or pocket
or
flash.
B point and pocket flash
LA
too.
can impulse at any point here.
I like
Yeah.
the little infantry terminal outpost.
Yeah. Like over here.
Yeah. Air to ground gets a little goofier sometimes,
Ground
but
vehicles
it is what it is.
don't have zero impacts because they can hit the
Pointless
tower. but
watchtower base. That's good. It's pretty pointless. Oh, well, it's there so the other infills can shoot your infills when they're up on the pads.
Yeah.
Do they have jump pads around these towers?
I don't. think so.
Not on the towers,
What
no.
a waste.
There are
That would
no
be
jump
kinda
pads.
cool.
That is something
No,
this base kind of needs because it's a little awkward running from place.
it
What if there's a-
is.
If they had a jump pad from each air pad to the tower, and then a jump pad between all the towers, that'd be crazy.
That could
Yeah,
be
dude,
interesting.
that'd be,
Might be a little
God.
bit-
It might be
though.
really bad gameplay, not gonna lie, but it'd be fun.
I just want to be able to get over to this side somewhat safely, so then you can have
There's-
another couple of approaches to getting over to the B and C point.
Look at Sea Point Roof. There's a jump pad, landing pad for some.
Right here. Oh, hold on
Yeah.
a second. Put
Is
me
it-
over.
Oh, it's from the tower.
Put me on top. Put me
Yeah.
on top of the C point.
It's from the tower for
I
sure.
didn't know that was there.
I never noticed it. Yeah.
Oh
Hey,
yeah,
Dabs were
you're right.
listening.
Look at that. Okay, but so you have to get in. You have to get
It's
into
all-
this
it's
tower.
one-ways.
Yeah.
For what it's
Yeah.
worth, one way is probably fair.
Yeah.
That's nice.
This is a cool base. 8
Plus
points
the air to
underground,
ground,
which is kind of cool.
It's hard to make it A. It's kind of hard to make it A tier with air to grounding, but
Oh yeah, it's really hard to make this A tier.
definitely a solid B tier base.
I think it fits well into that category because you don't really have to
What
deal
does
too much
cover?
with vehicles, and
Yeah.
Well,
What's that?
Quote unquote cover.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
what else
Actually
is
make it
cover
into
for
the
infantry?
tower.
if you are defending like purely on ground, let's say for you did decide to play heavy assault, you don't want to go light assault. It's not that bad. Like you can take teleporter down, and you have a solid amount of cover leading up to each of the buildings. You know, yeah, there's the towers to deal with, but you can get control of the tower itself. You can come over here. You have walls to work with, and then you can literally just run like directly over here, for example. I don't think it's that bad. Just running without light assault.
Options.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Definitely B for me.
I'm
Definitely
at
be,
City Genetics. That works for me.
I do not shy away from this place.
Neither do I. It's a lot of fun to play at.
All right, time for Nettlemeyer's brother.
Oh
Hossin
man,
Biochem.
the
The,
less cool Nettlemeyer.
I don't know. This one, I like it. It's okay.
Hossin Biochem.
It's not perfect.
It's like, I don't know, it's the fact that like you take from main spawn or teleporter, you have to take the staircase pretty much.
Yeah.
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 And
I
they're
I guess you could try that secondary
From-
staircase, but most of the time
from
it's I don't know.
from the south, like there's not a lot of cover on point.
Yeah.
From the
This
south side, so
is-
defenders have a hard time holding us.
AJ is actually right though. This is the Zerg stopper. Every time we defend this base, the Zerg just stops and they get farmed. And the fight
Yeah.
tends to happen over here, right outside their Sunderer garage.
Controlling double stack is just it's key.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a Zerg stopper. The only thing about this base is I don't think it's a Zerg stopper for good reason. I think it's a Zerg stopper because the point is pretty unhealthy.
It is.
You are
Yeah.
super exposed to that one spawn
Mhm.
room,
Right.
and if you
right.
run away from that sight line,
Yep.
guess what? There's another
There's the
spawn
other
room.
one. Right.
No one's having a good time on point.
Yeah, the point is like, oh well, I guess I'm gonna have to deal with every single infiltrator ever.
Yep.
But then obviously, once you push them off the point, because you're just better, you take these double stack buildings, and they don't know what
They
to do.
can't do anything.
They can't kill you because it's a
Yep.
normal fight.
They yearn for the double stack.
They do.
So if the point was a little better, you could maybe give it A tier, but I think it's B.
Vehicles do become a problem. They will sit over by those rocks a little bit, so that is one thing that is a little frustrating.
Also, it scales terribly. Small
It
fights, I
scales
think this
so
base is
bad.
always pretty okay.
Yes,
Up
yes,
up to
yes.
20, like, yeah, 24 is kind of the maximum you want to be fighting at. Anything higher than that is pretty rough.
I might put this at C for that.
I think so too.
I could maybe see it going to mid-sized fights, but definitely not large.
The
I
problem
remember
though
we were
is that the balancing of attack versus defense is really heavily skewed towards the defenders.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
extremely
Well,
defender-sided.
Yeah, until it's weird. The higher the pop, the worse or the better the skew gets, but then it goes in the other direction. Like if it's 50-50 high pop, I feel like the attackers have the advantage because it's more likely the attackers can have people like sitting around in tanks or having aircraft that can shoot you, which much stronger favors the attackers.
And I like just like AJ saying, like I want to rate it higher. I have a lot of good memories fighting here, like early morning farms, but it's always like a small, no more than 24 people type fight. and that's where the bias is going to lead to. But if we're considering all the different scales, it's just imbalanced at every scale. It's defender, it's heavily defender sided. If it's lower medium pop, it's heavily attacker sided. If it's even high pop. So I think this has to be a C just based off of those metrics alone.
Yep.
Yeah,
Bonus
I think
points for
it's C.
Shrieking though.
Yeah, huge bonus
I
points for
remember we
Treekin.
were
High
up
C,
time
high C.
Fighting. We were fighting like a lot of people, and they ended up capping it because you know pop obviously, and we just kept Treeking down and being annoying. They orbitaled our
Nice.
That is class. That's when you know you got them good.
If they added a little bit more air cover and a little bit more, put a little bit more substance to the point at that base, it'd be a lot better.
For sure.
Yeah.
That was when we were making Connery characters for OW. Yeah, go figure Connery players did that.
Dude, Connery is something.
Oh, this
Aren't you-
base.
Aren't you excited when we merge into them?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess everybody I don't really feel like fighting is already on Emerald, so
Yeah.
that is kind of the best part.
might as well bring
I
Zerg
don't
too.
I'm not a fan of being on Connery server though.
Nah, aren't
That
we?
will not-
They're
if
merging
that
to
happens,
us.
I'm done.
No, they have
Yeah,
to
if
merge
that
to
happens,
East
I
Coast.
would-
There's no
I
way.
can't do it.
They have to merge to East Coast. There's no way they're going to West Coast.
Yeah. that'd
This
be
one's interesting.
ridiculous. If you can get into the building, I have a pretty good time, but
Yeah.
we can't see it because the generator is
Yeah.
obviously.
Another goofy
Yeah,
ass base.
I like the whole generator area. I like the two what are they, double stacks?
Yeah, the 2 double stacks. Yeah.
The little stack area is nice. I like fighting in this general area. Yeah.
I like the
Yeah.
concept of the generator and the shields and stuff. Maybe not exactly the way it works at the space, but I wish more bases had secondary objectives that mattered like that.
Right. Right.
Yeah, the generator is in the worst spot of all time.
It is,
That is
yes,
true.
it is in the
It's,
hole.
it's the fact that you can shoot through the shield.
Right.
Junk's just like shooting people trying to overload it. That's why he likes this area.
Absolutely. What do you
There's-
mean?
it-
I literally will sit in this base. I'll wait for pop. You know, like I'm just waiting down the lattice line, chilling for them. And then
Yeah.
when I see it start blinking, I just run out the door quickly, swoop in, then deploy.
Yeah, there have been some really insanely good farms here, though. Like if you get,
Yep.
it actually does scale really well with size, because what ends up happening is there's going to be buses over here, buses that are over here. I mean, you can have
You fight with
really
my
solid
vehicle
fights
generator.
here. Right. Yeah, the one over
Buses
there.
here, buses
Yeah.
underneath. My problem is this area over here. There is fucking
Yeah.
There's
zero cover.
no cover.
Yeah,
And this is the
that's
better
terrible.
spawn, believe
And if
it
you-
or not.
Well, yeah, you can come from below, but I do think the problem with it, if we take a look
Vehicles
at it,
typically, right?
it's exposed to vehicles.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
you
it depends
basically
on how the
have,
fight goes.
you basically are going to have trying to come up from here. Okay, maybe not as much with the vehicles unless they're
Well, this
somehow
side
like
isn't
right
that
here.
bad. The problem is that once you get out of the spawn and you go up these stairs, you're pretty much in the same place. You're just a
Yeah.
little closer. Like,
Yeah.
This isn't that bad, but if you even the infantry part of the base is a mess. Like you get out here and it's like, okay, well now you have guys on this side and you have guys on the main door. It's like, okay, you have to get there anyway.
The guys up
Pushing
top.
the building's really hard
Mm-hmm.
once
Like,
they own it.
Like regardless,
Like,
you
that's
have
a
to
head
come from this
glitch right there.
direction.
Yeah. Yeah.
Normally there's a guy who's ready to like swing on you to the left as well. Yeah, not a good time.
I feel like this
Typically,
is
I hang around the double stacks.
right. I feel like this is a C, just on
It's a
the
C for me.
Yeah.
just on the. There's a bit of imbalance on attacker and defender sided, and it really, it scales okay. Like each bite size for population is probably okay. 1 to 12. I don't know. It's not the biggest base in the world, but it probably feels a little weird. Just because you're not really fighting over the point that much. You're fighting over the gen exclusively, which is fine.
I think it just has bad flow.
It just
Yeah.
does have bad flow.
The weird spawn room with like the big open area or
Right.
the staircase into the same, like none of the options you have take you. It's like the illusion of choice. It is literally 3 lanes that converge back into one.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
going out of the teleporter, open area into the door. Other way
Mhm.
up the stairs into the door. Other way up the stairs into the other door. Like it's all the same.
I'm fine with C for that.
I will say, the one thing I do like is unlike the non-base that I'm thinking of, that has the same thing mechanic shield-wise, is that
Armor beam.
defenders aren't likely to repair the shield and create one-ways for the enemies because they can't get to it.
That's true.
So at
We
least
experienced that yesterday.
yes, we did.
Nice.
Bunch of fucking bozos.
All right.
Next, the best 6v6 base in the game.
Oh, dude, the whole
Chalk
land.
Fusion Lab, my
Hey,
beloved.
this
Oh my
live
goodness.
base. Unironically, this is a fun live base too.
It is.
It
Like,
can
this
be,
is
huh?
actually an A tier base. I'm dead serious.
The
It's A tier
teleporter,
100%.
it's not the best, but it's good. Because it's pretty easy to just camp it. But
I actually
you have
don't like
options.
teleporter.
You have options.
Yeah.
True.
I'm not a fan of how close attackers can get spawns to the point, but
Yeah.
beyond
That's the
that,
biggest weakness.
Like,
biggest
from right
weakness is the
here.
spawns. You can put a bus on dubs
Yeah.
to the point that the shield is poking through the building, and your spawn room, you have to run across the no man's land. But after that, the base is good. And in an even fight, that won't be a huge deal.
yeah.
They're
Small
kind
fights,
of-
it's really good. S
Kind of
tier for
not
small
seeing
fights.
too like the vehicles might get up here. I think.
They do.
They do, but usually it's not a huge issue. Usually.
Yeah.
They don't have enough influence because you can go grand stairs, and like they can kind of hit you, or you can jump out of the double, and it's like yeah, kind of whatever. You could also run down this back way, or from the teleporter, depending on the
Powerhouse
situation,
Central,
and you have the
yeah.
whole powerhouse, which has some walls.
This is the hefty bandit special map. If he has a 10% speed boost and reaction time buff when playing at this base,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to say this is A tier or higher.
I'm fine with putting an A tier. Like if we look at it, it does scale really well. It fights totally fine in the small. I remember holding off against like 10 people, like 1v10
Yep.
at this base because of just how the way it flows and the way you can control space with it.
If
They're
they
also-
take a chalk, I will be there.
Yeah.
There are also like very clearly defined like paths to take when you fight. There's the catwalk, which is pretty isolated. You can then like they aren't like completely isolated and to the point that you can't do anything else, but like you can go off the side of catwalk and go up behind the double.
Yep.
You can go from the spawn to the double and then drop onto the catwalk, and you can drop down to like door 3.
Yeah.
You can,
Yeah.
the two powerhouses are close enough together. The LAs have enough play without being overbearing because there's enough indoor areas.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
Great
I think
choice.
this is totally fun for A. Check Fusion
best
Lab.
one we've seen so far.
Yeah.
It's up
A
there.
tier for live, S tier for 6v6.
I think it's I only think it's A tier for live because it's not an S tier base at high pop. I think at small and medium pop it is S tier.
Yeah. I can
There are
agree
a
with that.
lot of angles of fighting that happens when it's a large pop fight. A lot of angles
Yeah.
of
Speaking
fighting.
of,
It's really
Speaking of
hard
fucking
in
angles.
S tier base.
Man.
Okay, so here's
Uh-oh.
the other end of this. Back to the
Oh,
pyramid.
Man.
We just found our 1 A tier for the 8 D tiers. All right, here's one of them.
D tier if infra.
Kessel's. What, you guys don't like Kessel's? I'm just kidding. Fuck this base.
Yeah.
Infravision required. No infravision. F tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember when I had the whole talk about like Ziggurat and the shipping yard about adding things for cover? There's
Mhm.
too much shit going on here.
There's
It's
too
None of
much.
this stuff is
much.
cover either. That's the problem. It's all like bramble bush, sticks and twigs and grass and leaves and stuff you can't see through.
Yeah.
Go to the
It's,
spawn real
top-
quick. Just drop me above the spawn. I want to just showcase what you have to do. So, yet another situation of completely worthless fucking teleporter. Like, what does that do? Just put one in the center, and you can go from there. So, obviously, this is a death trap if you try to come through this route.
You shoot a guy
And-
and then you run with your med stick. You're like, all right, I took damage, and you get caught on a twig and you die anyway. It's
Yeah.
great. It's so fun, guys.
See, also the path you took is already.
You don't
generous
want to do
the
that.
base.
What I do,
We
what
take
you
TP
need to
with
do
this
is you come through this side, like the TP side or the main. I can't remember. I think this is the main one, and you try to traverse through the rocks. Maybe
Yup.
you get up top on the bridge. Maybe you come over here off to the side, but you have to be shooting down on the people who are pushed up forward. Because a lot of times you can get up to here, and you can shoot people from behind. You have to clear this fucking rat's nest out, and then as you push them back, you can finally be like, all right, I'm gonna push in, take some space. Maybe you approach from over here or up top over here, but then every time you try to move up, like look at the number of angles you have to deal with. Like look at this, even in
Also-
here.
But
It
it's
is.
Hossin hour. I can't
Oh.
see. Like, the colors here look so bad.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay, this base is bad, but 50-50, it's a little bit less bad.
If
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a small fight, 50-50, I don't mind it as much, yeah.
Yep.
But you do have to.
You can't
use
argue,
it,
there
but
are
you
options.
have to.
There are
Yeah.
options.
You can literally go across the bridge and go behind them.
That is
Yeah,
true.
it's not F tier.
No, of course it's not
F
F tier.
right,
I don't
he's
even
getting
think
too
you
much
could consider it
disrespect.
D tier. I think this is a fine C tier
That
base.
thing deserves all the
You could
disrespect
consider
for
it
what
D
it's worth.
tier. I'm okay with it being in C because
No.
of the 50-50.
Guys, remember, vehicles and aircraft. How often are you dealing with both of those at this base?
Not very.
Not much.
very.
Exactly.
This is the worst for infantry combat.
This is
For all the
a...
wrong reasons.
for all the wrong
Vehicles.
reasons.
I'd rather get Hesh so I can leave faster.
I think this is a C tier base. I think we can put it
I
in there
agree.
C
Oh,
tier.
What about the
Yeah.
other buildings outside of the point?
What
That's
buildings? I don't
That's-
stay that long.
Okay, I do know what you're referring to. The only ones I can think of are the double and maybe this tiny little square building, but like that's about it.
That's much better to play over. That other garage is so miserable to play around.
Yeah, this shit's awful.
Yeah, that's awful.
This garage at least is well defended. Like you
It's
can't. get
very
around
well
it here.
defended. Yeah, you can't do
True.
anything about that.
This one, however,
Oh, is it like open to the open area? Yeah, it is.
yeah, look how fucking far away you can be sniping a bus. It's so exposed.
Yeah,
Can you move that
that's a
rock?
C. I'll take the C on that one.
Yeah, I think
With
C is fine.
infra, of course.
Yep.
With
Gotta
infra.
have the little asterisk.
With infra, yeah, it's a C. That and it's a lot rougher.
All right. Next base.
Oh,
Okay,
Oh,
this is
boy.
actually terrible.
Oh, the awful pit.
Awful, and it's awful in both ways.
I think it's
Yeah.
D-tier. This space scales miserably. But it's bad at small pop too.
Well, for what it's worth. playing
Oh,
around
you know what?
generator
This
powerhouse
might
is
be
nice.
the
That's why I
only
say
base.
D tier.
This might be the only base I can think of where it is terrible at small pop, terrible at super large pop, and only playable at medium pop.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's-
Yeah,
People don't really they don't know where to stand around this base, you know?
Yeah.
it's
Like,
got a
For what it's
good.
worth, where do you stand in this base?
I don't know who thought it would be a good idea to make a big base where the whole thing's a bowl and the point is the smallest building in the game.
Yeah.
The
It's
generator
goated
powerhouse is the only
sometimes.
saving grace, Hefty.
Yeah.
Truly.
Like sometimes
And-
the fight gets there and it's pretty good.
Bonus points, I get a launch pad towards it while defending.
Dude, please. Can we just have a launch pad instead of having to go 2 jumps to get over to the powerhouse? Can I just have one launcher that sends me onto the powerhouse roof?
Yeah. I
It's
say D
literally-
point just because the powerhouse can be good.
Yo. Otherwise, this base is literally red pill, blue pill. Infill, vehicle. Take your pick.
Yeah.
It's
Teleporter.
Definitely.
bad.
Good
Teleporter.
teleporter.
Actually not bad
Very good
teleporter.
Oh, lest we not forget the other generator. Believe it or not, there's another generator. in this
Yeah,
base.
that one's crazy.
But
The
yeah, I
awful
would,
pit.
I'm gonna go D tier.
I'm D tier all the
D tier.
way.
You're very lucky you have that powerhouse. Very lucky.
Speaking of infravision must-have bases, that is one of them.
Yup.
Yeah. Which sucks because this place is infiltrator heaven.
It is. Gotta
I'm
fucking
drawing a
pick your
blank on
poisons.
this one.
Hmm.
I actually like this base.
I'll
do
jump
It
down.
Kind of weird.
Junks, it's the one where you have to overload the generator before you can get into the building.
Okay. Yeah, I fight a lot of rough battles in this one against
Oddly, this is labeled a tank gen, but it does not kill the tank.
It
The tank
does
shields.
not.
You're right. Yeah.
Should have an
Maybe-
infantry blocker.
I think it's because these are technically tank gate shields in the game or something because you can shoot. Well, no, you can shoot through them. I don't know.
You know who I'm guaranteed to face at this base if they're TR? It's GDEX. I swear.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
see that. I see them. They're like mosquitoes to this base.
I think you're right, actually. No, I think
Who is
yeah.
it? That Excrador guy? Chain gun
Yeah,
main with, like,
Excador.
100 ping.
Yeah.
Chain gun main, Sidewinder,
Yeah.
100 ping. Stop playing the game. I'm sorry. Anyways,
No, I agree with you, bro.
It's live was fun today.
No, I think the last time I fought here, I think I fought GDAX actually.
I'm telling you, just like it's XBR in containment sites.
When the
Okay.
road is over the base, it's 1 tier higher.
Yeah.
lot of
What is
spots
this-
for infos, but
What
it's
is this
good.
main spawn, by the way?
It's fucking weird, dude, because it does
Look at-
nothing.
Are we role players here? Like we got the 2 turrets at base. Like who is coming this far?
The spawn room is closer to the other base than it is this base.
It is.
This is so bad too. Like, who has ever used this side? Yeah, it's so bad. It's so bad.
At least it takes you to teleport when it's in a good spot.
Yeah, the teleporter itself is great.
I love when it's good because the spawner is bad.
I think I have to put this a D tier.
Really?
I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't go any lower than C.
You don't think
I will
so?
say playing for generator is miserable in pretty much.
But isn't this like one of the this is a very egregiously like attacker sided map?
It can be if you show up late. If once they've taken the point,
that's what I'm saying.
If you repair
It's
the
pretty
generator,
defendable 50-50.
Yeah, like if it's a 50-50, then it just feels really annoying to do anything because you probably want to deal with the generator to close off them from getting into the point room.
Well,
So you have to
problem
deal
is
with that.
If you do close it and they're all in the point room, then you created a one-way shield for them. I don't usually like that.
Right.
Well,
So you have to
the
clear
thing
them
is-
out and then repair it.
they have to overload, so they have to fight to the gen and then overload it, and that's a 2-minute timer. Which,
Right.
It's not that much, but it's enough to add 2 more minutes to the attack, and it's like a lot of people will just get farmed and leave.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty easy to defend.
You know what?
Just on that alone.
People, BR10s love walking up thinking I can't shoot them. C tier.
Yeah.
Through the
That's
the
true.
little
That
the
too.
barrier.
I don't know what it is, even though I was the one who set the parameters. I keep thinking like I'm so used to fighting defensive underpops that I can never look at a base and be like, oh yeah, I remember the last time I did a 50-50 here. It just never happens.
Yeah, a lot of these I can't either.
It's
I
so
like
hard to
adjust the stuff
visualize
that
it.
I have played. Like,
Yeah.
This is a base where if I see the pop coming, I'll pre-fire it because once the timer's ticking, you
Yep.
probably are too late.
You're probably too late. Yeah.
You last man standing in the powerhouse pretty much.
Yeah. All right, I'm okay with seats here. You never deal with vehicles or air to ground, so at least
If
that's
it
the
did
thing.
not have that alt spawn, it would be pretty rough.
It
it'd
would
be
be
F tier.
very rough.
Yeah,
couldn't even
it
play.
would be F tier.
So
By
what
the
was
time
that
you upload the
num
gen, you
ravine
play.
overpass?
Yeah.
Having to wait on generator farm shooters isn't fun. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Well, no, you don't
there.
have to wait on the gen to farm them though. You can just get on the powerhouse roof and kill them as they stand
That's
around
true.
AFK.
I'm telling you, they yearn.
Depends on the pop.
They pre-lick the window while the generator's running. so
They
you can
do.
shoot
I don't know
'em.
why.
I'm telling you, man.
They love it, dude. They can't.
That's so weird, but
I've
they
got
do.
some sick clips of that shit.
All right, C tier for that. Next base, Nom Ford Barracks. Oh boy.
Kinda rare.
Oh man.
This is
Another- Another infiltrator
Wait,
head.
oh,
of
yeah.
I just read it.
I
This
kinda
is one of
like
the
this
best
base a little bit.
teleporters. This is one of the best teleporters in my opinion. This base.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's solid for small fights, not so great for big ones.
Typically in a real
Tanks.
fight, you're not gonna fight in the triple stack. They normally hang back on point.
They
This
do.
point is very cooked.
It is
but
it
very
is.
cooked.
Usually the beauty of this base isn't so much the point and the people who want to run to the point. It's the people who don't know what to do and they run out with their heads cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
True.
they park a bus
pretty
typically like
confusing.
right here, I think,
Yeah, that's common.
and then they have the weapon terminal.
Yeah,
You do
it's
have
gonna
the
be-
spawn teleporter over here, and Junks is 1000% right. I've had massive fights at this base, and it surprisingly plays well.
Yeah. Very rare you're not farming in this one.
Yeah. Vehicles, they can have some impact, but the road does go below the point in the base. Air to ground, maybe a little bit you have to deal with,
Look,
but
look at that cover. Look
Yeah.
at it over.
It's crazy.
A pavilion.
Yeah.
That's insane.
yeah,
What
great
amazing
teleporter.
technology.
Oh, what you can do, drop me over the top of that cover real quick. I think if you are attacking the base, I think you can just jump up here.
And there's a weapon terminal there. Man,
Yeah,
we're
you-
eating good.
You can wall jump this and get up top here. And I'm pretty sure the pain field doesn't start until like right here.
You can sit in that corner.
Yeah.
literally, Next
Like
to the
like right
teleporter.
around here.
Yeah, there was someone on live the other day. No, like you could drop down and sit in that little corner.
Oh, like in here?
Yeah, they were
Yeah.
literally sitting there.
That's crazy.
Wild.
Yeah.
So it does feel like anecdotally, I mean I've fought at this base in 1 to 12s, I fought at this base in 96 feet 96. I mean, it feels like it scales well, and it's weird that it does. I don't know how else to explain it, but I think maybe part of it's because of the teleporter. So you do kind of split up the forces that are attacking a little bit. They have to focus on the teleporter and the main spawn, and at least from the main spawn side, you do have the triple stack to play in.
You know, if there is enough pop, you end up in the triple stack for sure.
You end up over here too a lot, like over by the tower.
Yeah.
I tend to find that happening a lot too, Junks.
Personally,
I don't know what to
I don't go over there, but I mean, I have seen it used.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say it's a B.
Yeah, I wouldn't go higher than B.
Definitely not higher than B. Scales well. Don't have to deal with underground vehicles all that
One of the best
much.
teleports in the game, man.
Yeah, one of the best
It's
teleporters in the
weird.
game.
It's weird because it really only scales well because people aren't really incentivized to blob on the point as much of the space. you're
Right.
saving.
Right. They have to split up.
We
Almost
need to
always.
optimize it.
Or the S tier,
Optimize
bro.
the fun out of it. Have you guys seen an S tier yet?
No.
No.
Nope.
No.
The closest we got was Jack.
Nason's
Oh, Grill
demise
Games
is
joined
S tier.
too. Holy, get the whole crew in here.
He's got the live react.
no.
Nah, I'm eating cereal.
Middle
Continue.
base S
Oh,
tier.
hell yeah, bro.
Last hold.
Last hole. Yeah. Wow.
Admittedly, I've had some good last holds here.
That's true.
This has been the
that's if
last
you
hold
can-
of my session sometimes too, though.
Yeah, it's true. That's if you can get to it.
It's the logouts after it's done.
Log out hold. True.
Hmm. Is this a weird base with like the spawn room that goes like a lift?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it is. Yeah. You lift right up. No cover, by the way. They could literally be
And then
shooting
you
you as you're
start
coming out of the
getting
lift. Yeah.
They can be in your cave thing outside the spawn and shooting you as you go up too.
Oh yeah, show them the alt. Show 'em the
Yeah, you can be on
alt.
top of those rocks too, right? In front of the
Yeah.
lift.
You
Yeah.
basically,
yeah.
you have to take the teleporter here to do anything reasonable.
Take the teleporter. Try to contest over here on the
Yep.
crescent building.
It's if they have LAs on the roof, it's just what can you do on
It's really rough. It's really rough. Because you can sit here and have an angle on the lifts themselves.
But if you can hold the building from their spawn there, it is very nice.
Why they call it the last hold. If you lose the point building, the fight's done.
True, it's true. Like when they're coming from right here where you are, it's oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Yeah, it's
Sometimes you'll
really good
see-
farm.
Sometimes you'll see like lightnings up here on this hill.
Yep. Buses will be down here typically, and sometimes over here, I think, like down there.
I never even noticed they have all that scaffolding to go to the balcony of the crescent.
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know. I'll give it a low conviction C.
I've had some good fights here. I wouldn't go lower than C.
C seems totally reasonable. The spawn's a bit of a problem.
That's my
Yeah,
issue.
Yeah, the spawn's definitely not great.
Big fights.
It
that
just
base
gets
is kinda
unplayable so
weird.
fast.
Yeah.
Small fights, if you're not there already, you're just gonna get spawn camped. And it's
Oh,
kind of a grind.
Truly stays true to its name though.
Last.
Accurate name.
All right, pick a lettuce.
All right, so I think what we'll do. Oh, we gotta do Edgewater. I think we're gonna do the whole perimeter of this. We didn't do Edgewater yet, have we?
Oh no,
We've
I see
not
the
touched
next
Edgewater.
base.
Oh, is this the base I think it is? Hold on a second.
This one's okay, but I'd say only in small fights.
The eye shape connected to the spawn, basically. That's goofy. This is Edgewater Overlook. So you come out from the spawn, you have to immediately be fighting uphill. You have the triple stack, and I think if I remember correctly, there's this whole area over here where the bus will typically be, like over here. So you have a
Yeah,
bus over here, and then you have this alternative way. If you get into the triple stack, you can come out from this side, cross the bridge, and get up over to the point.
Oh, okay.
Small fights I've had good ones here, but anything bigger than that is rough.
This is just kind of a. Speaking of weird, what the fuck is this?
This is the
Yeah.
roleplay section.
Like,
Very impressive.
what is
Wow.
this? Bro.
This is I'm an infiltrator attacking the base. and I'm gonna hold you.
Oh
Look
my
at that nice
god.
overlook.
Yeah.
where I would be standing as a infravision info.
Yep, you got your battle rifle out, scout rifle.
If you're ahead of the Zerg in time, they have to push uphill to you.
They do. You'll see bosses down in those rocks, I think.
Yeah. But LA's will fly up on these hills, and then you'll be flanked from there. You gotta fight back against that.
Air to ground is pretty rough, but the vehicles aren't that big of a deal, I don't think. They can't really get elevation.
You know, just if you expose yourself to the edges and the tanks can hit you then.
I just want to play in the triple stack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
triple stack.
That's all I see.
Triple stack over there. You'll find some fighting happen in the point building itself, but it's pretty rare.
Yeah.
It's usually actually like in this area, I think, is where a lot of the fighting will happen because they're going to be spawning from below and coming up.
I like
Unless
how
they-
link the balcony of the triple stack with the little bridge.
Yeah,
That's nice.
yeah.
There's another base like that. I know it's on Hossin that does that. It's Eastern Valley Gatehouse or something.
Garrison.
We'll get to
Where
it
is it?
eventually, I'm sure. What are you on the
I
east
think I
side?
know what base you're talking about, but
There's a
I forgot.
magnifying glass button.
Oh, is that what it's called?
Try Gatehouse.
Got an Eastern
Oh,
Gatehouse?
And Eastern,
Yeah.
and it also has a little link bridge with its
Oh, okay.
patio, whatever the fuck you call it.
Yeah, the balcony. This feels like a C. I think
Definitely.
you
A
cannot
will
scale this
very-
up at all.
It is a low C, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can scale this beyond. If it goes anything beyond a medium-sized fight, this has to be awful.
Yeah, it is.
So, let's see. That's fine. Edgewater.
Okay. I like this next one.
Oh yeah.
I'm
S
not the
tier.
biggest fan of Fort Liberty, honestly.
Hard S tier, bro. Hard S tier.
All right, let's
This might be
go through
S
the
tier, to be
rules.
honest.
This is the hard S tier.
Ooh.
It doesn't have any air to ground. Doesn't have any vehicles really dealing with it.
The
Good
That's
at all
true.
fight sizes.
That
It's
is
good all the way
true.
down to like
It
10v10.
does.
The only thing I don't like about this base is that the garages are exposed. That's it. That's the
Yeah.
one problem.
That's
Yeah, but
true.
there are 3 of them, and it gives you 3 entirely separate angles to attack from.
I know.
Ghost Cap Slayer, true.
I know we've been
It's-
talking a lot about like the blob stopper, but man,
This
this
is the
this
blob
is the
stopper.
blob stopper
This
base.
is an amazing blob stuff.
The
Yeah.
Zergs don't come here anymore because they stop themselves.
They don't know how it works.
hard S tier, bro.
This is an S tier base.
This actually might be the only S tier base that we have so far.
When we were talking about S tier bases, I was thinking about this base.
Yeah, yeah, I'm fine with putting that in S tier. That's totally acceptable.
Blobs
Yeah,
warn each
I
other
get
of
ya.
this base. That's true. This is truth. Fact check, true.
Donald Trump fact check this.
But yeah, it's like there's a lot of angles to go through. There's multiple routes,
Yeah,
lots of cover.
I mean, the only thing that you could say like is bad at like the exposed buses, but that's just like design by like old
yeah.
design.
yeah,
That's just
Yeah.
old design. I mean, and then it is kind of confusing. Like it can like if you don't play here a lot, it can be confusing. But like
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just a
Get a
matter of
bigger
that's a time
You
thing.
need to
You just-
walk around for a good half hour.
they should move this closer to like a.
I
like,
wish this was
broad
so.
latitude.
Imagine this is a center base.
Dude, make this
Oh
all
Like-
my
bases
god,
or
yeah.
something. Every faction gets a garage.
Yo, that'd be based.
That'd be so sick, actually.
We got our
Uh,
first S tier.
you do actually get a lot of play. Like, the nice thing about this base, we were talking about the scaling, because it does play very well at all sizes. When you get to the really large fights, like the 4896 pluses, every part of this base gets played at. Top,
Yep.
bottom, sides, everything.
The walls, the
The
bridges.
walls.
Every building counts.
Yep. No air to ground against it except for the very tip top of the base. Definitely no vehicles against it. It's
The only part of this
sublime.
base that's useless is the weird like eye building on top of the spawn. I
There
don't know
is
why that's
the
there.
the
Are you
air
talking
pad you can't pull
about-
vehicles from.
this one?
That thing. Yeah, like what's that for?
Oh, no clue.
It's for me driving my pocket flash on it.
That's true. Yeah.
That's true.
It's true. I use it. I use the momentum and I go over the rail.
Yeah, that's
I
this
think they
teleporter
stuck it
comes up
there
here.
just to fill space. Like,
Yeah.
oh,
Kind of
it
a-
would be an empty spot. Might as well
Right.
put some there.
Can't be allowed to have empty space.
Kind of a useless teleporter, I gotta say.
Is it?
I'll allow it.
It
Well, no,
goes
it's good for
into
the
s-
pickup
it
when
goes
you
into
gotta
the
get in
swamp
your
area, does
your
it?
gunner's
That's
vehicle
true.
or something.
Yeah.
And also, no, you can run off the building and go to the walls if the inside is too camped, maybe.
I
Yeah, I
But
thought
if you're
I
at
thought
that
the
point.
teleporter puts you underground.
yeah,
Right?
nope.
Yeah,
It
that's
takes
what
you to
I
the
It
read.
roof.
puts you up.
Takes you on the roof on top.
Takes you to the
Oh,
air
yeah,
good
yeah.
choice.
You spawn underground, yeah.
Let's see. And the vehicle terminal is over here, I
of 'em.
think.
Two
Oh, there are
to
two of them. Yeah, you're right.
And they're not 2 feet outside the spawn room.
Look at that. There's
So you
cover
can
over it
kill
too.
them.
Wow, that's amazing. All right,
Actual secondary objectives.
jumping back in. Oh, first S tier between two whole continents.
First and last S tier.
Nason's S tier, bro.
How could you say that when the crown exists?
I just
Isn't it
bombed
give
it a little.
Ascent S tier?
We did
No,
Ascent as
Ascent's
D
D tier, I
tier.
think.
Yeah.
tier?
Yeah,
Ascent's a terrible base. Well, also remember, we're talking about 50-50 and viable at all the pop levels.
yeah.
Ascent at 1 to 12 is a snoozer.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, don't even show up.
But it's like Farm Central, bro. And
It can be absolutely, and
It
you
can
have to
be, but it can
remember it
also be,
needs to
like-
be. There's vehicles and air to ground that you have to contest with, which is a big metric for this too.
It's very easy to cheese the tunnels.
Very
No
easy
fun
to
for
cheat the
anyone.
tunnels.
A lot of the Ascent
Aesthetically,
gameplay is like
it's cool.
Yeah,
Go
literally
ahead and
one of the
just
points just
gameplay.
doesn't work. Like the C point is just useless to go towards.
base
This
point's
is a
fun to
goofy
fight
base.
over, but usually it's just
This
tunnels.
base is goofy.
This is the orbital strike base.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
This is a point holder's worst nightmare.
I'll pre-fire this base just to wait for the best timing on the right-click button.
This,
Can
It's so
confirm, Jones can confirm.
yeah.
thing is with this base is like the whole like left side of like the base is just like completely like useless. Like the whole
Yep.
Yeah.
powerhouse.
Are you talking
You
about like
see-
the
you
powerhouse
see-
and stuff?
What is
Yeah,
all
it's
this?
fucking worthless over here.
96 plus on the open point and 3 guys in the powerhouse and 1 stalker infiltrator sitting in the zigzag.
Completely useless. You can attackers can get like really like far forward on those rocks.
Oh
like,
yeah,
overlooking
you can literally be
spawns.
overlooking
Yeah.
you can be overlooking
This
this
base
one.
is awful.
They need to like build a long bridge from the powerhouse to it to like the point. Maybe it will get touched then, and that's
They
Maybe.
need to move the teleporter to like the other side of the base to so where like the
Yeah.
powerhouse and shit actually gets utilized.
Yep,
And
I
like,
agree.
maybe
Yeah,
take the
the-
point and move it a little bit to the left to where like that I shape is kind of around
Sure,
there. Or you
sure.
could always like I understand not wanting to put the point in the powerhouse because it's so like it's boring, but at least move it a little bit to the left so it's more central.
Do you think that this base, we were talking earlier about having bases that had 2 points instead of 1 or 3. What if there was the one up there, which is much harder to defend, but still could count as a point, and then you would have one here in the powerhouse?
You just can't do 2 points. 2 points is unfeasible because
They could always
it
just
just does a
remove the
50.
base.
It can just do a 50-50
when was
lock
that
and just
easy?
be boring.
If they could do 2 points if they changed the way that worked. Where 1 point captures the base, 1 point is like a modifier on the speed, or they could make it, I guess,
That
so
yeah, exactly.
Has,
right
like,
now
a
4
weight.
points, there are 4 point bases where you can capture 1, 2, and 2 and it won't be stalemated. Like I think out in Biolab has 4 points still, right? And if you capture 2 of those points, you'll still keep the cap going in your favor.
Does it work like that? I don't remember.
Pretty sure it works that way. I don't
Well, there's
want
we could test it, but there are bases with 4 points. We've seen those twice or 3 times before so far tonight. So it would just be a multiplier on the speed of capping the base.
It could just
But I
be
don't-
yeah.
I
it's a-
think they
it's a
just get
secondary objective
stalemated. I'm
time.
pretty sure. Those 4 point.
Maybe they do. I thought they didn't, but if they do, then I would say they should change that.
That
Yeah,
would be the
give
change
them
to
a
balance it
weight.
out, though.
give them like a weight or something like that. But
Yeah.
And
I
yeah,
think
that too. Like if you have 1 point, you capture the base at 33% rate. If you have 2 points, you capture at 100% rate. If you have the other point, you capture at 66% speed. And so it could help the defenders a little bit to slow down the base cap. I don't know. I mean, I just don't. This base isn't big enough to have 3 points, and it sucks having 1 point up top.
Maybe they make like
Yeah.
not the way flags work in the game now, but maybe they make like flag points that aren't lettered. They just are a point that will speed up your cap timer by some amount.
Sure.
So like make that a flag point, and if you hold that point as well, it makes it 50% faster. I don't know.
Without getting too deep into this, do we want to put this in D or F?
D, probably D. I wouldn't go F.
I've had okay fights here without it being awful. Small fights.
Yeah.
It doesn't scale very well at all.
No, scale's great for orbital strikes. That's for sure. That's why it's the D.
Okay. Wayne Armory D tier. All right.
What a sad base.
It is pretty rough.
How much needs to be said?
Fun is info.
Oh, I get this off my screen.
You
Yeah, we
like,
don't need to, this one we don't count.
You don't like bases where you can drive center right into the point with AI weapons?
We already talked about the construction sites. We don't got to do this.
Uh-oh.
Every construction site is D tier.
They're all D tier.
D tier is being too nice, man.
Okay, next
But
up
they can be
is-
playable.
You can have some farm here. It's rough.
If you can get to the elevator room.
Yeah.
Oh man, this base is too big. Another split peak. This is split peak 2.
Oh, this one. Okay. Okay.
Actually, fuck this
So-
base, dude.
Here we have C point. This is the whole base.
This is a goated base, bro.
You
I
do
don't know
not
what
go to
you
A
guys
or
are
B.
smoking. This is a goated fucking base. You guys are
No,
smoking.
this is you sitting on the side of a hill grill with
Who would
fucking
write
infravision and a
down
battle
120
rifle. That's what
on
you're
this?
doing.
This is a good base to beacon in on one of the points.
Yeah.
It's not a good base to fight as like a totality. It's
Yeah.
just too big. It's a really good base with a lot of pop. With no pop, it's completely snoozer. I'm not
Have
smiling.
you guys done?
And they have this whole little
Drexler yet?
middle building on the
Not
bottom
yet,
floor.
no.
No, we did Drexler's test here.
We have not done
First
Drexler
test
yet.
here.
Can we look at the
Oh,
middle building
Drex-
on
I've
the
seen
bottom
Liberty
floor,
Road.
below the pad?
What's up? The area
middle
below?
building on the bottom. Yeah, right below the pad.
Oh yeah, I'll go down there real quick. Like you talking about like the generator?
No, no,
Like
no,
this
to your
down
left.
here?
I mean,
Or
yeah, generator,
Under
generator,
you,
but
behind you.
Yeah,
you have
do it on
this,
To your left.
you're going the right way. You're fine. There you go, that building.
From there.
this.
We just have this here.
Very random. Very cool.
Yep.
Gotta
I
have
guess
ways
for
to
the
sit
window
in and watch
lickers,
this.
but I don't know.
Yo, can you guys
Yeah.
ban island_22 from chat? Thanks.
Whoa! Austin low-key blows. That's quite the opinion.
All right.
Yeah, but this
No,
base
I'm gonna-
is fun at high pop, especially like the BA core area.
Yes, yes,
Around
I
that
agree.
whole area
I
where the
agree.
BA is,
I do
it's a
think
lot
if
of
high
fun.
pops, this is pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, don't
Nice
get
if
me
it-
wrong. It's good with high pop, but on the whole, I don't like it.
It's like the if you close your eyes meme and you have an alt teleporter right by B.
There are some
Yeah.
annoying spots where vehicles can get that they shouldn't be able to.
Like right here. If we had an alt teleporter here to go down towards B or something, it would be so much more playable.
I've gotten
Yeah.
prowlers. I've gotten prowlers up here before.
And then
Jesus Christ.
Kind of leaning towards C.
Yeah, I wouldn't go.
Are you saying girl?
higher than C.
I mean, I think Junks was saying like, what's the point of like that underground section? It's so you can get across a road without instantly dying to vehicles.
Yeah,
Definitely.
that's potential for sure. That's what I would do if I was ever like full infantry running over to A or B point from the
Yeah,
spawn.
You can get there without like even being exposed to vehicles at all, or like
Yeah.
very little. So
You
But yeah,
basically
like
come
I
up
said,
here.
like 1 to 12, yeah, it's boring. Like lower pop, it's boring. But like I don't really think it's just, yeah, it's towards the center lattice, right? So it's good or high pop. I would give it a C personally.
Yeah, it's totally fine for C. Absolutely.
It deserves C.
At your air station.
Yeah, that's a big lattice. Right
That
there.
teleporter, I will say, is actually a fairly solid teleporter. The one that
Yeah.
is there already.
Over
Takes you
like
to
C
high ground
then.
over C. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've almost perfected the pocket flash onto the roof.
It's an
really
art
bad if you
form.
miss.
It's an art form. Non-marsh compound.
I
This is
used
a
to
rare
really,
one.
really like
Whoa.
this. Used to really like this.
Oh, catch the flag. Probably D tier.
Your
This
face
base
is
used to be
sealed. I see
goated,
the
bro.
flag on map. I
Yeah.
see flag on map.
Yeah,
I don't
this
think I've
one-
played this since Capture the Flag, and I used to be like neutral but slightly positive because I barely played it.
Junks was talking about earlier how this building on some of the bases is like the 2KD point hold meta. Holy fuck, was this building when it was the? I think this was the point building before, no? Or was it?
yeah.
Yeah, when this was the point building, this was fucking 2KD revive grenade meta point hold bullshit.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Used to really like the space, but they really
mean,
didn't
are
have
you
the
guys-
flag.
A mess.
Are you guys like demoting bases because they capture the flag or no?
Yes, if they're captured the flag, they
little
go
bit,
by
yeah.
default they go down 1 tier.
It should definitely be noted.
No.
I mean, usually, it's funny, not specifically on the merit that they're capture the flag, but just because all of them are bad because of that.
I think that the only problem I have with the capture the flag mechanic right now is that they went with this route of like it's point hold, but you can
Half
make
measure.
you can make the base go faster with capture the flag. It's just like that's such a weird intermediate step to be taken.
It also takes so long to capture the point back for no reason. It's like 40
That's true.
seconds.
I do wonder with my sanity, do I even want to spin this point?
I don't.
Do you
I
like the capture the flag stuff, girl?
Do I like CTF? No, 'cause I think it's bad.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying I don't really see like merit into like giving like tiers to bases because of like Rel being a cuck. So like
You don't
Rel
think-
Rel didn't design these bases, so you rate the bases based off of like who like the actual base design instead of it being CTF or something. But
Sure.
I understand why.
I think it's I partially
affects
say it
the
as like
flow
a
of the map.
joke. Yeah, but I partially say it as like a joke with the whole like it's automatically -1 tier. I think we just all have the inclination of if we see it being a CTF base, it does kind of throw off the desire to rate it too much higher than even the C tier.
For me, it's because across the board, once a base is turned into CTF, the flow just becomes worse and makes the base worse. There are not many bases that are
Yeah.
different.
I mean, this is the C plus. It used to be a B. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
It's like it's
Yeah, it used to be easy B, but now it's
yeah.
C
Like-
probably. Yeah, that's fair.
Like the fucking you can't really get gang banged by like vehicles like you
Mhm.
get ground or even like ground vehicles at all. It's just straight infantry in this area, so I think it's pretty good for that. But
It is.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I agree.
Little info heavy, but yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
So we've covered all of the northwest side, I think.
Missing a couple bases to our southwest, but
Okay.
we'll get to
Yeah, we'll get over to them. You gonna go to Broken Vale?
Yeah.
All right.
them. We'll go Brookvale and then we'll go back north.
goaded base,
Broken Veil.
goaded.
Mud,
Good beacon.
Hard
beacon
A.
base,
Hard A tier, bro.
decent attackers allocations for Sundays.
I'd definitely give it A tier.
Hard A tier.
Really?
Attackers have a
wouldn't-
huge advantage in
streaking
terms of
exists.
time.
I wouldn't go A tier. B tier. B tier though.
I could do B. The problem with A tier is
You
I feel
need
like
a
this
beacon.
base-
If you need a beacon
Yeah.
for this to be A tier, then it's at
I
least B
know,
tier,
Yeah, I'm kind of speaking bias.
or at most, I should
I
say.
do like this base a lot.
I feel like this base is it's boring in small fights because the point and the rest of the base are kind of just separated. And in big fights, it gets a little hectic, but it's usually still okay.
Dude, what they need to do is like the jump pad from spawn to like the air pad.
Yeah.
They need to have like they need to have you like go into like an enclosed tube into like a build like a room with a shield. You know
Okay.
what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like that'd be sick. Then you wouldn't get like fucked straight from the pad. You
Literally
know,
just getting air grounded the whole time.
That one Esmir base, center-ish. I forget which one. But, like,
Center-ish?
it has like you take the ult spawn. Oh, it's like at any tower base, you take the ult spawn that goes down on the ground,
Yep.
and then it has like that shield, like
Yeah.
that you can shoot out of that they can
Hmm.
shoot in.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
do
yeah.
That. You know what I mean?
Doesn't the
Throw you
triple
straight
stack in
into-
this base have that? Or is that what you're talking about?
That'd be base.
What do you mean?
You have an alt spawn in this base, right? From main spawn, it goes down to the little triple stack. By
Yeah, it
Oh,
does
that
bring you down to the
useless.
triple stack.
It is completely useless.
Completely useless, yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay, yeah, it's a B tier, maybe.
Do you think?
Yeah,
Dude,
the ult
actually,
spawn
I
is
don't know
horrible.
if I can give it a B tier anymore.
I'm-
Teleport is useless. You're across the street. You gotta cross the bridge or the jump pad. If you have a beacon, it's good, but that doesn't really matter.
Oh boy.
It's fun as
This-
in a way though, because you can kind of like side drift and get on
Yeah, the
like,
mountain,
weird
yeah.
angles.
The whole fucking mountain that you have to deal with vehicles, bulldog galaxies,
The
bolters.
second the fight goes up in those hills,
Yeah.
it's over.
The
for
problem
me.
is like when
over
it's
for
good,
me.
it's pretty good, but when it's bad, so awful.
It's really bad.
Especially big fights. This is like a 10% chance of being good.
It doesn't
Gonna be a bulldog gallop here.
Yeah, it doesn't scale. It really doesn't scale very well too. I think it's kind of boring fighting at 1 to 12s, and then 12 to 24, maybe 24 to 48 is the maximum I'd say it's good for.
This base gets saved by tree beacon.
It does, which is kind of
Yeah.
depressing because it
C
dies so
tier then.
fast. I think you really have to go C tier.
Yeah, that's what I'm leaning.
Broken
Overall, it's
Veil.
not one of the worst bases in my opinion.
No,
Alright,
it's definitely
yeah,
not.
I'm okay with playing on.
I'm showing up to Broken Veil typically.
Yeah,
At least check it out.
DJ put it well. When it's good, it's good, and when it's bad, it's really bad.
really bad.
Oh yeah, like I hate it when it's just
Whew.
massively
Speaking of
overclocked for the attackers, and you come there as defender, you're just fucked.
You can
Scrum
make it a bad
base.
base good by playing info.
Yo,
That's true.
So, so
Oh,
God, so
no.
I'm hard F tier. Dog
I
shit.
wouldn't.
This space is pretty bad on live. I actually do
what
believe
if,
that.
What if I told you I took an L building and then I copy pasted it 4 times?
I'd
Hard
say it'd
F.
make a great 66 map. But
This shit's so bored and yavy, bro. I'd be running
nah,
the
it's
blitz.
alright.
Dude, I'd be running the blitz on
I think
for-
Oh
I
my
will say,
God.
6v6, it is a good map, but if I had a nickel for every time Pogs was killed because we picked Aiken.
Dude,
There's
every
a couple
time.
pretty dirty things you can do here, like jump onto the upper balcony there.
Oh
You
yeah.
can make that
That's
jump.
kinda
And
standard.
then
Yeah,
people
yeah, you
never
can-
see it come. Yeah, but people
you can-
never see it coming.
You can wall run on this. You can jump across.
I mean, the thing is, half the time at the space, you don't even make it that far. You show up and people are all set up waiting, looking at your spawn
Yeah,
room.
that is
Yeah.
the worst part.
Yeah,
And it
Jimmy
doesn't-
50 though,
Vassar-
it's okay. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Jimmy
I
Vassar's
guess I
right
just don't
there
see
where
it.
Hesper's looking.
It doesn't scale very well either. I think medium is
Go bad.
pushing it.
You guys are ugly.
See it.
You're
Oh.
ugly.
Alright.
You gotta know all the tips and tricks around this base to really make it show, like the pixel walks around.
Yeah.
You also gotta be careful of bolters and other bullshit up here like harassers and ants.
That too.
Bulldog
Oh,
gallop
or
too.
a FedEx bubble.
Yeah.
This might be a.
happens sometimes.
Ooh, I don't know.
I'm thinking right now.
As
How does
biased
it
as I
scale?
am because of the LA impact, I
Let's-
think it's
Small
How about from the
fights,
Sunday spots? Sunday spots. How about that? We got the wall and
pretty
the garage.
solid.
it's got
Garage
good
over here.
Because you can pull the bus
The
inside.
good part is teleporting to bio.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I said about one of the Emmerich bases.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Zealous Northgate or something. It's like that's the only thing saving it.
That's all the only thing saving it.
Yeah, you pull the buses. You can pull the buses inside the wall, so they're not exposed to vehicles. So that's good.
I love it when they're in this choke by the wall here, these stairs. I love
Yeah.
just sitting in a nest right here in the L building. Gunning
Yeah,
them.
shooting into them. Yeah, that's good. You do have a lot of like, because of the light assault play and the different levels. There's a lot of variability to like the elevation, but to me, this is always just one of those bases where it typically flows. You're gonna control, these two L shapes. You're gonna control people coming. You're gonna play over here. You're going to control people coming from the teleporter, and you're going to be controlling people coming from the main spawn. And so if it's a 50-50, I feel like it leans a little bit more towards the attacker side of things, just because of the limited approach angles that the defenders have to come from.
It also. You.
Nah, go ahead.
No,
I was
I'm
gonna
still
say.
thinking.
I was just gonna say my final submission would probably be D tier. Honestly,
You think D tier?
I do.
It-
Just-
Here,
It's
I'll say C.
C
Don't
tier.
forget tree connable.
But
Just
think of
because they're.
those, look at those trees in the middle. Look at them.
I know. My only thought is if it's 50-50 pop,
Yeah.
it's usually playable. You can get something done.
Absolutely.
There are enough
Yeah.
routes you can do things. If it's more than that, it gets kind of bad. Usually the tug of war is not over the point. It's like either one side controls their L and the two side Ls,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
the other way around. And it's like
Yeah.
All right, raise your
That's kinda
hand.
whatever,
who
but
wants
it
to,
works.
Who wants to sit on the point at ACAN?
yeah, exactly. Like, honestly,
Nobody-
no one's gonna fight over
No.
that.
Nobody fights over the point itself unless it's some insane like pop drop, with Sunder or not
like-
Sunders, Galaxies and
I
Valks.
like sitting on the roof and
Three
shooting.
umbrellas.
Does that count?
Yeah, that too. I'm okay with putting this at C. The only like I
Yeah.
don't want to give it D point or D just because it's like you don't have to deal with vehicles. The air to ground is relatively minimal, I think. I mean, unless you're getting on top of the building.
Yeah,
and you
Yeah.
do have enough space to play
Don't
around
they
where
put
you're.
vehicles on the hills?
sometimes.
And
They can.
Also, yeah.
Something that happens here that I've seen a lot is people on this side of the mountain, right next to the spawn.
Yeah.
People will just put a bubble there because the bubble goes all the way around, and then they'll just have liberators sitting there, and you can't do
Yeah.
shit anymore.
Oh.
The base is on lockdown at that point.
Yeah, but I think there's a problem with the Citadel shield existing rather than the base itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's just something that has been extremely unfun to deal with on this base, specifically because that mountain is right next to the spawn, so they sit right over your spawn when they do that.
Yeah.
You know?
All right. C
Yeah,
point it
C.
is, or C it is.
Just like the 4 buildings, it is a big L of a base.
Beacon Southern Lights.
Oh, Aiken Biolab, my queen. Okay.
Data hub.
I do like the teleporter on this base.
Yep.
Kinda.
It's alright.
Is this the one where you can go up between the bridges to get in?
Yep.
Yep.
Would you say they ever use the tower with the little jump pad over there on the other side?
I don't see it doesn't have this option.
It's very rare.
It's like 30% of the time when you fight at this base.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much only if they put a bus over there, which they
280
oftentimes do
doubled
not
up,
do.
Exactly what I was thinking.
That's pretty true.
I
Yeah.
mean, I've fought Chad Hour
Yeah,
more times than I
Half the time
yeah.
I
Oh,
spawn at
W
this base,
practice.
it's 100 guys with baby gates and resonades in the square building with the generator, and I'm just gonna go back to the next base.
Oh, I guess I'm going to the biolab.
GDX,
Yep.
NFFN, NCCR.
Padre,
Oh,
all the, yeah.
This is definitely a base I think of. It's a neat little area over here, though.
It
I like
is.
fighting at it otherwise. When people are trying to play the game and have fun, it's a good base.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but unfortunately, most of the time, what I see is, you know, you just see, like, the more scummy outfits will just go over here when there's a fight at the biolab to try to circumvent the actual biolab fight.
Does it go around the biolab actually?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I think you can.
The
I think you
lattice.
can
Does
back
the
up
lattice
the
go
biolab
around
bit.
it?
Yeah, you
The-
can go from here to
Kinda.
here to East Day
One
Can,
direction.
Yeah.
It's basically
oh,
this.
man, you can.
That's the downside of it. So
It's
I-
alright.
it happens a lot.
but
Where,
I would
you know,
like to see them
I will
remove
be
that lattice
fighting-
line.
Yeah, but I will be fighting a guy here. Like I will be fighting half a squad or a squad on my own because of that sometimes, which is
Yeah.
unfun.
Yeah.
I think small fights are good, medium fights are okay, but it devolves pretty bad.
Super
once you
large
get
is
beyond
bad.
that.
Of course,
Yeah,
yeah.
because the moment it gets super large, they're just sitting in the little
bridges.
generator or the bridge,
that,
and they're
yeah.
camping the spawn on the head glitches. I think that this is a C tier base.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
Special
I agree.
mention, can you drop out actually real quick and go to the double doors?
Yeah, give me just a moment.
Okay. Actually, right on top of Crescent would be fine. Sitting on that, you know, the little rock spawn right there, right? Between
Yeah.
Crescent Building and the double doors. It's so good to head glitch there.
Yeah,
Especially
yeah,
when like two KD players are point holding.
yeah.
It is such a, like, I don't think any other
Oh,
base
like
has
into
a
the Dubs
spot like
doors?
that. It's between the bridges, the rock.
Yeah, like head glitching into the dubs
Like,
doors.
that's my
Oh,
go-to
yeah,
spot
yeah.
on this base. This is
Me
so good for fighting two KD point holders right here.
Yeah.
I have
That's a good
100% used that.
Yeah,
I
very good.
100% used that.
I don't think any other base has an angle like this.
Nothing like that, no.
Closest
yeah.
I can
And
think
I
is
actually
Echo
think
Valley on
that's
Samir.
a great way.
Yeah, that's
Just an
the
honorable
closest.
mention for that rock.
It is good. It's a good one.
See
I think-
this.
And more and more bases fall into that C tier category because of the ranking that we're utilizing, and it's like it's really hard to find bases that scale with all three fight sizes. And
C is
all-
average. That's
yeah.
what that should be.
That's
This
true.
base is mostly useless that you just flew over. Like it is mostly
Storage
useless.
Storage
Aw.
depot.
Ugh. Yeah,
They-
this
you know,
one's.
this
Just
is like
filler, bro.
This is
you're right.
almost
Look at all
good.
the filler. All these four
true.
buildings are useless.
This doesn't
They're all
get
closed
used.
off too. Like, what is the
Oh,
point?
yeah, this is the one
It's
where
a
you
slog to
come
walk
out.
all the way over.
Mhm.
Generator.
These are all just
once
cosmetic. The real base is
they-
underground.
There is
They get in the
downstairs
room
part,
and then they
though.
can shoot you.
Because some
Yeah.
moron always repairs the damn generator.
I have actually had some fun downstairs though. In like the
Downstairs is
su-
awesome. I
yeah.
Yeah.
love downstairs here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the 5 fights that actually.
I'll just go
happens down
showcase
there.
real quick.
They
Once in a
need
blue
to
moon.
reverse the point in the generator. The generator should be
Agreed.
up there, and the point should be down here.
I agree.
There is one
This
downside
base
though.
always is a point hold.
You can sit as a tank
It is.
from literally over 500,
Look
like
at
from
all
like
this.
500 meters away on a hill right next to it, and look right at the Sunday that's in the Sunday thingy, the garage. You
Yeah.
can just shoot it from way outside the fight.
Well,
Like,
look how
there's-
unique all this is.
Right.
Like, it's not just unique and good because it's unique. It's actually like this is a proper like base with angles you can take.
Yeah.
Imagine
don't
if
see
point was
anything like
down
this.
here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This would be another good case of having like 2 points, a 2-point base.
Yeah. Or even
You gotta
3
hold
point,
the above
honestly.
powerhouse, and you gotta hold below the ground as well.
Yeah.
3 point could work.
Or
Those two
honestly,
close
this
up
could
It
even
is
work
big
with
enough.
1 point if you just like effect said, just reverse the shield gen or the gen and the point, and
Yeah.
then move the shields. Like you
It's
can
an
make this
option as
work
well.
that way.
Yeah.
But, man, it just so little points because they'll be point holding in here. Someone repairs generator, and you can't even do anything about it then.
Yep.
Literally, it's
I
game over.
I really hate that design where it's like you can't stop noobs from repairing the generator. 'Cause, like
Yeah.
that's just how they're.
Is-
how they're it's our
it an
thing. We
actual-
repair it. That should be good.
I could actually see it be a real point hold strategy where you have someone in your squad log into the opposite faction so you can repair the generator
Yeah.
while you're holding the point.
Oh my
I shit
goodness.
you not.
It should never be the objectively best method to capture the base to team kill players trying to do an objective. Like,
Right.
That is objectively the best option is to team kill
It
people trying to
is.
save the gen, and that should never be the case.
Yeah.
Now, I will say, all things considered, yeah, there might be like one angle vehicles can get on, but there's basically no underground that you have to deal with. There's basically no vehicles you have to deal with. And there's just a lot of wasted space, but the defenders can relatively easily
I think it's a
get to
little
the
vulnerable
point.
to underground. I just wish
could also-
that
Over here,
The way
yeah.
the base is intended to be played, it's not. But the way it realistically plays, where people just play at the powerhouse, it is very susceptible to underground.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I do
true,
believe you
actually.
can get a flash just inside the shield so your teammates can still get in
Yep.
if you
Oh,
leave it
that's a
open.
classic.
Yeah.
I got to see that for the first time ever in a what's the places that have all the vehicles inside them all the time on
Amp
the point?
stations.
Amp
Amp
stations?
station? Yeah, I saw that with Sirius's tag on Connery. I saw
Oh,
them doing
goodness.
that for the
Nice.
first time in my life.
Shocking.
Connery players always got surprises.
You.
Always learning something new.
You think this leans towards C point or C or B rating more?
C
Definitely
because
not
of the
B.
way it gets played.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think C is the
Yeah,
highest I
It
would go.
could be an A tier, but they never play it like that.
Yeah. If they, like I
Yeah,
said, if they
if
do
the
what I
underground
said,
was actually part of the base.
yeah, if they reverse the point in the gen, this would be an A tier base.
It's been a long time since I've fought down there. I have had full fights down in the underground, but it's just been a
Me
while.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same.
Hasn't been that long for me, but yeah.
All right. Next base.
Same.
Oh
It's-
yes.
So much
Meow.
potential.
Oh man.
Now,
Dude, this is a giga point hold base.
it's also got the goofy structure with no hitbox.
I do like this base is cool, but it just isn't the best.
This base is very unfun when there's a lot of people camp at spawn.
Yeah,
You
it scales pretty poorly.
you do
kinda
not.
Teleporter.
Yeah.
Teleporter's good.
Teleporter's
Very
good.
good
Yeah.
teleporter.
Very
Yeah.
underrated teleporter in this base.
Yeah.
Air to ground is the killer.
It can be
Orbital
pretty
strikes
brutal.
go kind of crazy here.
You
They should,
always
like,
see underground.
There needs to be a secondary objective. It's close to the spawn room where you can like bring the biolab shield generator back up.
That would be cool. Crazy they didn't think of that. That's like a no-brainer, I feel like.
Well, that's because I have a brain.
That's
Yeah, they
true.
don't.
That's true.
A lot of fights make it all the way down to the tower too. You actually do see it.
Yeah.
This when
This
it's
base actually-
when it's good, it's good here.
You know, come to think of it, 50-50, this base is actually okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some pretty
That's
big
why we
farms.
consider it like that.
I just had the knee jerk on this because oh, cool flag that was floating. Because like most of the time, like probably 80% of the time, this is a point hold capture, massive overpop, like, and that's just kind of how it is because you have to do that or to be drawn out.
They're sitting at C point. They've captured all the points, and they're literally just licking the spawn room from C point. That's what they're doing almost every time you come to this base.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Decent. There's okay Sunday locations here that are in decent cover. Not like amazing cover, but they're okay.
The
Most
crossing
of it's
building is
used.
unique.
Yeah,
That's
most of
true.
it is used. It's a very unique base, that's for sure. You do see some action from time to time. We'll kind of group up around the sunken crescent building by B Point, which can be a little bit interesting. But I
Good
don't
enough.
think that that's like, oh, that isn't, what the fuck, man, I must
They
fucking
love
fuck.
putting routers in that middle building too.
Yeah.
Spiral thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can realistically attack from any side just fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Maybe this is a B tier base.
I'm
Did the-
saying B tier personally.
Do the vehicles have much of an impact at this base?
Not
I don't
Not
think
really.
so.
The
They can
building
get on
does a
it-
lot to keep them out.
It's like
On
B
this road,
Point.
it's a little annoying, but there's enough cover to make that.
Also
Right.
to the right side of if you're just coming from spawn, main spawn.
Yeah,
they
over
park-
here.
They like to park vehicles.
Yeah,
Underground is the biggest problem
it is.
because they'll shut you down coming from point or from spawn,
Spawn.
to point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking B tier personally.
Honestly, I'd be okay with B tier.
There's a lot of potential of the space for farming.
Even fights. All things considered, I mean, it scales like the 1 to 12s, which rarely happen here, I feel like. But when they do happen, then you can at least fight over every point pretty consistently.
Yeah.
It probably plays the best in the 12 to 24 range. But
Yep.
if you somehow manage to have a 50-50 and it's like 48-96 plus, which is crazy. Yeah, the teleporter's not bad. Teleporter's great. Then
Very.
you
might be
you
the
have
most
3 points to
underrated
fight
teleporter in the
over.
whole game.
It's up there. Yeah, I mean, it actually does scale really well. I'm fine with putting that at B. That's totally fine.
It just sucks because it's always like at least a 60-40.
It is at least.
Yeah, it's rare.
It's
rare
another
to
broken
even.
veil. Like it can be really
Yeah.
good, but it's so often not.
I do think it's a little better than Broken Veil overall, but
Yeah, me too.
Broken Veil, you either run 10 trillion years just to get to the point.
I like this base.
I do like this one. Has some
It's a little
flaws.
weird.
This is.
Ooh, Vex
Pretty prone to being
Biologics.
underground.
Ah, yes.
Teleport
This is the one that has like the.
You can get Sundays
The
and other
ramps?
vehicles in dumb places here, so that's a negative. You can get them inside the point as well. That's also a negative.
What, Jokes?
I
What
thought
were you
this is the one
asking?
that has like the ramps, but I think I'm mistaken it.
No,
do
this
know the
is
space.
yeah. What I tend to find happens here, though, like it is heavily infested with vehicles and air to ground.
Yeah.
I've had
Also,
really
infos are
good small
typically
fights
bolting
here.
from these stairs.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
think
literally
small
just right
fights is
here.
doable.
The pain fields of the space make no sense, as you just demonstrated. You can
Yep.
walk almost all the way up to the spawn room.
Yeah.
There are two.
This is still a
infernals on
construction
both
base?
approaches.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is still a
that-
construction base. You're exactly right. This is
It is a construction base.
I mean, it,
might
has
be-
the warehouse building, but
It might be the
Beyond that,
best
not
of the
really.
construction bases.
well, there are more routes to take. Like the teleporter kind of isn't much of a different angle, but it allows you to get further on that one side.
Yeah.
The cover is just not good against air. Air to ground actually just destroys the space entirely.
Nope. This is you must play infill if it's any higher than 24 to 48 or 12 to
Thing is,
24, I
Con, is
should
how
say.
placebo the other buildings are.
They are pretty fucking bad. Like this shit over here. What is this?
Who is
just-
going
that's just-
over here?
It's just a
Nobody's
glorified
coming
city
here.
garage. This could be a city garage.
Yeah, that's basically you pull a city
Oh,
garage
today
over
I'm gonna
there.
go to the powerhouse.
This should be a 3-point base.
Absolutely.
powerhouses
Yeah.
are the way
No,
out.
this should be a 3-point base for sure.
3-point base, spread the spawn room and the teleporter apart, add more
Yeah.
cover, and you got something to work with.
Yep.
The
Yeah.
city garage is all the way down there.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Not, it's okay, I guess. The sunny garage.
30
You have to
second
drive up
walk.
the hill here to get to it. But
This is C.
This is-
wall slopes. That's unusual.
That is kind of unusual. The hell?
C is
Yeah.
pretty nice for a construction site base.
It's not just a construction site base. It's,
That's the thing, though. That's the thing.
It could be more. And also, what's over here? Another powerhouse
exact
building?
Same thing. It's,
Like, what
Yeah,
is this
another-
shit?
Could be another point. This could be an excellent 3-point base.
Insane
Maybe.
3-point base.
actually, I have fought
Dude,
at
yeah,
that powerhouse once.
imagine.
That's a point there. Like I said, just split the two buildings, the two spawns apart a little bit. You have space
Yeah.
for it even.
I know he said it before, but it's crazy how just adding points could do so much more.
It does. It really makes a difference. It's a blob stopper. The more points you have, because they have to take longer to cut the pace, and they can't just sit all their pop on one point. Like, it's such a big difference. And I've fought here multiple times. What ends up happening is if the defenders get control of the point and they start pushing the attackers back, the attackers will be over here, and they'll be by the Sunder. That's the Sunder Guards that's over there. And sometimes you'll get people around the powerhouse, but that's rare.
Only issue with more points is if you're trying to defend underpopped on the low end of the pop spectrum,
It
you
can
have to
be
control
hard.
more. But I think that might be okay.
It's a small
if
price
it
to
makes
pay.
yeah,
Yeah.
if it makes everything else more playable.
Yeah,
They can also, because if they did that, they could rearrange these spawns a bit. So
You can either lose the base from your spawn window, or you can lose the base actually getting to play the game.
Yep.
yeah, I'd move the main spawn like over here, and leave the teleporter where it's at. Or maybe
Yeah,
move
that
the
could
teleporter
work
probably
fine.
closer. Now that means you basically you can use the teleporter to get to the middle or to the right, or use the main spawn to get to the middle or the left. No. But overall, in the way it's currently configured, this is no higher than C, but maybe because of the vehicle problem.
I think, yeah, I mean, it suffers way too much from air to ground and from vehicles. I think we have to put it like middle or middle bottom of C tier.
Yeah.
All right.
Like
Next
construction
base. Yeah, bypass that. We voted in Fall Bridge, another construction base again. Zot's North Garden? No, we've already done that.
That one's an F tier base.
Yeah.
Bunker
Zot's...
J993.
Yeah.
Wait, did we do Zot? We haven't done Zot's Arboretum yet.
We have not.
We'll go across. We'll go across the
Readers.
TR. We'll just do all the TR stuff and then go do all the NC stuff and do the rest of VS stuff. All right. Well, there's a bunch of trees in the way, so
This is
kind
the
of hard
base
to
of
see
all
much
time.
here.
This is.
I'm
I
gonna
don't like
drop
this
here
base
and
at
take a
all.
look at this because I gotta refresh on this fucking dumbass base.
It's how hard it is to get in, you know? Like,
The spawn room is in a bad location. The teleporter makes it 10% better, and there are 10 guys point holding on that railing shooting you from the high ground. It's a
Holy.
C-tier base at most for me.
What is this? This is
Yep.
bad.
This is very.
Yep.
It's a very rough base.
it's probably
It
far more
has
D-tier.
good moments if you can hold get ahead of the Zerg.
Yep.
It's a little. If the attackers get on point, it becomes extremely attacker sided.
You're currently the third person to ever walk this path in the history of the game.
They designed this base like everyone has pocket flash.
You're on the part of the base where people pull vehicles from, and you came from the part of the base where people take the teleporter too.
Yeah, this is rough, man. I'm
I'm
just
coming to the fight, guys! Guys, I'm coming, wait!
They should probably put like a jump pad on over there somewhere and like make it land in this I shape or something. This
I
I
mean,
shape.
Another
I don't
building
think
that never gets used.
You've
this,
now
yeah,
been
this
gunned
never
down.
never gets used at this
Nope.
building.
what the hell?
You will see a lot on the right side of the building be used, though.
Yeah, the one on the right because that's where attackers will spawn.
Yo.
I think this base can be okay with small fights. I've never had fun here though in a larger fight. Never.
Oh, the
It's-
terminal?
Like, this whole spawn situation is just so messed up for this base, man.
Puts you in a
Really
hole,
strange.
and then once you get out of the hole, you're fighting people on head glitch.
Yeah.
To fight the head glitch, you have to switch to LA to flank the building.
And it's
Look
not a
at-
normal
look
railing.
at
It's a
this!
slightly higher railing, so
Look!
it makes your head glitch like
They're half
giga strong.
walls. They're looking like my Rust base.
Yes, actually. These are actually rust walls.
You just stand a little bit farther back too. It's like perfect head glitch. It's so gross.
Like look off this angle down. Like yeah, like they come up from there, like to the
Yeah.
left of that wall, and you can just shoot people constantly.
Come on. Come on. Oh yeah.
And then, isn't it really awkward? Like, it's like impossible on the left side to get, like, to the, what is it, door 1?
I
yeah, you have
think
to walk up this ramp.
Look how awkward this is.
Or
so. You
LA.
basically you have if you come from this side, you have to be LA in order to even get up to here easily, unless you're going all the way around this, and then you're like, oh, I guess I'll
This is while
jump
getting
down
hit
over
glitched, by the way,
here.
by
Yeah.
the point holders.
I guess I'll come
And then
over
typically they'll have
here.
a Sunday over here, so you got to deal with a bunch of NPCs. Oh. It's,
Yeah.
Also prone to being
it's
air to
awful.
ground. It is ground vehicle resistant, except where you're at right now.
Yeah, this is just screaming D tier.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that.
Yep.
Okay, where are we going?
This base is very unfun against a group of 2KD heavies all heckle at you.
Hey,
Yeah.
Yeah.
a construction base that isn't
The
named a
point
construction
holders,
base.
they
And
yearn
it's
for
even,
the bunker.
this one's even worse because the hills are surrounding the spawner for vehicles to spawn.
They
Oh,
somehow
no.
made it worse.
How is it possible? Oh no.
We'll take the long way to Zon's Northgard.
I think if you were to go back and look at the recent community smash, that's the base that all the top frag outfits farmed on.
Where? Which
Moss
one?
Richard J903.
J903.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
believe it.
surprised.
That's where NFFN was on our side.
Oh.
and
Oh
that's where,
no.
That's where
Wait, was that the recursion lane?
Yeah, that was
Oh,
the recursion
no.
lane.
Oh no.
You go look at their if you go look at their stats, Recursion had like I think 3k kills just them.
I believe it.
That's so rough, dude.
And it was like they had like a 6 KD, something fucking insane.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
inhumane.
Oh, this base is an interesting one. I'll say
It's
that.
interesting. Sometimes it's a disaster. Sometimes it's kind of fun.
Yeah. This is a
Yeah, this is weird.
this is a
Unfortunately,
great.
you have to cross a open road to get to the fucking point.
A
I think
classic.
I use the alt teleporter on this one a lot, if I recall.
Yeah.
It's not the worst, not the best.
I'm just annoyed that you can deploy shield one-way shield buses on.
Extremely poor scaling.
Yeah.
It does.
This
It
is
is
like
bad.
a small fight requirement almost.
Yep. Yeah.
If more pop starts spawning here, they will just overrun you at a point.
Yeah.
Quickly.
This is.
I
this
don't
is-
think you can have a sustained 50-50 pop.
attacker spawns are either in annoying spots near the spawn or over here. Spot's okay.
Dude, what
though.
were they on when they made this
Overloaded.
one? I don't know.
Mm.
Lots and lots of coke.
No, what DJ said was exactly right though. I think beyond the moment it gets 15 people plus and beyond, that's just really bad. It's so difficult to do anything. The Sunderer never lasts long if they pull even one vehicle. I think this is D.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards D. Low C at the
Same.
highest, but D probably.
Yeah,
It just doesn't scale at all. It literally can only be played at small fights. It doesn't
Yeah.
scale like whatsoever.
This is better.
Bravada. This is a pretty good one.
Oh yeah, Bravada.
Has its moments. Has some flaws, but
Tanks love to sit on the hill and drool.
yeah,
That's
that's
kind of a problem.
Common base.
Yeah, I love taking alt spawn to C pretty much by default on this base, but when they have vehicles parked over like where you're looking,
Yeah, over here
by
and
the log
stuff.
everything, it's pretty miserable.
Yeah. This is what I tend to do too. It's just easier to
Yep.
kind of flow from this direction, and then you get to B point and you can kind of collapse on them coming up from the spawn.
I think the quality of these fights usually it's much better around the medium level.
Absolutely.
Beyond 48 people, it gets too hectic, and under that, it can get kind of spread out too much.
Yeah. Yeah. It's such a common base to fight at. Air to ground is fairly common here, and the vehicles is fairly common too. So it's hard to give it a B because you have to
Say
deal with.
C.
Yeah, I feel like C is totally acceptable. You're dealing with people who are up in these hills too, by the way. Yeah, I think that this is a C tier base.
oh, another Galaxy Bulldog
Yeah,
hill.
exactly. Vada PMC.
Yeah, C. Okay. Look, another construction base, but this time they have pipes on the roof.
Oh wow,
Innovation.
what a big change.
If only it opened the roof up.
You jump in like one of that like part of the pipe and it just sucks you down to the building.
It's like an elevator lift, kind of like
Yeah.
Modern Archives.
Yeah. GTP.
I do like GTP.
There's actually, this might be one of the few bases that has sort of an actual flow to it.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Fortunately,
it's from the spawn to A point, then from A point to B point, then from B point down to C point.
yeah. Unfortunately, attackers can put their fucking stupid one-way deployable shield buses right here.
Yeah. That's pretty fucking cringe.
It's extremely stupid. I hate it.
50-50, this base is really good.
Yeah,
It
no,
is.
absolutely. Regardless of the size, it scales pretty well too.
If we just ignore the illusion of choice teleporter spawns here,
Yeah.
the fact that
This
you
is
can do the jump up,
worst.
yeah, like it is probably the worst case.
Why not just
One of
put the
the
building
thing.
in the middle?
Right.
It's a lot of fun to farm from the back here. So if you're attacking this base, farming the people that are all camping here from the back.
Mm-hmm.
That's fun times.
Doing
There
the jump up the
is
skinny
this
is so
hill.
good.
This hill is a problem.
This hill is a bit problematic. You can also be over here, where I'm aiming now with vehicles, I think. Kind of that
Yeah.
direction.
Yeah.
Vehicles and air to ground are a big problem for this base for sure.
That's true.
But
This angle plus air to ground plus the vehicles on the sea bridge makes this probably.
I
Like
don't
an
think I can
A-.
put this.
Unfortunately, this cannot be an A tier base.
I don't think this can be A tier.
Nah.
I mean, it scales, but you're
Really?
just dealing with too much air to ground, too many vehicles most of the fights. Yeah, at every part of the base
Well,
too. Like look at the
consider
base that are
50-50
over
though.
here.
If
Yeah,
you can
even
get out
still.
of the spawn, it's good.
Even
I
still,
feel like most of the time I'm dealing with air to ground or shitters sitting in this little angle is when it's
think
like
it's
80-20
pop?
and I'm trying to break into the powerhouse. I think it's
Yeah, when it's
Mm.
when it's even, it's less likely to happen. That's for sure.
because when it's low pop that doesn't happen. When it's medium pop, it can happen, but it's kind of unlikely and usually that's not very impactful.
yeah.
You can also pretty easily escape the part that sits behind your spawn. Air to ground is
Right.
not as bad. The sea
I don't
point
know,
bridge
that-
will shut that fight down though.
The hill behind spawn is awful for Gal Bulldog.
Right. All the stuff that's up
Hesh,
there.
I do think he can get hit B tier, but I'm not gonna get A tier.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
back to like Raven Landing. Raven Landing is plagued by the same kind of things. Bulldog, Galaxy on the hill, air to ground, all that stuff. But
Yeah.
I think just like Raven Landing, some of that stuff usually gets contested enough to not stick around with even pop.
Exactly.
I could
Exactly.
do B, I guess.
I don't
just
think.
feel like this is
oh.
such a good base so often that A is.
We're fine. Don't worry about it. I did that
Yeah.
on purpose.
To me, the only reason why I would lean more to B is while it does scale really well, the biggest consideration for A is the frequency at which you would deal with air to ground. Like how much cover is there for air to ground and for vehicles. And when you're in the buildings, obviously it's not that big of a deal. But what happens, I think the only time when you are getting spawn locked is when you're feeling or facing up against a crazy amount of pop, like over pop. But yeah, like
Yeah.
DJ is saying, when it's an even pop fight, you're not dealing with it as much.
You hear
So-
this angle?
I'd almost rather put this at the top of B and kind of see where we're sitting at the end of things. And if we're like, yeah, this could probably go up to A, then that's fine.
Yeah.
But every time I come to this base, like it just has some of the best flow. You know, you get the fight over one point, then over the next point, then over the next point until
think
you
the
either
flow
kill
is
a
one of the
bus. Yeah. More good fights than bad fights here. Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. I'll put it at the top of B for now. I think that's okay.
I think that's
We
good
can
fun.
always shift it because
Yeah.
the only thing that's an A tier right now is Czech Fusion Lab.
Which is kind of crazy, and that's a giga A tier, by the way. That's
Yeah.
like almost S tier.
Do we want to
So-
put this low A tier then? Do we feel comfortable enough doing that?
Maybe. I
If
think
it wasn't for the-
I'm
if it
just
wasn't for the-
impressed.
If it wasn't for the bridge spawn point buses that you see every fucking time, I would be more well inclined to put an A tier.
I'm just impressed that the base holds up very well at all pop levels,
That's true.
which is
Yep.
really rare. That can actually be a good fight all the time.
All right, we'll do
I'm
A
gonna go,
tier.
guys. I'm gonna get going.
Okay, man.
See you
Have a good night.
See you.
Later, Junks.
Good night.
Alright, Moonlight Pass.
Do A tier for that then. It's fine. Ooh. Hello, where are we at? The hell? I'm in the base. I'm in the building. Oh yeah, yeah. This base
Good at
is.
small fights.
yeah.
Downright unplayable. Anything beyond that.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
I don't know. 50-50 pop actually. This isn't.
50-50 is totally fine here. No, this scales.
But,
It's all but the largest pop grouping. This is totally fine base for 50-50 fights.
I'm just having flashbacks to the last time I fought here. It was like 85% pop. I died to a cheater at the last base. I spawned here instead, got air to grounded by a guy in an outfit.
Yeah.
Who should not be air to grounding at 85% pop. But it is what it is. So
No
it's actually a
vehicles,
decent base.
except for, I guess, if they get over the year. But how often does that happen?
Not particularly often.
Surprisingly pretty rare. I don't usually see that many there.
Maybe because the spawn's directly looking at this, but that's all I can think of.
I'm gonna guess because it's not practical to drive up the silver within a harasser.
Yeah, that too. And also doesn't even give you a good angle on anything.
Yeah, if you here, it's just you cannot get a tank up here.
Okay.
I can see the map.
There's a big old drop off.
Oh yeah.
It'd be difficult to get a harasser up this if you don't have the right chassis.
Right. Okay, no, that makes sense. So basically no vehicles, you have to deal with it all. And air to ground, yeah, I mean, I can see that being a problem.
Air to ground, there is this hill over here for like a prowler.
Attacker sighted, in your opinion?
It is a little attacker-sided, in my opinion.
At the 50-50 level, though?
Oh,
You think
50-50
it's...
maybe
I don't think it's that big of a deal.
not, yeah. 50-50 I think it's probably even, yeah.
Never had a problem with that prowler spot. You just pull that though, because here's the thing: is that you still have plenty of cover from the other side, which is where you would be defending from.
Yeah.
There is, you can get like ants and sundays up the fucking stupid stairs over here though, because it's so fat.
Oh yeah, I can potentially see that.
So and you can deploy a bus like right here.
I think for like. It's open, so yeah, the air ground's a bit of a problem, and okay amount of cover. Typically what happens is you would spawn, kind of just drop straight down, come to this building first, and then play from here, either into this building or directly into the point building. Every time I fight here, though, I enjoy it. I think that this is probably close to a B.
Yeah, I also kind of like going on top of the little building like that you were just looking at.
The I shape,
go
yeah.
on top very easy here.
Yeah.
From all,
I could settle for low B, but I'm thinking more C personally for me.
Okay.
Rating.
Sure.
I think
DJ?
I don't get many 50-50s here.
Yeah.
This tends to be a base I go to where there's 12 to 24 with 80% pop, and I go and it sucks, and I'm an idiot because I think, oh, well, maybe it'll be different this time, and it's not.
It's not, yeah.
So it's pretty good when it's good, though.
The buses
see a
attacker
lead, but
side do
I'm
not last for very long, though. That's one big thing to
The
consider.
biggest problem that I have with this base is just how easy it is for ESF to just wreck everyone there.
Yeah, it for sure is a problem. I'm okay with putting it at high C.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
Man, Ixtab Water. Another CTF victim.
Damn.
Hate to see it.
Not that it was
This
incredible
base,
before.
I have actually had a lot of fun here though. When
It
wasn't
used to be incredible for small fights, and honestly, it is still pretty okay.
Mm-hmm.
Big fights, it gets a
CTF,
little
yeah.
hectic. Vehicles get a little crazy. There's not a very well-defined limit to the base boundaries on the west side, so you'll get vehicles like encroaching on your spawn.
The bolters on the side hill were also kind of an issue, although I have not played here much since Capture the Flag was introduced.
This is the best ETF base out of them all. Yeah, I can see that.
It might be.
Yeah.
If you can get set up ahead of time, you can deny them from being able to pull the flag because it's so close to the spawn. It's a powerhouse.
Yeah.
If you can do that, you can hold it for quite a while.
Oh, I forgot that the skinny was
It's a weird
blocked off.
powerhouse, yeah. Oh, dude, I just had a memory. We were doing some cringe shit for Outfit Wars, like, I don't know, I guess the last Outfit War? No, the first Outfit Wars. We were doing, never mind, it's garbage. But it's okay. This base is alright. I like it enough.
I could see high C, maybe.
Yeah, you're not really dealing with too many vehicles, and the air to ground, it's kind of the average air to ground exposure. Like if you are a defender at this base, a lot of times I feel like you're fighting out here, which is a bit more exposed to air to ground, of course. You might be fighting people who are coming from the log or coming up these stairs, but a lot of times it's down here by the actual turn-in point. I feel like you're like dropping down here or controlling the top of it, and you're fighting around these boxes.
This choke point gets a little crazy with high pop.
It depends, right? Because what also happens is the small stairs right next to spawn. A lot of people will put buses there, so that's also where a lot of fighting goes on.
Yeah, yeah. Right. It's hard to give this. It's hard to give this a B though. I feel like C is just more fitting. Even if this is like a CTF base, which isn't that big of a deal at this particular one. It just feels like the layout of it. It's actually relatively even attacker and defender sided. I feel like, but
I think if the flag capture point had more space, it would be a lot more playable.
yeah,
But
that's
that
true.
gets very choky down there, and that I building is kind of useless.
At
That's
an
like the
even
Bolter
level
AFK
though,
zone.
small fights and medium fights, this is a great base. But large fights, this is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can agree with
I'll
that.
say, I still preferred it as the capture point base, but nah.
Yeah.
Probably. If they made a CTF or they made a capture point with more air cover, it'd be really good.
So what was that? X-tab water purification.
Yep.
Yeah.
X-Tab Southern Pass. Another road base.
I'm glad I don't fight here a lot.
It's all right when it's
Yeah.
small, but beyond that,
Oh yeah, this is fucking rough to fight at. Anything beyond small. Got the road, which you would think that it's not that big of a deal. But crossing this bridge, you have vehicles that are shooting up onto you.
very, very vulnerable to air to ground. Just like
Yes.
zero cover.
Yeah, literally just as you're crossing the bridge, you're getting destroyed by air to ground.
I'm pretty sure that turret that's dead right now, I think if you hack it, it can get an angle on the bridge for reasons.
Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I've killed a guy with that turret, I think. So yeah, no, you're right.
Would not be surprised. Kind of a death trap trying to cross the bridges, and
Another weird teleporter that doesn't.
yeah, like
You
what's
can
the
also
point?
Just from the balcony, that's on A point. I do believe it's actually very easy to farm people coming up the bridge as well.
Yeah, yeah, you can literally sit up here and just shoot down into the bridges they're crossing.
I think they gave the point a little bit of cover from the air to ground though. Actually got a pavilion.
Yeah.
This is a C.
Yeah, 100%.
I could go as low as
I
D
would
at this
actually
point.
say this is a D point base.
I'm fine with
It's
that,
so
too.
painfully attacker sided. Let's tab a southern pass.
X tab itself. D tier. And we didn't even think about like the other variables, like stop randomly some man stations you can shoot to the stupid shield and some you can't.
God.
Power regulation. Oh, this is another base that gets fought at all the time.
That's another point holder base too, and
yeah.
ag base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Teleporter's okay. It's not insane, but it's okay.
Even pop, this is a pretty good base though.
It is.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You-
it can be hard getting if the pop isn't even though, which I mean, then
I don't
it
know.
can be kind of a pain to even get into or out of your spawns.
Mhm.
And I thought the ability to hesh into the point was a big down draw.
It is.
It is absolutely.
Well, that's
But
this base.
typically, where do you see that coming from though? Like over here?
Yeah.
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 It doesn't happen enough that I think it's a big deal.
I don't really see it that often. It does happen, but it's
It
not.
does. It does. People put buses over here. People put vehicles over here. But with the idea of it being an even pop fight, it's a bit more rare. So you might only see that at the larger fights, and then I feel like that's being dealt with in those larger fights.
Even
Also
pop small fights
has-
are really good here too.
Can you be
It
up
does
here on this
have-
road and shoot down into the, like up here?
You can shoot into the doors, but not.
You don't
Yeah.
get it. There's a
Super
barrier
far.
there, so you don't get a huge angle.
Gotcha. Okay.
This is also a pretty good garage because it's got
Yeah.
no long angles to work with.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go downstairs, right? Like you can actually.
You can
just
go
into
underground.
those.
Yeah.
That's what I see mostly, honestly.
There's also too many sight lines in this base.
There
It's
are a
just a big
lot.
open warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not. Wish there's a little more cover for the.
I want to give this a B because I think the base is better than the way it gets played. Like half the time I spawn here anymore, it's people doing a point hold with 80%.
Yeah, yeah.
But if it's an even 50-50, I feel like this base is good.
It does
Yeah,
play
It's
pretty
not as
well with
dominant
even.
anymore.
Yeah.
If you're playing light assault, you can get on the rooftop. You can flank from this side over here, which is them just not oftentimes expecting that. You can come from the backside. You actually have a lot of cover in these doors, which is not common.
Yeah.
As you got
But,
as you walk in, there's a little thing there for you to hide behind.
Right.
I will say though, I mean, of course we're going 50-50, but I'm just saying, like, when this base has pop, there is absolutely nothing you can do because they
It's
can
miserable.
so easily
Mhm.
camp both ways that you could actually get to the point.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the,
They
Right.
the
can
most
get you
pop
right in the spawn paint field.
the most pop I can handle when it's like an under pop defense is probably like 12 people max. Because beyond that, they'll get an ant, they'll get baby gates, they'll get all this other garbage inside, and it's unplayable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think though, even pop considered, you basically don't have to deal with vehicles all that much. You basically don't have to deal with air to ground except for the immediate out of the spawn, but it seems kind of rare that happens. I don't run into air to ground too much here.
No.
Regardless
Yeah,
of
when
the
they have
size.
power here,
They'll
when it's over
typically
pop.
be infantry.
Right. I'd be okay with putting this at B. I really don't
Yeah,
think it's a
it's
bad idea to
easier.
put it as a B.
That you were just looking at. That
Which one?
sideline that you were just looking at from main spawn, that is one of the biggest pain points. Where
Evil.
you come like down the stairs. This one
Over
right
here?
you can just you can just shoot straight from the spawn, straight from point into where people are gonna be running from spawn.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
that's my biggest.
That is
gripe
the
with
worst
it.
part.
That
You
is
go
a
through side
frustrating
door,
thing to
take
deal
teleporter,
with. Yeah.
And then teleporter, you have to jump onto the cliff instead of running around the way you're technically supposed to.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But other than that, it's alright.
Yeah.
It's a B for me.
I'm okay with that.
I see for me. That's close enough.
All right. I'll put it at the
Space
bottom
is
end of
too
B.
close to being good.
Woodman. Oh yeah. Yeah.
This is the exact same as Network Hub on Amrish.
This is
Yeah.
point holder heaven.
It's a good base, but it's been min-maxed because people love to hold the point, and
Also,
it
dumb
makes
shit
it
like
less
you
fun.
can get like a Bulldog Galaxy up here. I've seen people anvil prowlers up here.
Yeah.
50-50, it's okay. I don't know if I'd
have
say
a
it's
lot of
B
fun
though.
here.
Yeah, this is. I want to go B, but I'm gonna say C.
I think the biggest redeeming quality is if you're playing as an infantry, then you do have the ability to come through teleporter, which is a great teleporter spot, by the way. Loop over here, you can lift up the top. Yes, you have to deal with air to ground, but you do have means of getting up into the balcony. You can play through the
Yeah.
powerhouse too. But I just think that every time this base, if it's a small fight, it's totally fine. If it's a medium fight, it's totally fine. But if the moment it becomes a large fight, even a 50-50, just like AJ saying, the pixel angle behind the gun, it's so gay. There's no way you can easily contest it unless you just throw massive amounts of pop against it.
You should show everybody so that they know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
like-
People have never seen that before.
Yeah, that's for sure. Especially since I plan on uploading this. So what typically happens in the really large point holds is you're going to have people with turrets and baby gates set up here. You're going to have people, pocket resing and sitting with med kits. And you basically can sit here and
Oh,
head
that's
glitch on this. Like,
crazy.
this
I
is
didn't know it was that
insane.
bad.
Yeah, go to the like look at me so you can see they can see
Yeah.
how bad it is.
Yeah,
I've never
I will
actually sat
attempt
there
to
before.
shoot. I will attempt to shoot at effect, and you can just see, like, even if you're at a closer angle, like, look at this.
Yeah,
It's-
That's why people play Infill in this game.
And I don't have a crosshair, so I can't actually see him that well. But, like, even still, this is with one person sitting here, right? And how hard that is. Imagine 48 people are sitting in this corner shooting back at you. You can't do anything about it.
Just have one guy with a saw, and it's like you can't push that without
Yeah.
a mech or
Like-
something.
Yeah.
In an actual fight, the only way you'd see effect there is if you had infravision.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Really.
That's a really gross angle. I think this is like the tightest you can get it is pretty much right here. And you can just swing this as you need to. It's really gross. This is the Jaeger server right now. I'm just doing testing stuff, people. So
So what do we call this one? C?
I
C.
think we have to give it C.
Yeah. It sucks
For
because
me,
it can be fun.
It can be fun, but it's just
Too much
there's
air
a
to ground.
lot of cheese that can happen here, and it's just
Vehicles are all over the place. Too much air to ground.
like for
And
me personally, it's probably a B because I have a lot of fun there. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
fair.
I like playing there.
I do like playing
Yeah.
there when it's good, but often it's poop.
Yep. Oh boy. All right. Everyone's favorite base,
S tier,
Nason's
S tier.
Defense.
Oh my god, Poggers. S tier, S tier, S tier.
I
Oh
will
my God,
say,
if we make S God tier.
I will say this is
Oh,
the
good
best
evil.
center base.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are gonna disagree with that.
But it is not perfect.
Small fights, unplayable.
Yeah.
Well,
Fuck.
small, very small. If
Actual
it's
1 to
24,
12?
it can be done.
Yeah.
1 to
It's
12
just
is great.
boring. It's just boring if it's 1 to 12. There's no reason to play here like that. What if it's 12 to 24 and you're fighting over B point or C point? Then that's totally okay. That happens all the time in early morning fights.
Luckily, it's 96 plus most of the time. And there's actually people
I
playing
say luckily, but
Right.
luckily means 96 plus people inside
This-
the tunnels and 1 to 12 elsewhere.
That's the problem is that like it always devolves into a shitty tunnel farm.
It often does.
I
Yes.
just don't understand why.
It's not even like
a.
a-
Everyone's so attracted to the tunnel.
Well, okay,
Well,
you do have to remember this, guys. This often becomes a
density.
3-way fight. It's not
Yeah.
50-50. It's 34, 33, somewhere in that range. A lot of times, if we wanted to consider it even. And then at that point, that's never happening in reality. It's always like 2 versus 1, or, you know, if it is a true each person or each faction's controlling 1 point, it's a full stalemate. That can be fun, but it still devolves into the tunnel farms half the time.
Yeah, the thing is that the defenders never have C point. It
No.
just doesn't happen.
No.
The problem
past-
being that A point is so fucking far away from the spawn.
So bad.
So the spawn defenders always like filter to B
Yep.
in the tunnels.
Yep.
Because it's just right there. It's so close.
Yep.
Attacking from B is ass because of that. There's like minimal cover. You're getting sniped at by people on the air pads constantly in these walls.
I think it's a B.
I think one of the biggest problems is that little elevator down there that most of the people just go down because it's right next down to spawn. You know what I mean,
Yeah,
right? Like
yeah,
This
it's
one
right
over
next
here?
down to spawn.
People take the path
No.
that's closest. It's like yeah, right
Indoor
below us.
Yeah, the one that goes.
Oh,
to
the
tunnels,
one
like,
down into the
so
tunnels. Yeah, of
people,
course.
Like, if you're a new player, you will just get farmed over and over. You know, it will just happen,
Yeah.
which is a bad thing.
The
I'm gonna say C. I'm not gonna say B as much as I want to say B, but I can't. It's
I
just
can't
too
say
many-
C. This space sustains high pop too well for me to say C.
Okay, that's
It-
fair.
the only size it doesn't scale with is the 1 to 12s.
Yeah.
So it scales in a sense it scales well.
There is-
There is
Problem with
infinite
attack
stuff to do.
spawn.
Holy,
more
the
or
amount of
less.
vehicles that you have to deal with and the amount of air to ground that can be present can be a bit frustrating. But a lot of times because you're in the tunnels, you don't care about that. DJs, like you're right. A lot of the base does get played at. Like even
Yep.
A point, it might get ignored a little bit more compared to the other 2 points. But there are a lot of times where good fights will be happening at A.
Yeah, if you can get over there.
I just think A
It
might
is,
just be a little bit too far away. I don't know. That's just the way that I feel about that.
Well, when I'm talking about the 8.1 is though when you know they have a construction base over here, right?
Yeah.
And then they have a Sunderer that pulls up over here, and then you can fight over 8 point. That's typically what happens. But yeah, we're dropping with Treekins with this one.
This is a top tier
Alright.
Treekin base. for sure.
Top tier Treekin base.
Used to be.
You know,
I don't even think it is anymore. I think
Treecon
people
S tier. Okay.
mess that up.
Yeah.
I do think this base does
Powerhouse.
have problems with the defender spawn survivability because, like, you want to, like, it's natural to put a defender bus in that little garage there, but
Right.
this hill here exists, and you can get prowlers up here very easily.
Yeah.
And if they're up here, then you cannot defend your bus. It is just gonna die. And the south A point has a similar problem too. So, not hit these trees. You can basically drive tanks right over here and just shoot the bus.
Mm-hmm.
Like the only way to defend your bus at A point is if somebody's really trying to kill with a vehicle is to put a construction base right here.
Right, which you tend to see a lot of times as a construction base right here.
Yeah.
I lean more towards B for this just because it's unique.
Yeah.
It's unique. It scales upwards really well. Almost every part of the base gets played at and used. And
I don't think the teleporter issue is the base's fault necessarily. It has not always been that bad.
I'd say attacking and defending here is viable, which is
yes,
also
yes, very balanced in that sense.
Going for it.
I do think attacking from B is way worse than attacking from A.
Oh yeah.
This is just there's not enough cover between B and the spawn room. Wish the spawn room was more centralized so that attackers were more incentivized to not, or defenders were not more incentivized just to hit B point.
Right.
Yeah, because when you're attacking from B, like there's people standing on top. There's like 50 infiltrators on top of that airpad right there, and there's like two or 3 2KD heavies just down on the layer.
Yeah, the
below.
ramparts and stuff, right?
That right there, yeah.
I will say when that's like as long as like I can avoid getting C forward, if you want to deal with infiltrators, you can put an ant with a cobalt right here.
That is disgusting, by the way. Should not exist.
It should not exist, but it does.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all played here many, many, many times. We all have a lot of enjoyment and nostalgia with it, but within the parameters that we've kind of set, I mean, it checks most of the boxes. It's not perfect for 1 to 12s, and it does deal with some air to ground, but mostly the vehicles that you have to deal with are if you are going out to B point, or if you're going out to A point. And at least for infantry fights themselves, to me, it falls under that sort of category of you don't really care about actually defending the base. You just want to have a good fight. And if that's the main parameter we're looking for, then I think Nason's oftentimes falls under that category of I'm going there for a good farm, a good fight.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So, are we okay with putting it at a B?
Yeah, I think B's fine.
Yeah,
All right.
It makes sense for me.
that's fair.
Definitely not more than that.
No, I don't think so.
If anything, it'd be going lower, but
If we were ranking them on just center base, and
yeah, center base, it's an S tier because all the other ones are awful.
All the ones are awful. All right, next base, Gurney
Speaking of
Dam.
awful, green shit water base. Put this on at least D tier.
I think this is a D tier base. Absolutely,
Yeah.
this is a D tier base.
if
Infills,
air to ground,
lightning tanks. I'm good.
yeah,
You
if
can
the
lock
air to ground
this
didn't
down.
exist, I really like fighting here when it's just infantry, no
I
infil,
think
no air to ground.
NFFN invented Gurney for their point holds.
That's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, he's probably right.
I knew Island was
Say-
trolling when he first came. I didn't know who it was. One of his first comments, someone was like, "Ban this guy, Grill." I think he was trolling, but I knew it.
Yeah.
Very base. Fuck this base.
But yeah,
This
you
is
can
D
lock
tier.
this base down with like 2 maxes and 1 air to ground player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can
This is
pass on that shit. Terrible base.
Oh,
Is that
and you
D
can
tier or F tier?
Oh, also that's D tier. Also the teleporter, by the way, the only teleporter that I know that is because it's far enough away from the original spawn that actually has a loading screen. The loading time or whatever. It's not just
at least it gives you a
instantaneous
different angle.
teleporter.
At least it gives you a different angle attack.
Yeah.
It's a good teleporter. Still, back to the
Do you think it should go to F tier, DJ? Instead of D
might.
tier?
I'm just thinking of if it's a small fight, it's infills. If it's a big fight, it's air to ground. If it's a medium fight, it's both. I
And
don't
maybe
think It's
vehicles.
ever very fun. I don't know if it's never.
Do you ever,
know.
I think
ever
F is a
look
little
forward to
low.
going to Gurney Dam?
I never look forward to
Yeah.
going to Gurney Dam because it's Gurney Dam.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like, oh, something's happening at Gurney Dam, and I know it's good because people are there having fun. I'll go there.
There are 10 trillion angles that you can be shot at this base. Seriously.
Yeah,
Can we make
I'm leaning
a-
toward F for this one.
Can we make a G tier for Gurney Dam?
It might need it. Like, I'm trying to think of any redeeming factors.
F.
And I don't
No,
think there are any.
AJ hit his spot on. Gurney Dam is ass, and they're cutting off my Nason's farm. F tier.
Yeah,
I'm putting it in
okay,
F tier. It's going into
Okay.
F.
Okay.
It
yeah,
doesn't have
yeah.
anything redeeming it. It's just not that
It
good.
just there's nothing redeeming about this base whatsoever.
There's an infantry terminal. There we go. +1.
Oh, and another you can sit behind the spawn room and bulldog.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yep,
-1.
that
There you
too.
go. Back to 0.
I can skip outpost lambda. No, this is actual
No,
base.
that's
Never
different.
mind. This is different.
Ooh.
Uh,
I have had fun here,
Air
but
to
it's
ground
too
issues?
small for big fights.
Huge
yeah,
variation
way
in
too small for
quality
big fights.
But medium
Flammable?
size is still stretching a little bit, but I have had fun at medium size.
This is a great small base. A
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
great
like-
small base. Like a small fight base. Like 1 in 12
Especially if you
maximum.
catch it early.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but as I was saying, like one air to ground player, this fight is
Annihilates this fucking
Yeah.
base. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
I want
Perfect
to give it a
in the
B
underground
just
as well.
because it's so good at small and medium fights. At 50-50 big fights, it can be okay as long as you're taking care of the air to ground.
yeah.
'Cause, if you're
If
not,
that
it's
happens.
an instant redeploy.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Low B,
I
high
don't
C.
I don't think I can give this a B just because you really have to be on that smaller side of the fight for it to be like truly playable. And air to ground is way too prevalent here. Vehicles don't really matter as much, but a B means that you don't really have to deal with air to ground, you don't really have to deal with vehicles. This one you have to deal with air to ground.
Well, actually, you do have to deal with vehicles at this base. I'm pretty sure I've seen ants pull up there. Maybe they're anvils.
That could be the case, yeah.
I think you can squeeze an ant under that.
You think there's a really gross
Oh, not
Citadel
under
shield
that,
for this
okay.
base?
The bollards block it pretty well, but I have seen people anvil vehicles up here.
There is
Oh,
a good
yeah.
citadel here. I don't
You
know
can get
where.
I think
one thing that's a
I've
pain,
heard of that.
the little one-way shields that you can just deploy. On
yeah,
that
the
edge.
umbrella
those
shields.
stupid
Yeah, literally right
umbrellas.
here. Yeah, that's what I was
Down
thinking
the
too.
C-tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
What's
really
crazy is
attacker
like those-
sided.
Half of these C-tier bases would go up one without all the garbage in the game.
Right. Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm fine with C tier. I don't think there's a reason to give it higher or lower.
Yeah, C tier it is for me.
When there's no air to ground, for me it's an A tier, but that's that's a stretch, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really hard to do much else than that.
C it is.
All right, Hunter's Blind.
I am a fan of this base, but it does
Until
have
I
one
pull an
problem.
air hammer.
This base, every
gotta s-
time I fought at this base recently, the flying thunder has shown up and shot me through the wall. It hurts my soul.
Oh no.
I do have a very fond memory of this corner. I was bolting T-Raf, and I don't remember, I'd have to look back at the clip. But I made him so mad because I bolted like 5 times in a row, he went and pulled a Banshee and just
Based.
Oh
They're
no.
out.
bolter
If
deleted,
Jenks is still here, he might have left already, but he remembers we had a little late night stream, I think, and like off continent or something, and I was playing here, getting ran down by Max plus 2 other people. We were fighting, yeah, Adrian here too. We were fighting early morning against the Max player and the vehicle player, the vehicle mains. I can't remember their names, what outfit they were in, but they were not having a good time. We were farming the hell out of them, and we pushed them off this base.
Yeah, this is a
vehicles,
pretty good one. It's
ground
a good
vehicles
box
have
out.
zero,
I
zero
like
impact
this
area.
base a lot.
I'm
Yeah.
glad they reverted it from the capture the flag to the
This-
capture the flag base.
Mm-hmm. Me
This
too.
base forces people to take gunfights,
Yes. It
which
does.
is everybody's weak suit apparently. So I like this is a good, oh, man. I almost want to give this an A, but air to ground is pretty hard.
Oh yeah, I'll look up the Marcus character real quick and see, because I'm curious. You probably haven't.
In a pure infantry fight, I feel like I can be in control even if there is a lot of pop on the enemy faction.
Yeah,
just
that's kind of what I'm
because-
thinking. Because if it's
yeah.
50-50, like man, I'm thinking of how good this base is when I have 30% pop, and imagine
Yeah.
550. Like, I feel this
Um,
is an A. I think my last fight here was similar. It was
Oh.
off continent or something, and
This,
it was just me and
this
like 2 other
base-
people farming people for an hour.
The defender spawns
This
aren't
base definitely
super
rewards
great,
skill.
but there is the advantage of the defender. Sorry, the attacker spawns are not great, but they do have the advantage of being able to use the jump pads to go to any of the 3,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so they can change up their direction pretty well.
You can
without
also
having
just
to-
stuff a beacon down below and still get up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd say this base really rewards infantry skill.
It was
Commando Guerrera.
it was
Commander
Kage Musha, I think, Vanguard driver. I guess they've all left the outfit that they were in, but I know Kage Musha, Vanguard driver, and one other person, maybe 2 other people, were the guys that we were farming at that base. And I was playing my TR because Junks logged into his Marcus character, which is funny. But yeah, that base is good. I love those memories of very, memorable fights that you have, whether they're big or small.
I do love shitting on Commander Guerrero because he's always on a max.
Yeah,
Wait,
Commander
what was,
Brazilian.
what
What's up?
was
The
that
vote for the
base?
previous base.
I think it's an A tier.
You think it's A tier for that?
Yeah.
It's a low
Yeah,
A tier for me, yeah.
Can suffer
Yeah,
from a little bit of underground, but it's not that big of a deal. Does it scale well? I think it scales fairly well.
I
It does
think
feel
so.
alright, yeah.
The thing about air to ground there is that it doesn't have a lot of cover. Like
Oh yeah, you were right about that.
The thing is with air to ground is I'm trying to think of the last time I fought there, and it was definitely I was pretty severely underpopped, and there was a guy who showed up there to ground one time, and it was annoying, and I shot him down and he never came back. Imagine it's
The
50-50.
biggest-
Right.
It's
The biggest
50-50. I don't think it's that bad.
nuisance-
Yeah.
The biggest nuisance there can be bulldog galaxies at the last base. Like
That's pretty rare,
the
though.
biggest nuisance.
I've never seen
Yeah,
that
but
base actually.
oh,
yeah.
I have.
Oh, I'm lucky then.
Hunter's Blind. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think Hunter's Blind A tier is pretty good.
A tier is totally fine. Cairn Station. Oh boy, this is a base.
Points is in the
Point
tower.
tower.
Base.
Points in the tower.
Very
So,
bad for small fights.
oh
Not a
yeah,
small fight, yeah.
terrible
It's
small fight base.
Very good for
But
big
not-
fights.
Good for big, medium. There's a decent amount of cover. Vehicles can still be something of a nuisance, but there's a lot of shit for them to get stuck on, so they can die.
Right. You usually see them on the south side, I think, a little bit more.
Yeah,
On
usually
the
see
south
them-
side and the west side.
This really always feels like 3 small bases to me, genuinely.
Yeah,
That-
yeah.
that's really what
It
is.
does. It is like 3 small
Yeah, yeah.
bases.
Like this base is only half used, and the other point's only half used. Those could both be bases. Like I think this
Very
is
easy
probably
to
a
make
B
I,
because
think
it
it's
can
a
be an
B.
insane farm if they go in the tower, but otherwise it,
Oh,
it
yeah.
gets a little snoozer.
yeah, and it actually probably feels better the more pop that there is, as long as it's a 50-50. I'm
I
fine
think
with B.
one thing that this base does really well is that you can very easily make it from A point to C point as a defender, and as an attacker, you can very easily hold both C and B. And so I'd say B point is probably the weakest part for me here, even though it's a lot of fun to fight at. But you can make it to C point without encountering much vehicles because you can just jump pad over onto the air pad and then drop down
That's true.
to the rocks.
That is the thing with impulse nades as well. Is that an LA can impulse both to C and B and make
Yeah.
it very easily.
So we're gonna skip tech on storage. Got Hurricane
on
Southern
next.
Depot next. We're almost done.
We're almost done. Yeah.
More than halfway for sure.
Because we've done all the northern stuff, I'm pretty sure.
We got like 2 lattice lanes left, I think.
Yeah. We've got Hurricane, Fort Drexler, Gonin, and that's pretty much it.
Iron Key.
Iron Key. We've done Wainwright, I think. Yeah. Gonin
Yeah.
Research Labs, I think we did too.
I don't think we did Ghana research,
We did.
Okay.
We did the outside lattice.
but Ghana. No, sorry, not Ghana research. Sorry, gosh, Ghana Eastern we didn't do.
Yeah, we didn't.
Okay. We'll wrap around and get these last 5. Good. Alright, Hurricane Southern Depot. I like fighting here.
I do enjoy
Yeah.
fighting here. This is maybe a little small for big fights, but for up to a medium, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Attacker sided in small fights.
You get buses over here typically or over by the log.
This attacker spawns are in pretty decent locations, so it's not like they're locked out.
Yeah.
Ground vehicles on this side over here are a little obnoxious, but they don't really stop you from getting to the point. It is vulnerable
I'd
to air to
say-
ground.
It is. But
I'd say my
again,
biggest weakness is just how much overlook you can have from the top of A, but it's rarely been an actual issue because you can still approach from down below near balcony.
yeah.
The even
And,
pop
here, over
constraint
here,
does a
over
lot of
here.
heavy lifting because
And-
once it skews, it gets pretty hard to get point.
And defender LAs can contest the roof from here pretty safely.
Yeah. Yep, that's true. This is a common spot. You see a lot of LAs come from up here.
There's also a random.
This feels... yeah, random infantry terminal. This feels like a really solid base for 50-50s.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then a little overcapping just below the balcony is where you can approach from, even if they have heavy prisons on roof.
Yeah, right.
They have to get up on the railing to get to you.
Vehicles on the hillside I don't think are supremely common, but the Galaxy Bulldog, obviously that's a thing that'll happen from time to time. But you don't really see that unless it's the much larger fights.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's also cover to hug, so they can't get you from there.
Right. I
Also,
think this is
it
a B
depends,
tier.
Yeah, this is a minimum B tier for
I
sure.
think it's a B tier. Yeah.
I'd say it's a solid B. I've had really good fights here, but they were all lower pop. High pop, I think, gets a little crazy.
Yeah. Single point amp station, D tier. Weirdo capital flag base.
I don't like this one that much.
I do not like this one. This is another
I was
bulldog
cold on
galaxy
this.
heaven.
I was also cold on this when this was just a normal capture point base, honestly, because yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you gotta-
This
is awful.
This is almost like the Anvari bridge bases.
Mhm.
Hossin.
Yeah.
And
Except
you
it
can,
does have that little thing under the point, which is kind of cool, I guess.
Well, the
Yeah.
point is.
attackers can get spawns really close to this point as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
As long as
The
they can get it
capture point
smarted.
used to be where A is now on the capture the flag thing.
I
That's
think
where
so,
the
yeah.
capture point used to be, which is I know we're rating currently, but
Yeah.
memories.
I mean, it's not much better the way it is now.
It really is not.
No.
This is way too skewed towards attackers. There should be no reason why the point would be here. Realistically, I mean, you need to have. It's a random, like, gate base. Is the way I like to think of it. It's kind of just a pass-through base, but even still, it's really, really, really attacker-sided. It's very difficult to do anything, and even pop, especially, very hard to defend this base.
The spawn is not in a good location.
No, it is not. And the teleporter doesn't do it much justice either. I think this is probably close to a D tier.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm thinking
I
D.
would say with the fights I've had there, D tier.
Vehicles can be vehicles can be here too. Air to ground is very prevalent to this base. You would think it wouldn't be because of the cover over the bridge, but you still have to cross over into this building or over into this building. You can sit here where we're at now and just do this.
This is fake cover.
Yeah, that's not real.
And you
This
look
is
like
D
the
tier.
All galaxy cover maybe, but like you can just air to ground rocket pod down in the sides, no big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sides need to have some kind of actual walls up. But even then, it would still be, maybe move the C tier at tops, but that's it. But D tier for now.
I think on that base you could also just drive asunder up in that like hollow tree. I'm not quite sure about that.
You can.
Yeah, you can.
Hurricane Western Pass is like the same thing, but with a point instead of a flag.
At least the points below is more cover. I think it's overall a better balanced base than the previous one, but it only lifted up one tier at most. This is C tier tops.
What is the
Actually, this is C.
So
It has more verticality going for it, I guess.
where's the spawn and teleporter? The teleporter is over in the triple stack.
Yep.
Yeah, odd choice.
Its on is over here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see that there's a little bit of a distance or a gap, but then like even if you do get to the triple stack, then what? You have to come back up to like you need to cross the bridge or cross low.
And the teleporter is not useful for doing contesting the point at all.
Yeah.
Teleport takes you to the scenery of the base.
Right. I guess so. Over here to the vehicle bay, and it's like, okay, so what?
Yeah, the please bolt me in the head vehicle spawner.
Yeah, this just feels like a pretty rough base to be at. I mean,
I would
it's
say,
really
I always
not.
Feel like I always feel like I have the power to push into A here from like in a lot of in various fight scenarios. I would
Sure. Take me to the spawn real quick. Perfect.
I think somehow this no man's land next to spawn isn't usually that bad when the fight's even.
We
Yeah,
we
when
did
it's
fight
fine.
here for outfit wars, and I think it was, I don't know if it was an even fight or not. I don't think it was, but what you tend to find is people come up here and they're going to be head glitching on this stuff, maybe fighting people who are posted up, you know, at the tree or up at this top building, and then if you do manage to push them back, you can get down to the levels below. Yeah, I'd be totally fine with giving this a C. There's enough cover here on the point where you're not really dealing with the air to ground as the attacker or the defender.
You can get up in the rafters too, as heavy.
Right. Yeah. Lots of different places to play around. Right. I like this spot a lot. Yeah, C feels pretty comfortable with this. With this base. I'm okay with that. Hurricane
I've never had a truly terrible fight here. Like truly horrible, terrible. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's why it sits in the C category.
Yeah.
Fort D tier.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Actually, very true.
Like, oh, you want to push the attacker zone all the points, and when you want to push in, oh, you're gonna get scout rifles from the roof of every fucking building.
Yeah.
There's gonna be 5 vehicles between you and A point if you're spawning here as defender.
Dude, you know what? No, I don't even think, yeah, sensor shield the base. I don't even think this is D tier. I think this is F tier. Air to ground.
This is a triple stack fetishist base.
Air to ground vehicles, snipers, radar, infos everywhere, high ground everywhere. Like, it is completely attacker sided.
This is F tier. Get me out.
Yeah, get me out of here.
Small fight, I'm asleep. Big fight, I'm furious. Like,
F tier Drexler. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it scales horrendously bad too. 50-50. The more people, yeah, that's the more people shooting you coming out of the spawn.
Actually, no, dude. I think it scales great because it's awful at low pop and it's awful at high pop, so it must scale pretty well.
Yo, true. It's like getting a bad game on a CPU.
Everything's just bad. Just move
It's
down a
only
whole
fun
tier.
when there's enough pop that each individual point is its own fight.
Agreed.
Gun Eastern Gatehouse. Is this the last one?
Nah,
Nope,
you got
one
two more
after
we missed.
Oh, we did? Okay. All right. Iron Key and something else. All right, we'll figure it out.
So 3 more. I like this base.
Oh
Like, you
yeah,
wanna
I'm
make
gonna
it
drop
big,
out
you
real
gotta
quick just to
pre-fight
show
at the
this. So teleporter's
On the cover.
okay.
If they own point, it's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, you have to play. If they own the point, you basically have to play LA, and you gotta run sensor shield, infravision, and avoidance all at the same time somehow.
Yeah, the teleporter's pretty worthless for infantry. You do have some cover getting over to the point, which I do like. I remember fighting a lot over this kind of region here.
You have cover
And
for a minute, and then you have the two
that
windows staring.
yeah.
And the no cover here, and then you walk into the meat grinder.
Light assault
So
goes pretty hard here.
You
It's
can get ants up here,
definitely-
by the way.
Definitely
Yeah.
very LA focused.
You can do what, DJ?
You can get an ant in here under the.
Oh, that's
the
gross.
umbrella thing.
What are you saying,
I
Coda?
think this base would be slightly better if the actual teleporter and the spawn room were reversed. I'm not sure. I think it might be because of that cover. Like, less bad players would get killed right away.
I just wish the teleporter was like the spawn was closer, and then the teleporter was over here somewhere where you could get a better angle to it, a wider
Fair.
angle to attack from. Is it the fact that the main spawn is just pointlessly far?
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
This base
Yeah.
actually kind of scales all right.
It does.
Not great, but it works. The only
It
issue
does.
really is the spawn to the point trip. Otherwise, I think it's all right.
It's just an awkward base to fight at, I think, regardless of the pop size. That's the best way I can put it.
Yeah. Well, it is got some decent protection against air to ground. There's cover from vehicles.
If
Just
you
a lot
can
of rat
control the
location.
point,
most.
and you can influence the fight enough to keep it between A point and the attacker's spawn, then it's better.
Yeah.
You thinking a C point for that, or C?
Think
Probably
for
I'm thinking
high
C
value.
at most for me.
Okay. All right, Iron Key next.
Yeah. And technically there's construction at Alpha, but that's, you know.
Yeah, again, we don't need to touch the construction bases. What's the other one? Other
We
two
skipped,
that I need?
Chak Intel Hub
Okay.
and SRP Hydroponics.
Oh, right.
Damn.
Check Intel Hub is off to the northeast, and
Little work
Hydro is Ceres Hydroponics.
SRP.
We did skip Ceres
SRP.
Hydroponics too.
Series is Indar, brother.
Oh, never mind. I
SRP
wanted to show.
Hydroponics.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry, I don't know why it doesn't lock into the content that I'm currently on. SRP Hydroponics. Okay. Yep. Cool.
Oh yeah,
so...
we did skip series.
All right, that's for tomorrow. That's for tomorrow.
Iron Quay. Oh, the memories. It's like
This is a cool base.
It is.
romantic, nostalgic.
It's a
place.
cool base if it's 50-50 and there's not 100 guys on top of the triple stack roof farming me in my spawner.
Yeah.
Hear me out. Hear me out. When Hossin just released, this base was where I had the most fun. Okay.
I do think
It's
this is
all right.
Good for small, medium fights, not so great for big ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Small
It's got
fights
okay
late at
protection
night.
from-
Mm.
Put me above the
Good-
triple stack real quick.
Decent protection from air to ground, except for obviously the roof of the triple and the L shape. And
This is Licking the Spawn Room Simulator 2024.
You can tell they
Yeah.
noticed that was going to be a problem, and so they added 2 inches to the wall height. But then they didn't think that people could use the space bar to do this.
Right,
One
doing
thing I
like this, for example.
really like is I believe you can use the grav pad to actually get on top of the biggest, the main roof of this triple stack as well. So you can literally.
Yeah.
yeah, easily.
You can do that,
as any
basically.
class.
Yep.
I think this is a B.
It's
It's solid enough to be a B, yeah.
Yeah, B.
it's part of the charm too, I think, of the base is because it's a little bit smaller. Like, you do tend to see mostly action over this triple stack or the L shape, but the I shape off to the side does get used. Even pop, like if we're considering pure even pop fights, small fights are great here. Just the size of the base kind of plays into that, and the medium sized fights are actually super fantastic because you tend to have enough flanking where, again, you're coming over the I shape, you're getting a few people primarily coming into the triple, maybe a few people flanking over here. Super large fights, though, I think even if it's even pop, you're pretty much just getting
overrun.
you're just getting overrun. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that this is fine. B tier.
Yeah, it's
Right.
B tier as well.
Hydroponics
B.
off to the southeast. SRP. We're almost done, boys.
2 more.
C tier. I can already tell you.
Yeah, I'm
fucking
going
base
to
type
think
that.
we'll see.
Yeah.
Actually, it might be worse than that.
I love it has a pointless AA turret that's half blocked by a light post.
They tried.
Like, if the AA turrets are bad enough, we'll reblock half this island.
I hate this base.
It's kind of an FN base.
Yeah. It's okay for small fights, but
It
anything
is.
bigger than that, it's an
Can-
ass.
You cannot scale this at all whatsoever.
It's way too condensed. Like, the spawn room can be seen from the point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can sit in the nest window.
And if you are holding as a defender, then you have some insane head glitches to farm people as they come up from over here,
Yeah.
for example.
And it's whoever owns the point-sided.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, once
The-
you lose
This
point of the
is-
space, just give up.
Most useless eye shape of all time. Never used.
Cosmetic buildings.
This is this is cosmetic.
At most.
I don't even think that, like, the problem with that size of, well, you can probably make it
Except at
work, but then what
most.
happens is, yeah, at most for sure. But what happens with the moment that there's no good place to put the Sunderer, So the moment that the attackers lose the point here and they start getting pushed down to the spawn, it's a very quick kill for the or against the Sunderer. They always
The
put it down
Sunderer
here.
Technically,
Yeah.
the Sunderers are technically in safe locations. It's just then you like have an awful time getting back to the point.
Right.
Everyone also just knows where the hell the Thunder will be.
Yeah, of course. It's always down here.
So this
But
is
the
like
balcony is
D
also
tier.
just susceptible to A to G.
Yeah.
Just
and
reconable, actually.
Like
Point is
this.
on this. Point is on the second floor, which is dog shit.
Yeah.
Wait, what the hell?
Yeah, actually, this is pretty bad. I didn't think about that. There's like no cover for this whole staircase or the balcony.
D tier.
Yeah, I mean,
And
with
you can drive vehicles back up in here too.
right with no
So, like, you can't even
scalability.
yeah, you can't hold the staircase because vehicles just run through you.
It's a B with 12 people, and anything more than that, it's very quickly goes down. I'd say it's
To
like
D.
a C or a D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially with that little like bridge going from spawn to point. That is just horrible. It's a horrible thing to play
Mhm.
around.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Are we going C with that or D with that?
D.
It's a D.
D.
Dog tier.
With how big Planetside 2 flights are, it's a D tier.
Yeah.
Late at night, it's okay.
The final one. Check until hub.
Was Southgate a B or an A?
Southgate. What? Southgate checkpoint
Yeah.
is a B.
Yeah, we put it in
Okay.
B. A little
guess
exposed to the air to ground.
Yeah, that's true.
What great teleporter. One of the best teleporters in the game for sure.
Yep.
It's like an S tier.
This base.
Ugh.
I
Great
am
teleporter,
not a big
but-
fan.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
it's this base.
And they do love their open roads.
Oh boy, we were talking about point holding bases. This is
Yep.
one of them.
Yeah.
It's a little goofy, a little quirky, you know, the underground psych, the point's actually under the base.
Yeah, just to show
but
people who might not be familiar with this base somehow. So this is what happens. You have people fighting over this entrance, and you have people fighting over this entrance over here, and then you have people fighting over the little entrance in the corner over here. So there's
2 foot wide
basically,
gap.
yeah,
I don't mind fighting down here. The problem is getting here.
yeah.
I love pressing
There's
G
a
on that
hot
wall.
take. Here's a hot take. I have played this game since 2012. I have never had fun here.
I want to say there's a hot take, more like
Average take.
average take. Nobody except for point holders wants to be fighting at this base. In a 50-50 situation, what just ends up happening is it devolves into holding this angle simulator, holding that angle simulator, and holding that angle over there simulator. It's so difficult to push into this as the attackers because you're in a tiny choke point.
You're either holding the point or you're wiped off the point.
That one of the two.
The space does not spread at all. It's
Right.
funny. The building that's 3 feet away from the point is never used.
Yep.
People almost never fight up here either. So
Yeah, it's rare.
Scales poorly.
It's a D.
I think
This
in 1 to 12s it just dies. Like the fight just
Yeah.
dies.
Yeah. People just don't respawn here.
Yeah.
Like I kill them or something, and it's like, oh, all right, well, see you later.
This is the only base I'd say has been improved by orbital strikes, just because you can at least right-click the map.
All right. Let me save this final check intel hub. And D tier. All right. So, looking at the final count here, we'll switch over to the window capture real quick. Our final count for... I'm going to save this before I do anything. I don't fucking accidentally delete this. Game. That was pretty fun. Took a while.
It's not a quick process.
Yeah,
but
not really a quick process.
We powered
When we
through
do
it.
an Osher though?
Brother.
Uh,
I think Osher will be last.
Osher's last.
Yeah, Osher will take like 10
We have
minutes.
we have
Put
3
everything
more
in F tier
continents to
and-
go through still,
Hey,
and we're not doing.
Don't even go around. Just literally just go like that was trash. That was trash. That was trash. Just
We
Yeah.
can just put them all in
All of them in F tier, D
The
tier.
ones that we remember to be decent, and
Right.
that's it.
Well, the good
Everything's
news-
D tier.
actually-
Interlinks are S tier.
This is really easy because look at this. We have underwater bases, which are all
Okay,
their own
F
tier
tier.
trash. We have 3 tridents to vote for, and those are all basically the same. We have all the interlinks,
6
which are basically the
interlinks.
same. And then you have like 5 of the
Donut
bases.
base, center base, F tier, Astera hydroelectric,
Yeah.
D tier.
Yeah.
Okay, Viridian,
Viridian
East
East
Terrace is like
Terrace.
C tier.
Sure.
Maybe B. Actually, that one could be okay sometimes. We'll do. I'm gonna do this for now.
All right.
Angle
The
log
open
outside the
sea
But we're
door.
already
is
halfway done.
S tier. Alright, I want more boat. All right.
We will. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure my plans are for tomorrow. I probably won't be doing this tomorrow, but next time we do
That's
go
fine.
through,
I'll do this tomorrow.
next time we
Yeah.
we go through this, we'll finish out and do the other 2 continents maybe when we're feeling it. That was a almost 12-hour stream of Planetside 2.
Jesus.
I look forward to the YouTube videos.
Yes. Looking at the final count here, 1 S tier, 3 A tiers for Hossin. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 B tiers. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 21, 22, 4, 26, 28 C tiers. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 D tiers, and 4 F tiers. So, I mean, bell curve wise, that's pretty accurate. This is very bell curvy. It's definitely more bottom heavy,
Wow, shocker.
Holy shit! It is.
but it's actually bell curvy. That's crazy how that worked out. I don't remember. I'd had to pull up the image for the Amrish, but I don't think it was like this. This is actually crazy. The only S tier, by the way, Fort Liberty. And definitely more A tiers here in Hossin. So this might be, I know that we might be a little bit biased just because we like Hossin so much, but based on the parameters that we set and the different rating criteria, I think that this is
I think we were able to get pretty accurate
Right.
assessment by kind of talking to each other about it, kind of being able to bounce ideas off.
yeah.
I think we are bound to get a high concentration of C tiers because of all
Of
the
course.
criteria.
Of course.
Yeah.
We consider air to ground vehicles, like infantry combat quality, the teleporters, the spawns, the attacker and defender like viability, and like
Yeah.
everything is gonna have some downside. It's just there's just no way you get a base that's all S tiers. Like it's so
Not across the
rare.
board. No. Even,
Like even Fort Liberty isn't completely perfect, but
Right.
it's close.
right. It's too this I don't even know if that's a feature of the game, like if it's just impossible to have an S tier base because of how the game plays. I don't think you can design a base that's truly across the board pure S tier unless we were completely eliminating like air to ground, completely eliminating vehicles, biolab-esque type stuff. Hard spawns,
After
know.
we get the last continent done, we should maybe go through Planetside 1 bases so you can kind of compare.
yeah.
That'll
I
be
mean-
quick. There's only like 10 of those.
It's a very small list. So.
That'd be
I mean,
interesting for
I
sure.
just wanted to say, saying that there's 4 good bases in Hossin, I think is very fair.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
very
I'm be
fair.
honest. Primetime Hossin, way overhyped. Right?
I was mentioning earlier too, I'm gonna reach out to Doc at some point and try to see if he can hook me up with whatever he's doing for the map editing stuff. I think it'd be really cool if we could figure out, kind of similar to this, we can get together I can do the editing, and we can essentially make a base together, you know?
And maybe see like show the devs, hey, you can do this to fix some of these bases.
Right.
Great.
Right.
That's some
Like
hopium.
Well,
the
part of
Ascent-
it is I like I said, when I get the new rig in, or the parts in, I want to play a little bit, but I like the game a lot. We talk about it all the time, you know, the fact that I spent this past 2 days doing 18 hours worth of Planetside 2 content. I enjoy it, but I don't want to play the game all the time. But map design, talking about it, suggesting features, the devs, it's probably gonna fall on deaf ears, but I'd rather do that than not do that.
Yeah.
That pun intended.
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent.
So anyway, any closing thoughts before I close things out here?
I just wanted to apologize ahead of time for just coming in here and blurting out my opinion.
No, it's good. I mean,
How dare you?
we got Junks in here. Grill was in here for a moment. We
Grill
had
was here.
Phil
Grill was here
Soup
eating-
is still here.
Grill was here eating
What the
cereal
hell
on
was this
cam, live
camera?
reacting.
Yeah. Fucking first street.
That's
listed,
funny.
bro.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I enjoy the discussion, and like if you guys caught any bit of, you know, me watching the video with Batty and Leroy and Lex and stuff, that's the sort of fun that I enjoy the most out of this. I mean, we have so many hours in the game, but also just so many hours talking about the game, and it's a fun thing.
I mean, you've been there for when DJ and I just talk about the game for hours and hours and hours and hours.
Right.
I'll log out of the game mad and just I don't know.
Just gotta keep going.
I remember there's been a few times where you'd log off and then you'd log back into Discord and DJ and I were still sitting there talking.
Right.
Bro, there are times
Bro,
I've
I'll
logged out of the
wake
game, ranted, and then logged back in
Bro,
like an idiot.
I will wake up at 11 a.m. just for context, you know, all of you know I'm European, but I will wake up at 11 a.m. and it will be like what 5, 6 a.m. where you guys live, and you'll just be there talking about the fucking game, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably complaining.
Dude, I
Oh,
remember
yeah, true.
the early mornings when I was walking at 5 a.m. I would have been playing and hanging out with DJ and Effect the night before. I go to sleep, wake up, and these guys are still playing the game or talking about it. Like, it's definitely, I don't think any of us would not call it an addiction of some sorts. It's a very addicting game.
Nah,
It's
I
not
quit.
just the gameplay itself, but I think the community and the friends that you make in it are what keep you in it. I mean, Leroy said it, Batty said it. Everybody pretty much in that video that we watched had said the same things, and I agree with that sentiment.
I'm still living off of-
sad that this game's potential was never realized because
Yep.
the player base is full of people who like, no, you can't nerf my specific cheats because it's literally the only thing I can do.
Yeah.
I'm personally still living off of the traces of powdery substance coming off of Higby's hair.
Well, thank you
What was
guys
the
for taking the
ambush?
time. What's up?
What was the Amrish tier list? I didn't see that one at the
Oh
end.
yeah, let me pull it up. I'll probably need to actually just pull up the screenshot of it because I actually didn't go over that in the video just yet. So I'll finalize that real quick. Irish basis tier list. Probably have to do. Pardon. I actually have to add a new. Seriously, what would this even be? Fuck it. I'm just gonna share my screen. I don't care. All right. So no S tiers, 3 A tiers, handful of B, mostly C, actually almost as many D tier bases, and then 7 F tier bases.
Oof.
That adds up.
I think it's
So
gonna be better than Esamir and Indar, but still oof.
yeah,
It'll be
it'll
better
be
than
interesting
Indar.
to see.
It might be on
Wait,
par with Esamir.
Have you guys done Esamir yet? Because oh
No.
my
No.
god,
No,
man,
next time we do
I
it.
would have loved one comparing old Esamir versus new Esamir and just seeing where it distributes.
Yeah, the only
be
problem
funny.
with that though is that we can't go to the bases, and I
know.
didn't play during that time.
I know, but it would be funny because you would just see that it's gotten so much worse. But it's obvious.
Entirety of Northern Indar F tier. Yeah. You thought
Almost.
Outside of the biolabs, there's like no everything on Indar can be C or lower. There's no A tier bases on the fucking continent.
yeah, we had the lattice lane of D tier here. We had the lattice lane of F tier on Hossin. We're just gonna have an entire warp gate section of F tier for Indar.
Yeah, just make it one little square. Just screenshot that part of the map, block it out with like red lines and put it there.
Yeah. Mouse Southeast Gate, possibly worst base in game, question mark?
Yeah, it's up
It's up there. That's for sure. That is absolutely an F tier base. But yeah, I think what we'll do, I mean, obviously it's up to, I'd like to continue the style when we get a chance. I'm not gonna very likely do it tomorrow. This is a long, very long stream. It took us like 2+ hours for each continent, if not more. So it just takes time going through each base individually. But I do think it's nice. And if nothing else, like this let me see, I think let a lot of us see bases that we just don't get to plan often and kind of think about them from the perspective of that, like the set of parameters, the set of criteria. Even in practice, if none of these bases actually happen to be 50-50 fights, most of the time it's 60-40s or 70-30s or even worse than that.
That's something I want to mention.
Hmm.
Iron Quay not being in the unstable lattice lane, even though in small fights it's so good, it's a crime.
Yeah, that is pretty
That's
rough.
one thing is I think the pretzel unstable lattice was a mistake.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
It should be just the middle of the continent opens up. That keeps everybody kind of concentrated.
Right. I mean, that does happen with some of the unstable alerts, though. No, that's what ends up happening is where like those center sections open.
That should be where it should be the exact same thing. That should be opens up rather than
Just do that by default then when the continent opens up.
Because if you just open up the edge of the map, all that happens is people avoid each other and ghost cap empty bases with big
Right. Yeah. That's true.
But yeah, I remember back in the day, you would log in late at night and there wouldn't be unstable warp gate in the game yet, right? And you would hop onto Iron Quay, just have a small fight. That was great times.
Yep. Well, thank you guys again.
I don't get to play there a lot.
I know that this was long. DJ Effect, thank you for chaperoning and driving around the entire night.
I could, that would make it a lot easier.
Yeah. And DJ, thank you for taking a look at this stuff with us too. I know that originally I was going to have you do the account, but Gylo was able to help me out. But your opinions are much appreciated and respected. So wanted to get your ideas and thoughts with this. I think the more people that you kind of get into this, I know when we had Grill and Junks and everybody, I don't want it to be like anybody is superseding anybody else. I want it to be more of a group effort. And so that's why just a few, parameters needed to be set, but also, even though he said something like he didn't think it was a good idea to just knock one tier off because it's a capture the flag base, it's less about it's less about attacking the CTF stuff, and I think it's more just the natural direction that CTF bases end up causing against a lot of these bases. Right? It's
Yeah, it's not
just
like we
how
saw
things
CTF
flow.
and went -1. It's because CTF just makes the bases play worse now.
Yeah, more
Like,
often than not.
I think an opposite example is the only good CTF base is Matheson's Triumph on Esmir, but they change it back to capture point. So
Right. That's a fun base. I like that one. But anyway, it's quite late. I'm sure you guys want to get some rest. I know I do.
yeah, I'm chilling.
So I'm gonna go ahead and call it there. Go ahead and mute myself and close up the stream real quick, and then I'll say goodnight to you guys. So I'll be back in just a moment.
All right.
All right, guys. It has been a very long stream. God, we are almost on 12 hours of between watching the rest of that video and then however long it took to jump through and do all of the tier list stuff. For anybody who did not capture or not catch the whole thing, I think I'll keep the VOD up, so you're always welcome to watch that, of course. Also, hey Steve. But I will go through probably tomorrow. I will chop up the 2 portions of each of the continents. I'll do Irish and Hossin, and I'll upload that to YouTube, and I'll just have it out there for people to watch whenever they want to. I think it's kind of, in a way, I like to think of it as a pass it along type thing. You know, Batty and the stream that he did and that the guys did. I feel like that was a really good thing for us to watch, and it was a lot of fun, and just want to be able to do that for, you know, future people too. Get more content out there for a game that we enjoy. But I'm gonna head out for the night. Quite tired. You guys take it easy. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And if you don't catch me anytime during this upcoming week for any streams, definitely try to catch me next weekend. I should have my new CPU in, and we will look at streaming some actual Planetside gameplay. All right. Peace, guys.